Good morning. I'll call to order the January 24th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from January 10th. Is there a motion on the minutes?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are passed. CEO report.
Good morning, Chair Williams and board members. Today I have a couple of different reports. The first is a bit of good news. I'm pleased to announce the appointment of two new directors who are here today. And the first is Jose Chang, our new Agricultural Commissioner Director of Weights and Measures. So Jose, if you could come over here. Mr. Chang has worked in ag weights and measures since 2006 for the County of Napa and most recently for the County of Monterey. He comes from an agricultural family and is passionate about agriculture. He studied ag at UC Davis and spent his career working to protect and promote agriculture in the California Agricultural Commission system. As many of you know, to become the ag commissioner is a very arduous process. You have to pass many state licenses and there are very few in the state. And so we are so happy to welcome Jose Chang.
Good morning, everybody. Chair Williams, board members, county administrator. I just want to thank, for the opportunity to serve Santa Barbara County. It's a great honor to be here, and I look forward to working with you all and the community. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. And my second announcement is the appointment of our director of the Department of Public Health, and that is Muhammad Hamami. As some of you know, Mr. Hamami has more than 20 years of experience in public government and administration and healthcare and received an MD from the University of Aleppo in Syria. During the COVID pandemic, he served as the chief health strategist for Wayne County, Michigan. There he assembled the COVID Command Center and a team to address the county's pandemic preparedness efforts, expanding testing, and established and implemented a successful vaccination plan. He's deeply committed to public health, public service, and collaboration, and we are thrilled to be welcoming him to the County of Santa Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. I'm glad to be here. It's an honor. And may I say that on my second day, that drive coming here really cemented why I moved here. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And board members, this morning, I wanted to just give you a quick status report. As you know, we declared emergency for storms. We are part of the federal disaster declaration and the state emergency declaration. And I have on Zoom this morning, our director of the Office of Emergency Management, Kelly Hubbard, and she's going to just give a brief status report. Kelly.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Just a couple of items here. I want to focus on
Kelly, could you hold on? We're having, we can't hear you. 1 second.
Kelly, why don't you go ahead and try one more time?
Sure. Test 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to provide Chair Williams and the board some updates on some of the assistance that we're bringing to the county and the community. Wanted to focus on some of that assistance that's available. So just to give an update, our public assistance damages, those are damages to public or government infrastructure. is estimated at 150 million in total. That includes an estimated 83 million of debris removal alone. So good portion of that is debris removal. On the agricultural side, we are still working to collect numbers, but the current estimate of impacts is estimated at 35 million. Couple updates on where and what resources are available to the community. The county has hosted a couple local assistance center sites, about 6 of those that have served about 300 households so far to date. Our goal is to set up a disaster recovery center and local assistance center. So that is a joint federal, state, and local assistance center. We're looking to have one in the North County and one in the South County, and we hope to have an announcement on that by the end of this week. Again, that facility would have all of the resources and 2 one-stop shops that can point residents to all of the resources available, including concepts like rebuilding, permitting, SBA loans, FEMA assistance, state assistance, all of those various programs that have been approved. So we're hoping to have an announcement on that later this week. We do have disaster survivor assistance teams out in the field knocking on doors. So these are FEMA representatives or staff who are knocking on residential doors that we know may have had damage and helping them to register for the FEMA assistance. And so I just wanted to make sure the community was aware of them. We are making sure that that they're doing that with our local cultural brokers and our cultural community brokers that are community trusts. And they do speak English and Spanish, and we have connected them with Mixteco if needed. We have SBA loans have been added for our county. And so we have that information up on Ready SBC. Those loans are available to residents, businesses, and the agricultural community. So I wanted to make sure they're aware of those. They're low interest loans, and we just got that information that is all being updated on readysbc.org. We want to encourage residents to register with FEMA if you had any type of damages. I know there's some concern or questions about, oh, my structure wasn't impacted, or I didn't have significant damages. If you had damages to your property, don't exclude yourself. Apply. Let us help you figure out if you qualify for any of these programs. So if you had slope failures or road impacts on private roads, houses, structures, agriculture, you can go to readysbc.org, or you can go direct to the FEMA website at disasterassistance.gov and register for that FEMA assistance. And then they help to figure out what you qualify for and what support might be available. And again, that applies to individual, business, and agricultural portions of our community. We know there's a lot more impacts than what have registered so far, so we want to encourage that. The last update I have is that our call center is planning to close tomorrow. It is open today and tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. That number is 833-688-5551. And after that, individuals are encouraged to call 211 for additional information or support. And then again, hoping to have that local assistance center disaster resource center open by soon, hopefully announcement later this week. And that's what I have.
Thank you, Kelly. We also have Mr. McAlpin, our Director of Public Works. If there's any questions or if Mr. McAlpin wants to say anything.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. Been pretty busy over the last 2 weeks. The public works crews and the local contracting community has certainly risen to the occasion since we've had this historic rainfall event. We have approximately $8 million of storm response work either completed, in progress, or in contract right now. So that's quite significant. Looking across the board, we have about $90 million worth of damage, we believe, to our public infrastructure in the county of Santa Barbara. And on the FEMA side, that's approximately $50 million in debris removal, about $22 million in category C work, which is also called permanent restoration. And then on our federal aid routes, somewhere in the neighborhood of about $10 million. So that event was pretty significant. On the transportation side, we've been focusing certainly on getting all the roads open to the community, 2 lanes in each direction, but more importantly, getting at least emergency access and resident access to some of the communities that we serve. Some of the major roads that were impacted by this event were Union Valley Parkway, Refugio Road, Gibraltar Road, East Mountain Road, Tepesquay Canyon, Halama Road, and Miguelito Canyon. So in some form or fashion, we're getting the service, the typical service restored now to those communities. On the flood control side, we have about a third of our projects, our active projects complete. For the most part, all basins below burn scars were completely full with the exception of Santa Monica Basin. We did celebrate the completion of the Randall Road debris basin yesterday. The National Guard came in, Cal OES dispatched them to help us out there, and they worked 24/7 for a couple weeks to get that basin clean. That was a big deal for us here, certainly in Public Works. And as your board knows, Lake Kachuma, the silver lining, if you will, came up approximately 53 feet during that event. So that was a big deal. So we look forward to working with all parties here, certainly throughout the county. We've been working with fire on some of the limited access roads so we can ensure that fire can get in there and have emergency response to residents. And as we transition now from time and material contracts to bidding contracts, so we're in accordance with all of the FEMA emergency regulations. We'll put a big push on here now to capitalize on the 100% reimbursement through FEMA over the next 60 days. So end of report, CEO Miyasano. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAlpin. That concludes our report, Chair and board members.
Can I just ask one question, or ask if the board members have any questions for Ms. Hubbard or Mr. McAlpin? Any questions?
Maybe a statement.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to make sure I got publicly thanked our elected leaders, Congressman Carbajal and Senator Lamone, and Assemblyman Hart, who have been out in my district and yours as well, to make sure that we got the proper attention to our area. We actually had the District 9 Director, Robert Finn, from FEMA available and has been out in our communities. And we're getting them a lot of attention. A lot of us in the North County that have suffered damage, we're used to being resilient people and taking care of this ourselves. But I just want to encourage people to make sure that they are filing the forms necessary to potentially get reimbursement and help, because a lot of people are out there just fixing things, and that's good. You should fix things, but you should also document that and then go on the FEMA's website or visit Ready SBC or call 211 or our helpline to make sure that you get the proper reimbursement for those expenses. This does include not only personal damage to your property and your belongings, but also to potentially access to your property. And that's a big deal, especially in the eastern Santa Maria Valley and Tepesquay Canyon, who were heavily hit by the storms. So I just want to make sure I got that out there. Thank you, Chair.
Very germane. Thank you.
And Mr.
Mr.
Chair, after that, I'd be remiss if I didn't also compliment the leadership in the city of Guadalupe. I mean, I'm new to Guadalupe. I know Supervisor Hartman has seen this in the past, but the mayor was out there in waist deep water with the police chief themselves in the middle of the night, moving folks out of their yellow tagged homes. And that's exactly right. They're so used to doing things themselves and taking care of it themselves that we had to kind of prod them to ask for help. So a lot of work being done there, but I just want to give a big shout out to Mayor Julian, all the city council members, Chief Cash. They've done an outstanding job out there.
And I just wanted to echo those sentiments. If we did not have the federal reimbursement, we would be in deep financial crisis. So the efforts of our state legislative delegation and Congressman Carbajal have been instrumental. I did have one question that's come up from constituents, which is if you think you might have insurance, and in some cases that's a might because a question of relationship with a previous fire, should you be wrangling with your insurance company first and then going and applying for aid, or should you be doing them simultaneously? So if Ms. Hubbard could answer that question, that would be great.
Absolutely, Chair Williams. So I would say simultaneously. Some people, we know there's limited insurance coverage for many of our residents. You would probably would have needed to have flood specific insurance. And so encourage them to register and pursue their insurance options, but also register with FEMA, come to the local assistance centers, the disaster recovery center, and register with these other resources. And I wanted to add to something that Supervisor Nelson said is really the importance of documentation. So as you're starting to do those repairs and that cleanup, to really make sure you're taking a lot of photos, that you have that evidence both for your insurance and for FEMA, that you're keeping track of all your receipts, all of those concepts, because even if you started the process and you're only registering now, you still have that eligibility and can, as long as you have that documentation, go back and look for that fiscal assistance after the fact. And so really wanted to encourage that component of what the supervisor mentioned about documentation as well.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to the agenda today?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a few quick announcements this morning. A memo was received requesting that administrative item 24 be continued to the February 28th hearing. Also, a memo was received January 24th requesting that the administrative item number 32 be continued to the February 14th agenda. This request can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, January 20th, amending the administrative agenda. The administrative agenda was amended to include the addition of item 36 from the County Executive Office regarding a modification to the Board of Supervisors 2023 committee appointments, and item 37 from the Public Works Department regarding emergency response action and impacts of flooding and storms and continuation of emergency actions. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for this morning.
And so you don't need a motion on the addendum, but you would need a motion on the request to continue the two other items.
So we can wrap that motion into the balance of the administrative agenda motion.
Okay.
If you would
And
like.
my only one clarification for 832, we say 214 or whenever the next Santa Maria meeting is.
I believe that works.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, Chair Williams, I was the request for the extension there to have Mr. Lucas available in person for that resolution. So if the meeting on the 14th doesn't work out, then whenever we're back in Santa Maria would be perfect. Thank you.
Great. And now's the time that we pull items from the administrative agenda. I have requests for A25, A27, A31, A34, and A35. Is there any others that I am missing?
Yes. Chair Williams, I pulled A2, please.
A2. So can I get a motion for, well, actually, let's do A2 unless we have one other one to pull. A2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 2 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a student support agreement with the Regents of University of California for fiscal years 2022 through 2027.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I pulled this item because it is of particular importance. The behavioral wellness field has seen a lot of challenges lately, especially the needs of young people. And so when it caught my eye that we were partnering with UCSB to get more students who are just entering that field as we need them to out into the world, I wanted to ask Director Navarro, and thank you for being here, to elaborate on to where in fact were those students be working alongside other licensed practitioners.
Okay, good morning, Chair Williams, supervisors and supervisor Caps and county staff. Supervisor Caps, so these psychology interns work in a variety of programs. So we have psychologists in our Justice Services Department. We have psychologists in our, as well as our adult and child clinics. And so wherever there is a need, and we try and match the students also with their passion and their interests. So wherever we can, we do that. And when not possible, they are very amenable to taking any training opportunities in the county. And so we're really glad to be bringing back this student services agreement. We had a pause for a year as we worked out some agreements in this final contract. And so we're very excited to have them coming back. And once executed, we'll be reaching out to the department and seeing what the availability is for next year. And we usually have anywhere from 1 to 3 interns per year.
Excellent. Well, I'm grateful for the students' interest. I'm grateful for the practitioners that will be mentoring them and the people that will benefit from the services. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you don't have a request for a separate vote on this item, do you?
No, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay. Please read A25 into the record.
Chair Williams and members of the board. Administrative item 25 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding Village Square subdivision. Track number 14608. This project is located within the 4th district.
And this was pulled by Mr. Nelson. So
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I believe we also have some public comment on this item. I'm comfortable with going forward with that before I go ahead and enter my discussion on that item and potential motion.
we are going to, but are you, is your
So-
intention to pull this item?
Yeah, my intention is to pull this item. This is an item that has a bit of controversy in my district and something that needs probably a little bit more attention. So actually what I was hoping for was to ask for a continuance on this item to give me a couple additional weeks to study up on this. I understand the importance of this as a condition of the project, but I don't fully understand the relationship that it has on the overall approval of the project. And this has been a busy week in the 4th district and hasn't got a chance to have the appropriate attention on the item. So I will be making that motion to continue this item, but I do know that there's speakers here that like to speak to the project, and I want them the opportunity to have that either now or during public comment later.
And is there staff available to talk about the timing of this and its relationship with the project?
Yes, we have Walter Rubicava here. And so Walter, could you come up and just respond to the chair's question? Is there any issue with continuing the item for?
Mr. Rubalcaba, I know you have had a busy week emptying debris basins. So do you have any objection to hearing this at the next board meeting, or, is there some timing relationship that is at stake?
Yes, Chair Williams, we'd be okay waiting a week or two for more questions to be answered.
Okay, so this would be the 7th. And I will allow public comment, but if on A25, what would be at stake is the continuance. So the members of the public could only speak to the continuance. If they want to speak to the project themselves, they would wait till general public comment. And this is just a parliamentary issue because the motion that will be made is for a continuance of this item. So what I would take is any of the speakers that are A25, I will take during public comment unless they come up now. But if they come up now, they can only speak to the continuance of the item instead of the item themselves. If they want to speak to the item itself, they would wait for general public comment, which is coming up hopefully in 40 minutes or less. Is that okay? You want to speak to the continuance? Okay. Please identify yourself so we can take you out of the speaker list.
Sure. My name is
general
Brian Ross Adams. I'm a resident of Los Alamos. It's good to see you all. I represent today, there will be speaking during general comment about 40 to 50 residents who've come down to express their opposition to the project. It's hard to believe that it has been since 2005 that the residents of Los Alamos have been able to provide input. So I think it's really important that the project is slowed down in regards to the continuance, which I appreciate. As we find out more information, I would also ask the board to consider asking the construction group to not begin construction and tearing down more trees until this item can be properly discussed and approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Chair
Madam
Williams, we do have one person that's logged in on Zoom for this item. I just wanted to give him a chance to speak if he did want to speak regarding the continuance.
Let's speak.
Seth Steiner.
Mr. Steiner, good to have you here. Would you like to speak on the project or on the continuance?
On the project, please.
Okay, then we'll put you in the queue for public comment. Hopefully sooner than 40 minutes from now, but it'll be coming up soon. Looks like we have one other speaker on the continuance. Please.
Good morning, Chair Williams, supervisors, staff, members of the public. My name is Frances Romero, and I am the agent for the Legacy Homes Project, now known as Village Square. I understand the reasoning for the continuance, and we'll make ourselves available to assist in any way to provide any information necessary. However, I would like to state that the public needs to start playing fair with facts, and no trees were torn down, trees were trimmed. We did not remove trees. And we are having a meeting tomorrow night with our neighbors in an attempt to show them exactly how much community input has been received on behalf of this project over a 3-year approval process, and the fact that this project is part of the Los Alamos Community Plan, and it has had environmental review literally every 5 years since 2005. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Romero. And I just wanted to remind the audience that the rules of decorum are that we express support or opposition silently. If you're expressing support, since you're going to be here for public comment, you can feel free to go like that. And we don't have a version of that for opposition. You just suck it up. Okay. Madam Clerk, please read A27 into the record.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 27 is to consider recommendations regarding the removal of Susan Keller from the Montecito Planning Commission.
And is there any public comment on this?
We do. We have 2 requests to speak. Let's begin on Zoom with Paula Lopez Ochoa.
Please proceed, Paula.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Paula Lopez Ochoa, and I speak today as a resident of the 1st District in Santa Barbara County in support of Susan Keller and against her proposed removal from the Montecito Planning Commission. I've known Ms. Keller for more than 25 years from our work on the KEYT Unity Telethon, as well as being a board member and performer on the Santa Barbara Revels, the nonprofit she founded. Susan graduated from Stanford University cum laude and then from UCLA Law School. In the years since she moved to Santa Barbara County, she has been involved with and served on numerous boards and commissions and was even honored by the Montecito Rotary Club as Citizen of the Year. I have known her to be a caring woman, invested in the improvement of our community. I've seen Ms. Keller in action, working beside her, producing and appearing in shows, and also through our fundraising work on the Rebels board. I was quite dismayed to hear she was being asked to suddenly resign from the Montecito Planning Commission with just 1 year left on her term. I'm baffled as to why Supervisor Williams would ask her to step down, and after her refusal to take the steps to ask the full board to remove her, especially since he reappointed her just a year ago and even offered her a position on another commission just a few months ago. It seems as if Supervisor Williams had a problem with her service, he would have not taken these steps and these actions. At the very least, the request to suddenly have her removed without any cause, a mature woman, one of only 2 women on the commission with years of service in this county, does not have the right optics. I respectfully ask that you deny Supervisor Williams' request and allow Ms. Keller to serve out the remainder of her term. Thank you for listening to me this morning.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we also have Susan Keller here in person.
Ms. Keller.
Good morning, supervisors.
I am greatly disturbed by the manner in which this unprecedented, not justified action for my removal from the MPC has developed, and by the message it sends to both potential and serving commissioners. When two commissioners conspire and threaten to resign unless another commissioner is forced to resign, this undermines the credibility and viability of the commission. Such behavior, if condoned and supported by this board, creates an atmosphere of intimidation and constitutes a chilling effect on the free and open discussion, the expression of positions and opinions, and the effective resolution of disagreement that is essential to a well-functioning commission. Removal of a commissioner is so unusual in this board's history that there should be egregious behavior to support it. However, this action seems to be based on purely personal reasons. As the targeted commissioner, I refused to resign mid-term, absent a valid presentation of my failure to comply with my responsibilities. On Naomi Schwartz's first district task force in 2002, I helped develop the ordinance language that created the MPC, so I know my responsibilities. The MPC was established as an independent, apolitical decision-making body. It is not a rubber stamp for recommendations of the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. Commissioners should not accept county staff recommendations without question, amendment, or possible disagreement, and they may develop positions that are not necessarily those of their supervisor, given the possibility of conflicting constituent concerns or political pressures that might be contrary to the Montecito community's best interests. 3 years ago on the MPC, these same two commissioners and their male colleague tried to block the female vice chair from her expected move to the chair position. I opposed their action as being unfair. While that attempt ultimately failed, this current attack on the other female commissioner creates a perception of sexist behavior that this board cannot allow. Otherwise, mature, articulate women on commissions would start guarding and censoring their opinions and words for fear of offending some male colleagues. And well-qualified younger women would hesitate to enter into commission service and face possible reprisal. Supervisor Williams reappointed me to the MPC a year ago and offered me a position on another commission less than a month ago. Previously, he has given me no warning nor indication of any criticism or failure regarding my work with the MPC. It is reasonable to assume that he would support my plan to complete my term if these two commissioners had not said they would resign. I am willing to endure this formal and very public process of removal because I believe so strongly that commissioners trying to coerce another's resignation by threats sets a dangerous precedent. I do not believe this is the result you want for Santa Barbara County. I call on you to oppose this action for my removal, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? I'll just say for my part, Ms. Keller, I have no questions for you.
Thank you.
That there have been some personal and I suppose disagreements over the function of the Montecito Planning Commission for some time. Ms. Keller has expressed some of the previous events, and in that previous event, of course, I supported my planning commissioner, Donna Senauer, and Ms. Keller's position. But there have been tit for tat attempts to remove commissioners, including one just a year ago where Ms. Keller tried to remove a commissioner. So it is an unfortunate dynamic. It has affected the function of the Montecito Planning Commission. It's affected the willingness for people in the community to serve on the Montecito Planning Commission. And as alluded to, I attempted to solve the problem by attempting to find a county-wide appointment that would be suitable to Ms. Keller, because previous to this issue, I have had a good relationship with her and supported her. and appreciate her work in the community. But I think this is really about the functioning of the institution. And I have requested advice both from the planning commissioners themselves and from the staff that staff the planning commission. And I believe that this is going to ultimately be the best way to move forward. To me, it largely boils down to a math game. It's, do I keep 2 commissioners or do I keep 1? And the one that was planning on only serving 1 more year. And so I want a Montecito Planning Commission that functions for the long term, functions with, alacrity for the many applicants whose livelihood and lives depend on its function.
I've got comment.
Mr. Lavanino.
Thank you. So my first board meeting, this actually happened to me. I removed a slate of individuals and they came to public comment and publicly chastised me, and Supervisor Farr stood up for me. And she said that appointees serve at the will of the supervisor, regardless if it's personal, political, whatever the reason is. Supervisor Williams has the ability and the right and the duty actually to have people that he appoints that he's comfortable with. And for whatever reason this happened, it's his call and I will be supporting him on this. But I guess what kind of disturbs me a little bit is trying to couch it in kind of a anti, that somehow Supervisor Williams has some sort of anti-feminine bias when he has such a long history of supporting women in this community. That argument for me falls apart pretty quickly. So I feel bad for Ms. Keller. And I know Supervisor Williams would rather be any place in the world right now than having to do this. But that's part of this job. And we have a long list of appointments we have to fill. Sometimes things just don't work out and it puts you in a really bad situation. And that's kind of where we're at right now. But it's your call. And I know it was a tough one and I'll support you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'm not a huge fan of committees that are exclusively appointed by a single supervisor. I got my Los Alamos friends here today, and they've talked to me over the last year about Law Pack. And one of my concerns about that all along has been that I would be the person appointing every member of this committee. And so I don't, one of the reasons why I find that somewhat dysfunctional is because at the end of the day, the responsibility lies on the elected official. We're accountable to, for you, the community of Montecito and the first district. And so these appointments are yours. I would like the same type of respect for my colleagues, and I'm sure I would hope that I would receive that. So with that, Supervisor Williams, I respect your decision making. The people of the first district put you in that place to make these tough decisions, and so I'll be supporting any motion that you've brought forward.
Yes, Supervisor Capps.
Chair Williams, I hear the argument that this is your appointment, and I certainly don't have any intel on what's actually at stake here, nor should I, as not representing this area. But I do want to just speak to the broader issue that's been raised of women on commissions. Not specific to this situation, not at all insinuating at all that this is what's been at play. But when I was chair of the Women's Commission, it is still a factor that the commissions that carry more juice, more weight, like planning commissions, are predominantly held by men. And it's something that we continue to work on. Ms. Ochoa, who just spoke, is president of the Santa Barbara Women's Political Committee. They help get the word out. We all need to be doing our best. And I just wanted to take that opportunity while deferring to your judgment here on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a point well taken and should be always in our minds, both the diversity of gender and age on our commissions, I think are incredibly important, and class, but I think gender is sometimes the most one that you go, it's a no-brainer. It should be close to 50-50. So Is there any request to vote separately on this item? Seeing none. A31.
Supervisor Williams and members of the board, administrative item 31, 34, and 35 are resolutions to be presented at today's hearing. If you don't have any issue, maybe we can take those public comments once those resolutions are presented.
So I will take a motion on the consent calendar.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And just for clarity, that includes the request to continue
A20.
32 and A24 and
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 A25.
A25. great. Okay. Then we have 3 resolutions for presentation. A31.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 30 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Brian Swanson upon his retirement from the probation department after 28 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Brian Swanson. If you will please join us at the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Brian graduated high school in Santa Cruz, then served 4 years in the U.S. Air Force, working in medical administration and personnel, and was honorably discharged at the rank of sergeant, following by 2 years in Fresno working as a counselor with heroin addicts. And whereas Brian graduated from the California State University, Fresno, with a Bachelor's of Science and Master's of Science degrees in criminology. He then relocated to the Central Coast and became a juvenile services officer with San Luis Obispo County Probation at Juvenile Hall, and then moved to adult supervision, where he supervised felony probation cases for 8 years as an armed officer. And whereas Brian was promoted to supervising deputy probation officer and served in a variety of assignments, including the juvenile supervision over placement, intake, investigations, and court hearing officer, and specialized assignments, including personnel investigations, requests for proposal development, legislation analysis, and program reviews. And whereas Brian served 14 and a half years with San Luis Obispo County before accepting a manager position with the Santa Barbara County in 2008, where he worked a variety of assignments, including juvenile division manager for North County operations, superintendent of Juvenile Justice Center, and juvenile division operations countywide, where he oversaw the development and implementation of many initiatives related to youth in foster care, the expansion of the division and the use of risk assessment, and the implementation of evidence-based practices. He is concluding his 14 years of service to Santa Barbara County as a probation manager with the adult division overseeing pretrial assessment and probation report and resource centers and court services. And whereas, after over 28 years of public service on the Central Coast, Brian plans to spend his retirement with his family in Arroyo Grande, where he will relearn Spanish, read up on California history, explore and travel the country, and see if he has what it takes to be a premier coffee bean roaster. Now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes and congratulates Brian Swanson upon his retirement from service to the County of Santa Barbara Probation Department, passed and adopted today.
Chair Williams and Supervisors, Holly Benton, Deputy Chief Probation Officer, here today on behalf of Chief Heitman. Brian was one of the first probation managers I met when I began work with this department in 2018. And right away, I was taken with his wry sense of humor and his quick wit. Over the next few years, as we worked with our team in juvenile services to transform our work, Brian displayed daily many of the talents he possessed as a manager: a calm steadiness in the face of change, an ability to explain and help to steer each new policy or task, and most importantly, a willingness to offer his honest opinions about the process and an openness to moving in a new direction. We were fortunate to have had Brian's managerial wisdom and leadership to rely on during that wave of change. When I moved to adult, I worked with Brian again there, and it was a rare division meeting where our team did not find ourselves laughing together as we went about our work, sometimes at Brian's quick jokes. He has been referred to as the team dad and as a caring mentor to his staff, and those things are both true. But I see him as a key part of each division team I've been a part of since I joined Santa Barbara County. There is no doubt his contributions will be missed. While I'm happy for him to pursue his passions in retirement, I personally will miss his daily presence in our workspace very much. On behalf of Chief Heitman and the exec team, Brian, congratulations on your retirement.
Well, thank you to the board and to the county for providing this opportunity or these opportunities to recognize and highlight people's accomplishments and to recognize an important milestone. It's been an honor for me to have spent the majority of my professional life in the field of probation. It's a unique and honorable profession where you sometimes see people at their worst and most desperate, but where you often see people at their best. And it's there that the probation department, performed by some of the people you see here today, does their best and most important work helping people achieve become better people, be the people they want to be, overcome barriers and challenges, and move on with their lives in a different and more positive direction. So while I believe that truly, I also wanted to say that as a plug for the department as you go into budget negotiations, you can remember that. It has been a privilege to work for two very great probation departments.
Still batting for the department.
Absolutely. I wish I could combine the two agencies I've worked with and take the best from both of them. The fact is, they're both wonderful departments. It has been a privilege to work for Santa Barbara County, and I am honored to have retired from Santa Barbara County. It is a wonderful department with a lot of very great people. And again, some of whom you see here today and some of whom are out there working as we speak. So again, thank you. I would like to say more, but I have a honeydew list that's growing by the hour, so I best get to it. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Item A31. Unless there is public comment.
We have no further requests to speak for that item. Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 31 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution recognizing the Lompoc Veteran Memorial Building Foundation for leadership in renovating the Lompoc Veterans Memorial Building. Joining us in person, we have Alice Milligan, Frank Grubb, Susan Warstrom, Frank Campo, Norm Fuggs, Scott Hodgkins, Ernie McCutchinson, Ken Ostini, Tyler Perry, Don Ramirez, and via Zoom, we have Susan Lindman, Carrie Hansen, and Dwayne Haldall. If you will all please join us at the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas in 2008, Supervisor Joni Gray appointed Alice Milligan, retired associate superintendent of the Lompoc Unified School District, to coordinate the renovation of the Lompoc Veterans Memorial Building, which was originally constructed in 1936 through the Works Progress Administration, fulfilling a dream of local veterans of the First World War. And whereas Ms. Milligan began by forming the nonprofit Lompoc Veterans Memorial Building Foundation and selecting a committee that met monthly until the renovation was completed. Whereas the foundation oversaw the designation of the Veterans Memorial Building as a historic building of significance. And whereas the foundation received numerous grants, the most substantial from the Wood Claysons, Hudson Parker, and Santa Barbara Foundation and Lompoc Rotary, and a community development block grant and Home Depot. And whereas renovations included re-roofing, overhauling the electrical system and installing lighting chandeliers, refinishing floors, renovating restrooms, resurfacing the east parking lot, constructing an accessible entrance, and adding a heating system. And whereas Home Depot enlisted more than 300 Central Coast employees to gut and remodel the kitchen into a catering kitchen. And whereas, with approval from the warden, the Lompoc Federal Penitentiary Penitentiary provided supervised inmates with opportunity to volunteer their talents, and their contributions included repainting the building and auditorium, refinishing woodwork projects, and upholstering furniture. And whereas the foundation commissioned Art Fulton Leroy Washington for 3 murals in the building: American flag raising at Hiroshima, Honda Point disaster, and Guardian Seal of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And whereas the foundation finished the renovation in 7 years at a cost of just over $2 million. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara commends the outstanding efforts of the Lompokes Veteran Memorial Building Foundation and recognizes their work as a model for the beautification of other aging veteran buildings. Now therefore be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaims that the following individuals are recognized for their tireless efforts in completing the renovation: Benny Aguilar, Mozart Booker, Frank Campo, Norm Fuggs, Carrie Hansen, Dwayne Homdell, Ernie Hutchinson, Richard Langley, Susan Lindman, Bob Ling, Kathy McCall, Joe McCormick, Ken Ostini, Tyler Perry, Susan Warstrom, who served as secretary, and Scott Hoskins, Santa Barbara County Facilities Manager, who provided invaluable service and expert knowledge and so much of his time. The board would especially like to acknowledge the foundation committee leadership: Alice McGillen, who served as chair project coordinator, Frank Grubb, who served as treasurer and grant writer, and Don Ramirez, who committed time and talent from the beginning to the very end of the renovation, passed and adopted today.
Yes, I'd like to take this opportunity to go first. These people have accomplished something absolutely incredible. It's been a public-private partnership that has protected an area. They're motivated by the historic value of the building, by the community value of that building, and none of them are veterans. They did this as citizens, in part because they recognize that veterans who serve our country make a sacrifice not only in the time of service, but also in the burden that they carry when they come back, and how very important it is to have spaces where they can interact with each other and share what only they understand. And so these people work together to generate support, staff to come work. Scott Hoskins, sometimes government people want to just do it themselves, but we can do so much more if we partner with people in the community. And so this has been an effort that I think is a model for other historic buildings and veterans buildings throughout our county. And so I was very eager when I first learned about it, and to bring these people forward so that they could tell about their experience so that others might follow in their steps. So thank you so much. Alex?
Chairman Williams, members of the board, staff, thank you for this wonderful resolution. We are most appreciative. I'm forever indebted to then Supervisor Gray, who appointed me to serve on this committee, many of whom are veterans. It was a wonderful experience working with these people, particularly the veterans. I won't introduce them since they've been introduced. We all consider it a privilege to work on this project. It is a beacon at the end of South 8th Street in Lompoc. We were fortunate to receive great support from grants and entities such as Home Depot and the Bureau of Prisons, who are represented today. The representative from Bureau of Prisons, Jeffrey, Associate Jeffrey Green, and Mr. Bullock from the Home Depot, Okay. And team leader, McBride. They were invaluable. The Home Depot provided a total kitchen for us, basically total kitchen. And the Bureau of Prisons provided labor for us. When I read the history of our forefathers and during getting this project completed, it is an excellent testimony to us now on how to get things done. Believe me, it's an excellent read. While stated in the resolution, I would like to again extend my personal appreciation to Scott Hoskins, County Facility Manager. We could not have accomplished everything we did without his expert knowledge and guidance. He met with us on every month, even though he met outside his working hours and in Lompoc. He was always there to provide his input. Also, I'd like to commend the board for its foresight. Initially, when they employed Adele Vargas for the supervision and maintenance of the facility once it was renovated. She kept the building in pristine condition and it got off to an excellent start. And now it continues to operate beautifully under Suzanne of the Parks Department. We're very proud of this building. We in Lompoc love it, and it's very highly used. And we commend the board for recognizing us, and we were very happy to do this project. We would do it again. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Anybody like thinking? No? They take part as well.
We very much thank you all. It's your collective work that has made it happen. So let's just give one more round of applause. Supervisor Hartman.
I just wanted to say, if you haven't been there, you really should come by and see this. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous building. And Supervisor Nelson had an office there. I now have that office, but and benefit from all the work. But it is a beautiful building with a long history.
Is there any request to speak on that item?
Chair Williams, we have no further requests to speak.
Then we will move on to administrative item 34. Oh, 33, sorry.
Chair
No, we
Williams.
already did 33.
Chair Williams.
Right?
33.
Oh, yeah, 33.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 33 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Barton Clark upon his retirement from the probation department after over 21 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Barton Clark. If you will now join us at the podium, I'll read the resolution into the record. Whereas Barton Clark was born in Bellflower, California, he moved to Santa Maria in second grade and graduated from St. Joseph's High School. He went to Vanguard University, where he earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Religion and worked with youth and families for 12 years in a variety of cities in California as a pastor. And whereas he began his career in the field of probation as an extra help probation assistant in May of 2000 and was hired full-time as a deputy probation officer in February 2021, in 2001. During his career, he worked in all three divisions and in all area offices. And whereas during his career, Manager Clark worked with juveniles in and out of home placement, was the director of probation counseling and education center in Lompoc, and helped launch the probation report and resource center in Santa Maria as a senior deputy probation officer. He later worked as a supervisor of the juvenile placement unit and adult supervisor over both PRRCs, jail assessors, and jail discharge team. And whereas Manager Clark has a passion for teaching, he has a standard and training for corrections instructor for the probation department and was an instructor for both Deputy Probation Officer Corps and Juvenile Institution Officer Corps. He also facilitated leadership courses for a variety of probation departments in the state. And whereas Manager Clark is looking forward to spending time with his wife, Julie, going on camping trips and visiting each of their three children, Faith, Destiny, and Luke. He is also excited to assist a new manager and deputy chief as they work together towards expanding programming and treatment options at the Juvenile Justice Center as he transitions into retirement. Now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Barton Clark for his over 21 years of dedicated service to the field of probation and extends him best wishes for a fulfilling and enjoyable and rewarding retirement, passed and adopted today.
Chair Williams and Supervisors, Holly Benton, Deputy Chief Probation Officer, again here on behalf of Chief Heitman. One of the most important qualities in a manager is the ability to be positive in challenging circumstances, and Barton has certainly exemplified that these last few years. After his promotion to manager, Barton was assigned to our Juvenile Facilities Division, and almost right away, he found himself doing double duty as the manager over both our camp and the Juvenile Justice Center. During the waves of change for our juvenile facilities, there were many demands on Barton's time and attention. And in addition, there were many challenges in maintaining pandemic restrictions and guidelines specific to our juvenile facilities. Throughout this period, Barton brought his positive and calm presence to work. He has dedicated many hours to managing each unique situation. Barton is also appreciated for serving many years on the department's peer support team, where he would offer a shoulder for others to lean on during difficult times. He has been known for his ability to see the positive amidst the challenges and the humor that can lift people's spirits. He was uniquely gifted at encouraging others and brought a sense of happiness and appreciation to each assignment that will be missed. On behalf of the chief and the exec team, many congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Ms. Benton, to Chief Heitman and the executive team. Thank you to the board for this resolution. This means a lot to me because of who is presenting it. I appreciate each of you and the dedication that you give to the communities of our county, the time, the energy, the effort that you put in. So I do truly appreciate that. I want to thank the men and women of the probation department. It's an amazing team, both sworn and non-sworn. It's been my honor to serve with so many of you that I'm looking around today. To those that I grew up with in the department, going back to DPO Corps, to those I've met along the way, to the incredible staff at the facilities and the supervisors. My parents are here. I want to thank them for their continued support in my career and endeavors. My daughter asked me a couple of years ago, she said, "Dad, you could have chosen any number of jobs and listed a number of things and made a lot more money." And I said, yeah, I could have, but I didn't choose a career of profit. I chose a career of service, and I've never regretted that. Most importantly, I want to thank my wife, Julie. Her support through this career made this possible. From nights of being out on the road, doing out-of-home placement visits around the state, to crazy different schedules with field work, to shift work at juvenile hall, to phone calls at all hours of the night and the weekend. She never complained. She was truly supportive. 2 weeks ago, we celebrated our 34th wedding anniversary. And just as I chose a career of service, I am now choosing to spend more time with her. So I look forward to the next 34 years. Thank you to everyone in the department for your help, your support, and your friendship. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. It's not often that, I mean, we often get to do these resolutions for retirees. It's not often that it's somebody that I know pretty well or I'm close to. Not only Bart and I, both graduates of Vanguard University, Bart and I go to the same church, and I got a chance to know his son, Luke, on a mission trip. And he's also the son of Carol Greger. For anybody who knows Carol Greger, she's a force of nature and will be the driving force of eventually a future home for the Orchid Library, permanent home for the Orchid Library. So it's not just a life of service for Barton, it's his entire family, and it's a tradition that continues with his son and his daughters. And I just want to thank you, Barton, for that. Anytime your name is mentioned, it's with a smile that this man has a big heart and lives with integrity. And you are a faithful servant. And thank you for serving our county and our community.
A34.
Supervisor Williams and members of the board. Administrative item 34 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Kayla Peterson and Jeff Schaefer. If you will now join us at the podium, I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that occurs in every state, including California, wherein victims are forced to work in various forms of labor exploitation, including, but not limited to, commercial sex acts and other services that are induced through force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas, due to its isolated and discrete nature, many individuals across the globe are unaware that trafficking exists in their communities. And whereas it is estimated that more than 28 million people around the world are victims of human trafficking. And whereas human trafficking victims face a cruelty that has no place in the civilized world. It is a crime that can take many forms, and one that tears at our social fabric, debases our common humanity, and violates what we stand for as a country. And whereas increased education about how to identify human trafficking, along with increased knowledge of in-state resources and services for those affected by criminal exploitation, can help decrease the number of future victims. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force is committed to using all applicable laws and resources for investigating human trafficking and prosecuting those engaged in it. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force has worked diligently to bring awareness to the fact that human trafficking occurs closer to home than one might think, and that California ranks #1 in the country for reported human trafficking cases, and that Santa Barbara County is home to hundreds of survivors of trafficking and exploitation. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is an opportunity to recognize the critical role that Santa Barbara County residents play in preventing, reporting, and adjudicating those heinous crimes. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Before you go on, I just wanted to make sure that the board and the public knew that, obviously one of the reasons why we do this is that we don't, that we know that this very affront to our humanity is unfortunately prevalent in this county. But in preparation to for this and for our candlelight vigil that we did last week, I got to review some of the incredible work of the task force and our various county departments and partners. And it's really incredible to see you fighting back. And so I want to thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. My name's Megan Reinschild. I'm with the District Attorney's Office, and I head up our Victim Witness Assistance Program and helped form the Human Trafficking Task Force back in 2013. It's hard to believe it's been 10 years. But as has really been demonstrated today, this spirit of collaboration and county partnerships is very alive in this room. And it's not just the county partnerships. We first embarked on writing a grant together, Craig Bonner and I, in 2015, and then were awarded in 2016 a joint grant between the Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney's Office to combat human trafficking. And I'm happy to say that really those efforts, and proud to say, were prompted in large part by some of our faith community members who asked of us as county departments, what are you doing about this? And so really it was an inspiration that grew out of the community. And our nonprofit partners, North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Services, who's here today, and Ann McCarty at the helm, and other nonprofit partners like COM really have been the backbone of these efforts. Although we're a smaller county, I'm proud to say that we have been somewhat of a go-to in terms of best practices and collaboration, not only with our local county partners, our regional partners, Ventura County, San Luis Obispo, but also our federal partners, also the Department of Labor, HSI, Homeland Security, and the FBI. It's really become a collective effort. There's members of the probation department here. I can't thank probation enough for helping us make inroads into the juvenile justice system, where some youth are showing up having been exploited, and working together with behavioral wellness and intersecting and intercepting those survivors. We recognize, and Jeff will talk about this in a minute, that we have a lot to learn still from survivors of trafficking. It is truly a crime of vulnerability, and we're learning about those vulnerabilities every day and how it is that individuals get caught up in this cycle. While the DA's office does not solely define itself by the cases that we prosecute, but by those individuals that we're able to assist in their path and their journey forward. And while we don't necessarily rescue everyone, we do provide some off-ramp for the system in which they find themselves. So I want to thank each and every one of you and our county partners, as well as our nonprofit partners in the faith community, for supporting these efforts. I'm truly appreciative of the work. Thank you.
Chair Williams, members of the Board of Supervisors, county staff, members of the public. Just want to thank you, Supervisor Williams, for recognizing Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and all of you as well. My name is Jeff Schaefer. I'm currently the Santa Barbara Catalyst for Kingdom Causes. That means I get to cause good trouble. I'm a catalyst. Working in partnership with the county's Human Trafficking Task Force to create a strategic plan to tackle sex and labor trafficking in the county. As you know, human trafficking is among the world's fastest growing criminal enterprises, and is estimated to be a $150 billion a year industry. It is a form of modern day slavery that profits from the exploitation of our most vulnerable populations. We cannot knowingly allow this to continue to take root in our county. Many of you know, I can remember being here running the C3H kind of policy councils stuff, and how important it is to tackle homelessness with a strategic plan, countywide, but also neighborhood by neighborhood. And that's similarly to what we want to do, all of our partners, to support the good work of the Human Trafficking Task Force for the efforts in prevention of human trafficking, protection and provision for survivors, and the prosecution of traffickers. We have to match the greed that traffickers have with resources to reduce human trafficking, which means we have to build capacity, and we have to bring forward the wider community in all of our efforts. So we have recently started a new leadership team. So this leadership team is made up of 24 countywide partners. It'll meet every other month. It's there to support the task force and create a strategic plan, and also that strategic plan to be carried out through action groups, which Kayla will speak about in a minute. I'm really also, I'm very excited to say one of the things I learned in homelessness is you really can't do it without bringing in the voices of those people that have experienced homelessness, families and individuals. So one of the things we did right away was raise some funding to bring on board a survivor to our leadership team. So we really want to create a survivor informed system, and that's going to be really important for us long term. So we have somebody who's been through our county-wide kind of partnerships and is able to give us feedback. But we need everyone on board, and this is a countywide collaboration. We need funders to make this a funding priority and join our Funders Collaborative. We need business partners to join our Business Coalition for Survivors. We continue to need faith communities to join our Interfaith Collaborative and find ways to support survivors and passionately educate neighborhoods about the issue. We've even started these human trafficking trafficking action groups on college campuses. We have one on UCSB in Westmont, and we're hoping to get on all college campuses to kind of bring forward young people that know about the issue and want to work to change this as well. And we need political champions. So that's why I look to you for your connections in your regions and in your neighborhoods, and for you to continue to be a voice to support survivors. Anyone can contact me at jeff.schaefer@kingdomcauses.org if you want to get involved. And I want to thank you for recognizing this for our at-risk populations and our young men and women that are being trafficked. Thank you very much.
Chair Williams and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'll be brief. I don't want to reiterate too much of what they shared, but my name is Kayla Peterson, and I have the joy of working with the DA's office and Jeff Schaefer as the Catalytic Program Coordinator for Kingdom Causes in Santa Barbara County to assist in the coordination of the Human Trafficking Task Force. Thank you for your recognition of the issue of human trafficking that impacts our county. As you know, the agencies at work preventing this issue, providing much needed services to survivors, and moving the needle on policy change and prosecution efforts could not do this work without the support of elected officials like yourselves. In partnership with the agencies that have been engaged in this work in our county since 2013, I say thank you. My role with the task force will be to support the development of the leadership team's 3-year strategic plan to tackle sex and labor trafficking countywide. I'll be working with members of this leadership team to support the existing action groups and launch new action groups that address specific aspects of trafficking locally. The existing action groups include data and evaluation, education, and the Interfaith Collaborative, and each of these work in these specific pockets with subject matter experts to move the needle forward. These groups will carry out other groups that will convene are the Housing and Shelter Action Group, Labor Action Group, and Medical Action Group. And these groups will carry out the concrete priorities identified by the leadership team. The leadership team began meeting this month, and the energy around these efforts has been inspiring and meaningful. We are excited to continue this momentum in the action groups beginning in February and March. We know that there are numerous challenges to this work: limited staff capacity for frontline service providers, consistent and diverse funding sources, and more. We invite your continued support for and advocacy on behalf of the survivors already being served in our county and the survivors yet to be identified. This is how we will move toward countywide awareness and action. Thank you again for your support of the anti-trafficking efforts taking place in our county.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you so much for all the work that you do, bringing something that many of us don't think about day in and day out. One of the purposes of resolutions like this is to educate all of us. And I was surprised to learn in a recent discussion with Jeff and Kayla how significant labor trafficking is. And I wonder if you would elaborate a little bit about that. And 2 other questions. The other is there a nationality or an ethnic group that seems most prominent in Santa Barbara County? And what should ordinary people be on the lookout for if something is off? Maybe this person doesn't have full free will. Could you comment about those things?
Yeah, we know statistically that labor trafficking across the nation's 80% of trafficking is related to labor trafficking, about 20% is related to sex trafficking. I think as far as labor trafficking, I don't know if Eliana wants to, I don't know if she's still here. Eliana may be able to come up and speak specifically to some of the work she's already been doing, but that's one of the reasons we've created a new labor trafficking action group, is to kind of delve more into what's happening in our county and bring more people together to figure out what we can do about it.
Thank you. So my name is Ileana Anda. I'm with the District Attorney's Victim Assistance Program. I'm a manager and also help manage some of the grants administratively, but also support with first response. And so since we began this work, labor trafficking, our numbers aren't highlighting what's actually out there because it's so difficult to identify. These individuals aren't necessarily coming forward and saying, I'm being labor trafficked. It's more of a masking as a wage and hour issue, which is why we work so closely with our Department of Labor partners and our Homeland Security partners, because it's really being masked as something else. Maybe they're thinking it's an immigration issue, or like I said, they're not being paid enough. But really what we're seeing now, because we have so many visa workers coming in with H-2A, migrant labor, and we're kind of a corridor as well here on the Santa Maria area, Santa Barbara County, with workers traveling up and down the coast through seasons. It might not be here that they're being trafficked, but maybe in Kern County, Fresno County, Sacramento County, and then they're, coming here for a season. So really, as a county and as an action group, what we're trying to do is just educate, because that's really where we're going to be able to identify individuals, is if we educate not only ourselves as a community of what labor trafficking is, but the individuals that possibly are in those situations. And it could be a historical situation that could have happened 5 years ago. And they don't realize that that's the situation that they were in. And now they're in a good working relationship and safe. But, when they got here to whatever, California or whatever working situation, that's what they experienced. And so just even educating the community on what that is, and trying to differentiate the difference between smuggling and trafficking. That's a big one. Smuggling is a crime against the border. It's when you cross the border illegally and you're brought here. And trafficking is against the person. It's against the individual. You don't have to cross a border. You don't have to cross state lines. It's just the crime is committed against the person. So that's really going to be going forward. Part of our strategic plan with the task force is really educating the community so that we're able to identify better. In terms of your second question about demographics for our county, it does not discriminate. And so we've seen minors, we've seen children, we've seen adults, 18, 20, 21, 34, 45 years old involved in this life. Predominantly women, but it does not mean that it's not happening to males. It's just they're a little harder to identify or come forward and say that they're part of this life. And in terms of ethnicity, no, primarily Caucasian, primarily Hispanic, just because of, the community that we're in. We do see a lot of the individuals that we're working with, because we're a corridor, they're from the Fresno Valley or San Diego, Los Angeles, and they're traveling through to get to the bigger cities. But we do also have a lot of, I don't have the exact numbers, but we can get those to your office, resident counties that are in the juvenile justice system and that are involved and then becoming adults and continuing in this lifestyle. And so that's where the work with probation and behavioral wellness to intercept these minors before they become adults and continue is really important. Yeah, thank you.
And we do have one public comment on this item.
We'll move to Santa Barbara with ePlanet Thunderstriker.
I thank you. I'm very fortunate because I was going to gloss over this during my general public comments. So now sex trafficking is like more than drugs. I also have a concern that the governor reduced the incarceration rates for violent crimes. And one thing I was going to talk about during my general public comments is that I heard about Reconquista in the early 90s from Mexicans in Tucson, Arizona. I don't think that it's discussed on the conservative Republican talk shows. Those people are just chasing a dollar bill around on a string. Mexico has the world's 10th largest pollution rate. So they have infrastructure. Their peso value has gone up 10, 100, I think maybe it's actually like a few hundred times since the 70s or 80s. And I don't think that it's just a coincidence that California is a sanctuary state, and we also have the highest sex trafficking rate. I also want to point out that the baby boomers' parents will tell you how their generations didn't even lock their doors. The baby boomers are all 17-year-olds. If it feels good, do it. And that what has brought our country from people who didn't lock their doors to complete barbarism. I mean, we're a leading superpower, and we're dealing with sex trafficking, criminal sex, and violence where we're now letting them go. And I'm asking myself, when the governor makes this proclamation to reduce the incarceration rates for violence, how does that benefit our UCSB students when they graduate? Well, it doesn't. And I'm going to have a lot of other things on my general public comments that clearly there's a lot of, you know what?
Thank you. We will move on to administrative item 35. Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 35 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming January 27, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in Santa Barbara County. Joining us in person, we have Jill Goldborn and Jana Zimmer. Joining us via Zoom, we have Dan Meisel. I will now turn this item over to Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Capps.
Supervisor Capps. Thank you. It's my honor to read this with Supervisor Hartman. Whereas the Holocaust was state-sponsored, systematic persecution and annihilation of European Jewry by Nazi Germany and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945, in which 6 million Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews were murdered, among which were 1.5 million children, and Roma gypsies, people with disabilities, and Poles were targeted for destruction or decimation for racial, ethnic, or national reasons. And millions more, including LGBTQ+ individuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviet prisoners of war, political dissidents, journalists, and judges, also suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny. And
whereas the United States Congress has long honored the fact that the armies of the United States were the primary discoverers of the locations used for extermination, the records of the systematic genocide, and the few survivors of the Holocaust. And
whereas the historic perspective of the nation has been clearly affected by this event in such a way that historians, the United States Congress, and the courts generally recognize the Holocaust as an occurrence, not only of European history, but also of the history of the United States. And
whereas of those few survivors of the Holocaust, many subsequently immigrated to the United States, and they and their descendants now form an integral, valued part of our society. And
whereas, notwithstanding these well-recognized historical truths, there are those in contemporary society in the United States and the world who, for purposes of sowing hatred, disruption, and division, and to justify continuing discrimination, not only against Jews, but against other minority populations and peoples, persist in denying them. And
whereas those who do not remember history are condemned to repeat it. And
whereas the history of the Holocaust offers an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments. And
whereas it is the moral responsibility of every American government agency and every citizen to not only remember history, but to stand together with vulnerable populations and against distortion and denial, to model not only tolerance, but also acceptance, and to educate future generations. And
whereas we, the people of the County of Santa Barbara, should actively rededicate ourselves to the principles of individual freedom in a just society.
Whereas pursuant to the United Nations General Assembly's unanimously adopted resolution designating January 27th as Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in Santa Barbara County.
Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County, State of California, this 24th day of January 2023.
Thank you so much. I believe we have on the telephone Dan Meisel, who's the regional director of the ADL. I am on the board of ADL, and I just wanted to say a couple things about how important recognizing this day is. I'm sure everyone here is aware of the amount of Holocaust denial going on in our government, in our communities. Also aware of some anti-Semitic incidents that occurred in the San Ynez Valley and most recently in Santa Barbara with the flyers. And that is how I came to the ADL, because my son was at the high school, San Ynez, since graduated and in college, and he was the only Jewish kid at the high school and suffered anti-Semitic experiences. And Dan and the ADL came to join the community, and that's how I got introduced and then invited to be on the board. Not just about anti-Semitism, but about hatred for all marginalized communities. And we've experienced that as well in Santa Ynez and in Santa Barbara County with the burning of the gay pride flag and some other things like that. So I just felt it important to read Elie Wiesel. If you don't know who he was a Nobel Prize winner, and he wrote over 50 books, including Night, which was his experience of being in Auschwitz as a teenager. And when he accepted the Nobel Prize in the late 80s, he said, "We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are endangered, when human dignity is in jeopardy, national borders and sensitivities become irrelevant. Wherever men or women are persecuted because of their race, religion, or political views, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe." So thank you for helping Santa Barbara be a part of that. And now I'll turn it over to Dan, who has some comments as well.
Mr. Mizell. Good morning, Chair Williams and supervisors. Thank you, Supervisors Hartman and Capps, for sponsoring this resolution, for all of your collective support of it, and for this opportunity to address you. Thank you as well to Yana Zimmer, Mary O'Gorman, and our board member, Joe Goldwarn, for their advocacy on this issue. I serve as regional director of the Santa Barbara Tri-Counties Office of the Anti-Defamation League, a leading anti-hate organization with a 110-year mission to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and to secure justice and fair treatment for all. Recognizing International Holocaust Remembrance Day is important to honor the memory and tragedy of those who experienced genocide, extreme anti-Semitism, and other forms of bigotry. It's also important to reinforce the lessons we learned from that era to address and prevent identity-based hate. The number of living survivors from whom we can hear of those events firsthand is sadly dwindling, so we must commit ourselves to preserving and continuing to explore and to tell these truths. When addressing this board last January in support of its passage of a similar resolution, I noted that anti-Semitism historically increases in times of political polarization and distrust in government institutions. The news since then is therefore not surprising, but still sad and very troubling. Last May, ADL's annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents reported over 2,700 credible anti-Semitic incidents in 2021, a 34% increase over 2020, and the highest on record since ADL began its annual reporting in 1979. Our regional office also experienced a 34% increase in anti-Semitic incidents reported in the Tri-Counties. Incidents in Santa Barbara County included hateful slurs and assaults targeting Jewish individuals, anti-Semitic vandalism and graffiti in public parks, bus stops, and a popular bike path, and virulently anti-Semitic flyers distributed in multiple Santa Barbara neighborhoods only a month ago. ADL also just released a survey of anti-Semitic attitudes in the United States, which found that 20% of the diverse pool surveyed believed in 6 or more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. That's double the number of respondents only a few years earlier and the highest number in 3 decades. These survey responses occurred before one of America's most followed influencers tweeted tropes about Jewish control of industries and another minority's voice, and then dined with former President Trump, along with a lesser-known white supremacist. That is the opposite of condemnation. And we've seen how dangerous some of these tropes can be. The false notion of Jewish control fueled the deadly anti-Semitic attacks in Pittsburgh and Poway and the hostage crisis in Colleyville. Effective response starts with words. Clear support for the Jewish community and condemnation of anti-Semitism are important, particularly from our public officials. And this resolution is important, for the absence of words leaves anti-Semitism unchecked and allows our memory and understanding of the most extreme examples of it to fade. Words alone, however, cannot stem the rise of anti-Semitism. Many of the factors that contribute to rising anti-Semitism also negatively impact other minority or marginalized communities. And we've seen a rise in hate crimes and incidents against those groups as well. We therefore urge the following actions by the board to help address and prevent bigoted attitudes in the county. First, to join future resolutions in honor of this day with proposed action items designed to address or prevent hate and bigotry in the county. Second, to direct the county administrator to survey county staff each year, if the county does not already, on whether the county's own practices and policies are respectful of minority and marginalized populations and cultures, and report results of these surveys to the board. Third, to direct the county administrator to provide proposals for education of current county staff about anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry, and to do so as part of orientation for new staff going forward. In this way, the county can model preventative measures for its constituent employers. And fourth, to direct the county administrator to explore the reestablishment of the Human Relations Commission, which existed from 1991 to 2008, to focus on addressing and preventing hate crimes and incidents in the county. Los Angeles County's LA versus Hate initiative, a product of its Human Relations Commission, could serve as a guiding example of an effective structure for enabling reporting of incidents and organized access to a network of community resources in response. Thank you all again for your support of the proposed resolution, your commitment to addressing and preventing anti-Semitism, and your support for minority and marginalized groups in Santa Barbara County.
Thank you, Mr. Mizell. Ms. Zimmer.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jana Zimmer. First, I want to thank Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Capps for sponsoring this resolution this year, commemorating International Holocaust Remembrance Day. For me, it's not just symbolic. It represents an incredibly important and much needed statement of solidarity, not only with Jews, but with other marginalized communities. I would like to note that I was able to buy my home here in Santa Barbara, my first and only home, because my mother, as a survivor of Terezin, Auschwitz, and Mauthausen, contributed her first reparations payment from Germany to the down payment. My father, also a survivor of Terezin and Auschwitz and the Gleiwitz death march, told me at the time that whatever I do, I must hold on to this house. So I have. At the end of her life, my mother lived with us and died peacefully in her own bed in the house she helped buy. Hardly anybody remembers, but I do. The county first acknowledged the need to remember the Holocaust in 1990. I know because I worked with the Jewish Federation, community leaders, and then supervisors Miyoshi, Ochoa, Owens, Wallace, and Rogers to make that happen. Supervisor Miyoshi's immediate support for the idea was especially poignant because he had been imprisoned as a child at the Gila Bend internment camp. At that time, I felt relatively safe in this country as a Jew. Holocaust denial existed, but had seemed on the wane. In 1981, early in my career, I had participated pro bono on a case called Mermelstein versus the Institute for Historical Review, in which the court granted our request for judicial notice that the Holocaust was a fact, much like the fact that the sun rises in the east. I never imagined that now, entering my own old age, I would be fearful of the future, fearful that my own grandchildren, the fourth generation after Auschwitz, could be marginalized and threatened in California in the 21st century. I feel very strongly that not only Jews, but their or our allies in the non-Jewish community need to step up our game if we're to avoid future calamities. It is so important that the majority white Christian community step up to be both visible and vocal allies. So I'm doubly grateful that your board is setting an example by articulating specifically in your resolution that the Holocaust has been recognized as an event not only of European history, but of American history. Because American troops liberated the camps, because American jurists participated in the Nuremberg trials, because concentration camp survivors came here and built new lives, and they and their offspring carry the trauma in their genes, and because we are under threat, it is not enough anymore to take a moment to acknowledge history. So in addition to adopting this resolution, for which I'm very grateful, we are requesting that you investigate and consider affirmative steps to go beyond remembrance to meaningful action, to make sure that county government is respectful to the maximum degree possible, not only of the Jewish community, but other communities who have been marginalized. For these reasons, I strongly support the action steps that ADL has recommended. Thank you very much, especially to Supervisor Hartman and CAPS. Oh, and I meant to say at the beginning, I reviewed the resolution that was adopted last year, and I especially appreciated Super Lavanino's comments about his visit to the museum. Thank you.
And before you leave, Yana, if I may, Chair Williams,
Absolutely.
I mean, knowing about this, understanding about this, you have a new book that talks about your history. And I'd like you to just spend a minute telling us what's in that book, because it's been really well reviewed, and I think it grounds us.
Thank you. I wasn't going to bring that up, but it's called Chocolates from Tangier. It's a memoir, but it's a multi-genre piece because it incorporates excerpts from both my parents' life stories. I had the foresight, thankfully, to ask each of them way back in 1981 to write out their own life stories. It was a time when nobody was really talking about the Holocaust, and I was afraid to talk about it myself. So it includes excerpts from their life stories, my own artwork, my own reminiscences, memories of childhood, and so forth. And it really was an exercise in finding my voice, finally, after all these years, to speak about this. It's been very difficult. It's still difficult to speak about it. But that's what's out there.
Thank you for speaking about it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zimmer. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Normally, when a resolutions like this is presented, I don't have a lot to say because we do have a lot of work to do and our agendas are impacted. And so I'm normally silent, letting my colleagues carry the water a little bit. But as we've seen such an incredible rise in anti-Semitic rhetoric and behavior in this country and around the globe, I feel compelled to raise my voice as another person who rises to condemn it. As many of you know, some of you might know, I unfortunately had to attend a very strict cultish school as a child, and I can remember the anti-Semitic propaganda that we were forced to read. The Holocaust denying book, The Myth of the 6 Million, was required reading. This school, like many other anti-Semitic organizations, attempted to poison the young minds entrusted to them. Young people are not naturally racist or bigoted. They have to be taught to hate. It's interesting when I was reading about this resolution, I went back and I looked at the Southern Poverty Law Center, and this school is ranked in their top 12 of anti-Semitic organizations. Thank God I was an independent free thinker, and I have spent my entire adult life educating myself about the Holocaust, reading numerous survivors' biographies, and trying to understand more about what drove human beings to carry out such atrocities. I've had the good fortune to visit the museums of tolerance both in LA and Washington, D.C., and I encourage everyone to try to get to one if you can. It's time for all of us to stand up against the vocal minority in this country. We have to answer their message of bigotry with a message of acceptance, and I'm very proud to have my name at the bottom of this resolution. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, for sharing that. I'm touched that this is my first resolution as a County Board of Supervisors member. It means a lot to me. I had a different childhood upbringing where I was blessed to learn that about all religions. And Elie Wiesel was quoted at the dinner table. And I was taught to believe that one's own faith is only strengthened by tolerance, by humanity, by service. And I now see that in my own child, that you're exactly right. Children are not born with hate and with racism, with anti-Semitism. It's particularly fitting that we're doing this now. And I want to thank Dan Meisel and Jana Zimmer and yourself for being here, not just when polarization is high and anti-Semitism is on the rise, but every day, all the ins and outs. I know we are all so disheartened and disgusted and disbelief that it's happening here in Santa Barbara County, but that's why we need to talk about the Holocaust. We need to keep this front and center. And I thank Ms. Zimmer for her advocacy to make sure that it's taught well in our schools, because that's where it begins. So I hear the words that this resolution is important for the words, because words matter, but the action steps is what we need to do next. And I am committed to helping however I can. Thank you, Chair Williams.
Supervisor Hartman.
I first would like to ask our CEO, Miyasato, if she would comment about what we now do in terms of surveying staff about our practices and education for staff, particularly new staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So we have a couple of things that we do. We survey our departments, all staff, through an employee engagement survey, and we ask questions about how they're treated and whether the respectful behavior is practiced in their work teams of their department. And this year we introduced doing an equity and inclusion survey. So we are looking specifically at the issues brought up about are they experiencing any type of bias, any type of feelings of discrimination of marginalized groups, their own attitudes. And so we just started that and we're still waiting for the results. And we hope to continue to do that at least once or every other year. And we have training, as you know, Marilena De Guevara, our HR director, had brought forward the JOIN proposal that we started, which is training specifically on these issues about bias. And I will, after this meeting, I'll talk to her and saying how much anti-Semitism is included as part of that training. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And Chair Williams, if I might just follow quickly. I live in the San Ynez Valley, and we have had several incidents, and we were so grateful to have ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, to consult with, because they come in and do an assessment and kind of how serious is this issue, and what is the best way? Do you confront it directly, or are there indirect ways that deal with it better? Anyway, it's one of the most professional, helpful organizations. And if anybody else is experiencing this in organizations that you're a part of, reach out to ADL, contribute to ADL, be an ally of ADL.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'm blessed to have one of my best friends be a Jewish heritage, as well as my brother-in-law, whose grandfather was a survivor of the Holocaust, and brought his family eventually to the Central Coast, and has been serving our community in public service as well. So it's been great to get to hear those stories firsthand and get the honor and think about today. I want to thank Supervisor Hartman and CAPS for the moving reading of that resolution. I think that's the first time I've heard that at the Board of Supervisors meeting, and I think that was special, and I really appreciate you guys doing that. And I want to add my voice as an elected official to condemn anti-Semitic behavior and words, and help, and against all behavior of hatred of all peoples. I think it's important that all of us, make that declaration, and I proudly do that here today. And as the resolution says, I renew my commitment to the principles of individual freedom in a just society. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will go to public comment here in a moment. I also wanted to speak. One of the most moving experiences I've ever had as an elected official was being asked to go to Israel, and during that time going to the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Jerusalem, which is one of the most moving experiences that I could advise people to take on. I believe Holocaust scholarship is enormously important, and I appreciate Ms. Zimmer for adding her voice on that body of knowledge, because the lesson of history is that these things are not in the past, that the level of scale and savagery of the Holocaust is unique, but not the fundamental, unfathomable darkness that led to it, nor the savagery that will repeat. So that it is really not our past, but it is our future unless we stand against it. And so I think it is incumbent upon us as a people to take that stand and renew that stand constantly. We'll go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have Suzanne Levy.
Hello, Chair Williams and members of the board and county staff. I'm Suzanne Levy. I'm a newly appointed member of the Women's Commission, a member of the Board of Trustees at Hancock College. But I'm speaking to you as the immediate past president of Temple Bethel in Santa Maria. Temple Bethel has been an active part of the Jewish community of Santa Maria for almost 70 years. We have had many Holocaust survivors and children and grandchildren of survivors as members of our congregation. We're honored to be the guardian of the Holoslav Czech Republic Torah, one of the 3,000 Torahs confiscated by the Nazis from a Jewish community that no longer exist. We are proud of our facility, which has been the host of many community events over 60 years. Keeping the memory of the Holocaust alive is important not only for the Jewish people, but for all of those still suffering persecutions in many parts of the world. Passing this resolution not only honors the victims of the Holocaust, but those of us striving to never forget so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Thank you, Supervisors Hartman and Capps, for sponsoring the resolution. Thank you.
And for our final speaker, George Alvarez.
Good afternoon, supervisors, viewing public, and people here. I'm 73 years of age and I've seen a lot of horrific things, especially in politics. No one has learned that things come back again. It's a full circle effect. If you stick your head in the sand like an ostrich, shit happens. This is horrible that this one group of people in the history of the world had to suffer this hideous consequence of genocide. Where a lot of people don't realize it, during World War II, Germany was 50% Catholic. I'm a Catholic and it bothers me that the Vatican didn't take a stand against Hitler. But then again, Hitler and Mussolini worked a deal with the Vatican and they were neutral ground. It took decades before the Catholic Church apologized to the Jewish people. Me as a Catholic, I apologize as an individual Catholic to the Jewish people. I would not want to live in a country that people have suffered and are still suffering because of the hands of idiots that want to conquer the world. We have suffered enough as Americans. Look what's going on in Washington, D.C. There should be laws, strict and strong laws, that are going to take effect on those who draw swastikas. I take it to the county of Santa Barbara, DA, to set up laws that are going to be really strong and hard on these people that do these city acts. I call upon the educational system to get a little bit educated themselves and teach our children about the Holocaust as a requirement so these kids know the true fact what happened in the 1940s.
There is no person alive or child that should suffer the hideousness of hate in this country, because we pride ourselves as being independent. We pride ourselves in making the decisions that we want. I'm as proud as hell as being American. I will defend the right of anyone. I'll put my life on the line to defend you, because that's how we are. So again, to the public and to myself and to the Jewish community, I apologize what occurred during the times, and it should not happen again. Thank you.
Now is the time reserved for general public comment. And I just want to reiterate, our standard rules are not to have clapping with public comment. Again, if the people want to express support for any public comment, they just do maybe one of these and we'll get the idea. We have 16 folks for public comment. So that by our rules, that means we'll do 2 minutes each. Suppose normally our rules, actually, that would be 1 minute each, but we will try to just, if you can, keep it to 1.5, but we'll cut you off at 2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we will begin with Tim Mahoney via Zoom, to be followed by Renee O'Neill.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
We can, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tim Mahoney here, SoCal Gas Company, and all of our customers. And unfortunately, natural gas prices are going to be even higher this winter due to several unprecedented factors beyond SoCal Gas's control. And customers are going to see winter gas bills that are double than compared to a year ago. And you're probably going to get some people calling you. So I wanted to give you an update. So there's been some historically high natural gas prices in Western United States. Now, SoCal Gas, we don't set the price. We buy the price on the commodities market and national and regional markets. We buy the gas on behalf of the customers and then send that gas to our customers, including the county of Santa Barbara. Now, we do not mark up the cost of the commodity. So we don't make a profit off the gas molecules. If I buy a gas molecule for 50 cents, I sell it to the customer for 50 cents. Now, according to the United States Energy Information, widespread below normal temperatures in the West Coast, California, Washington, Oregon, these are driving up demand and the supply is staying low. So natural gas demand for heating is going through the roof because of these below normal temperatures. Unfortunately, there's been a reduced natural gas supply on the West Coast as well, and including the storage capacity. So you couple all that together, and in West Texas, there's been a few pipelines taken out for maintenance purposes. Supplies are down and demand is up. So what do? Well, you can lower your thermostat. You can caulk and weather strip, wash clothes in cold water, dress warmer inside, turn the water heater down, limit the use of non-essential gas appliances. So for more information, call or visit SoCalGas.com, manage higher gas bills. Thank you.
Renee O'Neill, to be followed by Seth Steiner.
Good morning, supervisors. I will make this as quick as possible. I'm calling or Zooming you to give my deepest appreciation and recognition to our county agency people. I'm going to start with Supervisor Bob Nelson. Bob, we are so delighted in Tepiscate community to have you as our supervisor. Thank you for your proactive participation in the storm event, coming out here 3 times and bringing Congressman Carbajal with you on one of those occasions to see the devastating effects of what's going on in our community. I really appreciate that. I also want to recognize Andy O'Brien with Public Works. County Roads is out here right now as we speak, still doing their darndest to improve the conditions in Tepiscay and actually have the road open again to the public. So Andy O'Brien has been in close contact with me throughout this process. I want to thank Salud Carbajal. Of course, I wish I could have gone and seen him in person. Also, a big reach out to Santa Barbara County Fire, starting with Rob Hazard, who put me in touch with Deputy Fire Chief of Operations Anthony Stornetta, who helped us clear some private access road, which is absolutely not their responsibility. And Captain Vince LaRocco, who came to the rescue of one of our residents who needed medical support during that time. So the other two people real quickly is thank you, Bob Nelson, for having Aaron Hankey as one of your, I don't know his title, but he's contacted me several times, and Brittany Heaton, who has been instrumental in putting us in touch with the LAC programs here in our communities to get help for our residents. So thank you very much. I did send a nice letter to Bob and some of the other folks. I hope you all get a chance to read it. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Seth Steiner to be followed
And-
by, oh, I'm so
And
sorry.
we'll just close public comment. Yep, Seth?
Yes. Good morning, Chair and Board. Recent experiences in Los Alamos shed light on the county's planning process. First, deeply.
Seth, can you speak up just a bit?
Can you hear me now?
No, you sound sort of very far away and echoey, but we'll try to wing it, but it was slightly better.
I'm sorry. I'll try to speak louder. Good Board. Recent experiences in Los Alamos shed light on the county's planning process. First, a deeply flawed proposal that minimized safety issues due to the development's access via a one-lane section of Shaw Street. Now, the relatively massive Village Square project that was approved in an earlier pre-drought era that could bring, with potential ADUs, over 100 more homes to town, as much as a 15% increase in what we have now. Notices to homeowners within a 300-foot radius informed only about a dozen of us, yet most of the town would be affected by such a consequential project. While residents may still have meaningful input, I ask that supervisors inform constituents of nascent projects before decisions are made and hold town meetings to discuss them. To better ensure our safety and quality of life, let's have more democracy and transparency. Thank you.
We will now move here to Santa Maria with Steve Jordan to be followed by Carrie Kellogg.
And just the next person always can be on deck. That always saves about 9 seconds each time around.
I'll
Thank
try to use the 9 seconds greatly. Several years ago, the Board of Supervisors met in Lompoc on my ranch in the river bottom. That was Diane Owens, Gloria Ochoa, I'm sorry, don't remember number 5, Mike Stoker, Tom Rogers. We declared an emergency. Tom Rogers reached into his pocket, pulled out a toothbrush, and said, if I have to go to jail, I will go to jail for Steve Jordan. And put it away. And the county declared an emergency and cleared the river bottom. That was years ago. Now our river bottom is worse than ever. It flooded with the lowest amount of water ever at the crossover banks. The flooding was, I was flooded, but realistically, it wasn't a bad flood. But when the dam fills, the amount of water coming down the San Ynez River goes up by a factor of 4, quadruples. So we now have almost a full dam, and it's like a loaded shotgun other stuff. We need to work on the river. So lack of maintenance, not the act of God. I have another point. This is probably not for you guys, but somebody will understand this. The dam is at 750, 750 feet above sea level. It was built in the 50s. It's designed so if the dam is full, the watershed is full, and a big storm hits, the dam will not overtop. Overtopping means a catastrophic failure of the dam, which means the city of Lompoc will be under 20 feet of rushing water. Total biblical destruction. There are people who want to raise the level of dam to 753, which impacts the safety of the dam. Fortunately, the county is on our side, but there's some people in South County who want the water more than dam safety. I'm sorry for that, really pisses me off. Anyway, so I get kind of emotional about these issues. So I've been here since 74, and this dam, the river is about as bad as it can get. Thank you.
Carrie Kellogg to be followed by Otis Calef.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Kerry Kellogg. I grew up in Santa Barbara, and I now live in the city of Lompoc. I'm on the board of directors with the Santa Barbara Trails Council, as well as a member of the Lompoc Trails Committee. I'm now retired, but I spent most of my working life involved in trail management. In 1977, I started what would be a 36-year career with the Los Padres National Forest on the Santa Barbara Ranger District, where I built and designed trails and led trail crews, pack mules, recruited volunteers, and eventually became the district wilderness and trails manager. Some 15 years ago, while working with the Forest Service, or still working, I was tasked with working in collaboration with the city of Santa Barbara and the county, Santa Barbara County, on local recreation trails. The result was the commission of the Multi-Jurisdictional Trails Task Force. This year-long process came from the recognition that the 3 agencies shared similar interests on trails, as well as actually sharing a collection of right-of-ways and trail segments that made up the Santa Barbara Front Country Trail System. One of our very first projects was to conduct a use count. 3 trails were selected for a one-day weekend survey. The county selected the Tunnel Trail, the city counted at Rattlesnake, and the Forest Service at the bottom of Cold Springs. The use numbers were quite surprising. The winner was the Tunnel Trail with just shy of 300 visitors. The Rattlesnake Trail with 125, and Cold Springs at 230. This meant that on that spring weekend day, 600 people were out on public trails. Keep in mind that was just 3 of those 7 front country trails. So it became apparent that on any given weekend day, there could be up to 1,000 visitors using Santa Barbara trails.
A dozen of them.
And that was 15 years ago. And I venture to say, oh, I'm out of time.
Thank you so much. And could you mute the speaker on Zoom? That's may not be aware that we're hearing them. Otis?
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Otis Calef. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara, 2nd District, chair of CRATAC, your board's County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. I'm president of the Santa Barbara County Trails Council. I'm a avid bicyclist, a hiker, and I pack mules for volunteer projects on the Los Padres. I was also a scoutmaster for 25 years. Thank you, board, for funding the recreational master plan, a once in my lifetime opportunity, and especially with the associated study of zoning code and policy changes. Please use this opportunity to strongly support development of new parks, recreation, and trails through improved policies, through changes in regulations, and through incentives to private property owners. I've worked on the Barone Ranch Trail, Franklin Orchid Trail projects, major accomplishments for the county and county partners. Thanks to them. I would like your board to know, however, that the county's antiquated zoning code was a major barrier to opening these trails. The master plan process is a chance to facilitate permitting for trails. I hope the county will use this opportunity to pursue new trails for the Gaviota foothills and better coastal access to the North County, especially Halama and Point Sal. I hope the county will pursue opening the California Coastal Trail from Goleta through Hollister and Dangermont Preserve to Halama. We have belatedly discovered that the county is no longer requiring the provision of new trail easements from most new development, a huge blow to the making of new trails. Please direct county council to work with parks to find solutions to this major regressive change. Oh, and thanks for the funding the future study of the Santa Maria Levee Trail. Finally, I would like to publicly thank Public Works Deputy Director Chris Snedden for his work on both the Modoc Road and Refugio Road trails. Brett, bravo. And you should have seen him riding a mule along Refugio Road the other day.
I've got pictures.
Thank you, board.
Faith Dieter to be followed by Francis Romero.
Hi, my name is Faith Dieter. I am the Vice Chair of CRATAC, the Santa Barbara County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. I'm here to speak on behalf of Trails. I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist. It's very refreshing to hear how much effort is being made in the area of behavioral wellness. And I want to mention, I wasn't planning on talking about this, but trails and wellness are very intertwined. In fact, it's one of the things that we recommend when people get stressed. We say, go take a walk. I'm from San Ynez. San Ynez Valley doesn't have quite the same recreational opportunities as other places on the valley floor. We have a lot of private property, and the trails that we have are few and far between. We have a very small bike path. We have 3 trails, 2 between fence lines and 1 along the side of a road. Thank you to Joan Hartman and Chris Snedden for championing restoring the Refugio Trail along the road shoulder, and people are walking on it every day. The community is so happy. The baby strollers are out of the vehicle lane now, and everybody is using that trail, dogs, everyone. So it's so important, 3 things: to please continue funding the recreational master plan. It's important on so many different levels. Please continue to keep the easement requirement for new development in a place like San Ynez. Unless we can go between the property lines, we're going to go nowhere. And please also keep funding Public Works so that they can enforce the road shoulder requirements. There are clear zones there in the development standards, the development and design standards for 10 feet along the sides of the roadways. That's where we walk. When I say to somebody, hey, when you're stressed out, go take a walk. And then when I try to do it myself, do you guys remember the game Frogger? Remember, you're walking along and here comes a car and here comes a bike, and then somebody's parked on the side of the road to where you have to go into the middle of the road to take the walk. And instead of stress coming down, stress is going up. Everything is connected. Thank you so much. Please keep funding trails.
Thank you.
Francis Romero to be followed by George Alvarez.
Well, good morning. I'll be as quick as I can. So this is just a bit of a history lesson for the Legacy Estates project, now known as Village Square. I think most of you have experience in the community of Los Alamos, and some of today's commenters are either new to Los Alamos community or they're just unaware of our project's history as well as the Los Alamos community plans. I'd like to briefly outline some facts that keep getting overlooked. The town site of Los Alamos was created in a single plat that was recorded in 1879. It was a typical frontier grid pattern with 24 blocks of 24 lots each. Most lots measured 50 by 200 feet. You're probably asking, why does this matter? I'll get to it quickly. This map was recorded prior to the adoption of the Subdivision Map Act of 1893. These dates do matter. So for the last 144 years, the land that the Legacy Estates project is on has been planned and envisioned for residential development. In 1984, the Board of Supervisors passed a resolution regarding antiquated lots, which is what happened. That's what those 50 by 200 foot lots were called. In 1994, the first Los Alamos Community Plan was adopted, and that built upon the 1980 Comprehensive Plan. The 1994 plan included specific texts and diagrams outlining the community's wishes for the development of these last few lots that Legacy Estates is on. And these lots can be developed ministerially. That's important to remember too. In 2005, the Legacy Estates development was approved for 59 lots after 7 public hearings. There was a public process. I remember it well. It was one of the very first projects I ever worked on. The application was submitted in 2002. In 2011, the Los Alamos Community Plan adopted its environmental document. Now, and mind you, the 2005 project also had an EIR. That Los Alamos Community Plan had 30 public meetings. That document identified and referenced the approved Legacy Estates project. In 2010, the Los Alamos Community Plan planned for 1,321 units. The current build out of Los Alamos is 676. So I want to just say that we do have an approved project. Thank you for your time.
George Alvarez to be followed by Christine Adams.
Good afternoon again, and shout out from Steve here. Just 11, you know. Last Thursday, I had an opportunity to talk to Steve on an issue that I came out in Santa Maria Times full coverage page on the Guadalupe non-levy. All right, created a problem just as bad, and at that time, thank God to the farmers who had a berm out there, it saved a lot of the property damage. You would figure by now, common sense would dictate if there's a problem, fix it. We need a levy there. We have a brand new YMCA or Boys and Girls Club out there. They got watered down. I'm a resident of Guadalupe all my life. And it behooves me that politicians don't use common sense. Now, are we going to go through the disaster again of waiting 10 or 15 years and go, oops, we should have built the levee. We have no money. FEMA has money. I would request and ask the board to send a letter to FEMA. If they miss the probability of fixing that levee, they have to fix the levee. Too much property is at stake. A lot of farmland got ruined because of a lack of intellect. So as my time goes by, I have a minute something, I'll leave the levy aspect. A certain thing that's really close to my heart is why isn't the county in the health department, especially mental health, not doing its job in dealing with the homeless population here in town and especially in Lompoc? My God. You have these trailer units that are on the streets, people outside, drunk, drugged out, mental issues. I had an experience in Guadalupe. I called the police. I had a guy being Bruce Lee on a postal receptacle, called them up. We had to back up. They called the mental unit and they told them through their assessment, you can't do anything about it. Horse feathers. You're going to allow a person that has mental issues acting out weird in public, maybe with children passing by and they might assault them. Who's at fault then? I would sue the hell out of the county and the mental department for not doing its job. They get money for the homeless. Make them get their job done correctly because they're being neglected as I speak. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just real quick. Mr. Alvarez, I did ask because I saw you in the audience. I had a feeling the levy was going to come up. If Mr. Rubikov, just offline, if you guys could get together just real quick, he's our flood control guy.
Yeah.
And it is being discussed. So I just wanted you guys to.
Thank you, Steve. It took us, what, 15 years? Excuse me.
And Chair Williams, if Mr. Alvarez wants to stick around, item D1, we're going to be talking about what we've been doing with homelessness in the county.
Christine Adams to be followed by Jim Albertson.
Good morning. My name is Christine Adams, and I'm a full-time resident and homeowner from Los Alamos. I'm here today to formally object to two items, both relating to the legacy home development. Last month, the board approved a motion to vacate and abandon public roads in Los Alamos without findings or any public notice, which is in violation of Streets and Highways Code sections 8323 and 8324. In addition, I'm objecting to the motion approving the agreement of construction and dedication of flood control improvements because the EIR referenced in the motion is out of date. The EIR is dated 2005, and while it was mentioned earlier that environmental reviews have been done every 5 years, I'd imagine that if this were the case, the motion would reference 2010 or 2015 or 2020. The EIR requires additional environmental review because there are substantial new impacts that cannot be determined without additional findings. You may have seen the photos and the video I submitted with my letter that showed the flooding and mudslides during the last storm. And that was all around Den, Shaw, and Coiner. Under guidelines 1516-2A1, substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects. Under guideline 1516-2, you must determine that circumstances have not changed significantly to require a new review. And that determination alone would require another look. Over the past 18 years, I can assure you there have been many changes to our environment. I'm asking you that you vote no on the item that has been postponed and the vacation, and to reconsider the vacation and abandonment of the roads in Los Alamos. Thank you.
Just a reminder, no clapping, cheering. And also, just because you have 2 minutes doesn't mean you need to use all of 2 minutes, because when you plan on 2 minutes, sometimes it goes over. I'm not speaking of you in particular. There's been a couple folks who did that. So just a reminder, try to keep it under 2 minutes.
Jim Albertson to be followed by Michael Ferris.
Good morning. In 2005, we were all still using flip phones. The iPhone had not been invented. In 2005, the United States had never had an African-American president. In 2005, the EIR for this project was written. In 2006, some guy who ran for president and lost came out with a movie called An Inconvenient Truth. That movie predicted horrible hurricanes, periods of drought, followed by periods of flood. Well, we've seen that come to pass, right? We've seen Lake Kachuma nearly drained, and a very short time later, nearly full. In 2015, a flood control plan was devised for Village Square, built on the assumptions of the 2005 EIR. That once innocent ignorance of climate change was passed on to the next decade. So here we are in the third decade of this century, with you being asked to blindly pass on this ignorance again. The world has changed. Circumstances have changed. Please reject the flood control plan and ask for a subsequent EIR. Thank you.
Michael Ferris to be followed by Bob Maltese.
I'm Michael Ferris. My family moved to Los Alamos in 1955, and I consider myself the town historian. While driving through Village Square area on Sunday, counting the existing houses, I asked myself, what's the county doing to support the Los Alamos infrastructure? There are about 30 homes on the streets leading into the new cul-de-sacs, of which most of which are using Din Street to get to Bell, the access street to Highway 101. Village Square will triple that number. The degradation of the streets in Los Alamos is increasing constantly. Los Alamos' share of the county road budget in 2022 appears to have gotten the stop at the street corners repainted. Where's the water going to come from? During the last drought, we were asked to conserve water. Over the next 4 years, the population went up and overall water consumption went down. Our reward for this was a price increase every year for the next 4 consecutive years, a more than 30% increase. Cul-de-sacs are notorious for lack of parking. 2 of these cul-de-sacs will be on streets that were designed to be alleys. They're 15 feet narrower than regular streets. Everyday overflow parking will be on the streets leading into the cul-de-sacs. Recently, condos were built on the corner of Din and Waite Street, another alley. Due to on-street parking in the evening, it's impossible for approaching cars to pass each other on Waite at that corner. The houses on these new cul-de-sacs will be shoehorned in. This has got to be a fireman's nightmare. How will they even access these homes during a fire? How are waste management vehicles going to turn around with cars parked on the cul-de-sacs? Or will they have to back out like they currently do on the west end of Corner? Will the homeowners be prohibited from parking on the street on trash collection days? How is the county planning to address these and other infrastructure issues? Thank you.
Bo to be followed by Christina Flores.
Good morning, Chair Williams, Board, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to speak about A25, item A25. I'm a recently retired Lieutenant Colonel from the Air Force. I served at Vandenberg. I've been on and off at Vandenberg since 2002. I've been a resident of Los Alamos since 2008, and I've been a resident of the Central Coast since 1985. As a military member and a government employee, I'd like to think I'm a keen observer of the obvious. And the most obvious thing to me going on in Los Alamos is water. And we've seen 2 extremes, as has been briefed earlier. So we have floods coming in just weeks ago that this whole board began the conversation with today. And over the past 10 years, we've talked about no water at all. Since 2005, circumstances have changed significantly. And so the ask is to relook at the EIR carefully with an eye on today's state of affairs. In particular, California Environmental Quality Act states, and I quote, "A substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects." So I just wanted to bring one simple example to bear, and this is from a USGS/Vandenberg sponsored study about the San Antonio Creek Valley watershed. It's the hydrogeologic characterization, and this report was published in 2022. From the abstract, I will just briefly point out some key things that gave me pause and should also give you pause. Namely, back in 1948, we were pulling about 3,000 acre feet from this watershed. And that has increased by an order of magnitude to now 32,600 acre feet in 2018. You'll notice the date 2018 versus the 2005 EIR. So that is my point. Things have changed. I have many anecdotal items that I could bring up as well with growth in agriculture, vineyards, the weed farms, the extra development, all that stuff, all of these things have happened since 2005. Additionally, last point, the long-term extraction of groundwater correlates with a decrease in groundwater levels by more than about 150 feet since the early 1940s in the eastern part of the basin near Los Alamos. So anecdotally, we've seen pumps dry out.
I'm going to need you to.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you so much for your time and patience.
Krishna Flores to be followed by Jim Solis.
Good morning. It's still morning. Bear with me. I'm not a professional public speaker, so please be patient. So I'm here today to ask that the board request a subsequent EIR pursuant to CEQA 15162 subdivision A3. I submitted a letter yesterday, which goes into much more detail, but I'll summarize now so that you can hear directly from me. As outlined in my letter to the board, new information with substantial importance has become known, and that significant effects previously examined will be substantially more severe than shown in the previous EIR. Also referencing CEQA 15162 subdivision A3B. In the Legacy Estates final 05 EIR that has been referenced, under drainage, flooding, and water quality 4.6.2 impacts and mitigations, there is a quote from the report that says the project development would not result in an exceedance of the following threshold criterion. It specifically says and asks, would the project cause significant mud flow? And the report, the final finding says that the project is not located near a steep slope subject to mud flows, therefore it will no longer be discussed in the report. The county's own flood control department completed its own flood report for our town of Los Alamos that specifically states that both the Solomon and Parisma Hill soil profile consists of relatively shallow, heavy textured soil with generally low permeability. The low soil permeability and steep 45 to 50 degree slopes combine to promote very rapid flash flood type flooding conditions within the canyons and at the mouth of the canyon where they discharge into the Los Alamos Valley. It further states that the potential flood hazard is such that it must be addressed from a public safety perspective within the urban area of Los Alamos. This development is right at the foot of the Parisma Hills. We witnessed the mud flows coming down, the loss of 6-point-something acres of permeable soil, which is there now, combined with the mud flows that we saw starting to develop, is a big problem for this development. Bigger problem is that the county flood control's own report was included in the EIR and completely omitted and ignored in the final findings. It's completely erroneous. So basing any decisions off of this EIR
Need to ask you to wrap up.
is a mistake, and it's not a responsible thing for the board to undertake. So the request is that you request a subsequent EIR to be done for this project. Thank you.
Jim Solis to be followed by our final speaker, E-Planet Thunderstriker.
I'm Jim Solis, and I'm there, a resident of Los Alamos since 2010, and my property is right there on Corner Street on the south end, and I do have an amazing view, and I have dreaded for years, houses being built over there. However, it seems to me that there's actually I've got my piece here, and I've moved here, and a lot of people came here like 2-3 years ago, and they're like, I don't want to develop anymore, and I ruined my view, and I just don't think that's right. So I'm kind of not necessarily in support of development. I just think there's a lot of, hey, I've got my piece, and I know there has been a lot of planning done on the place, and the drainage and everything, and I know that there is going to be, it's been engineered, and there's field going to come in. It's going to be developed, so I just like to see it developed right. And it's just kind of funny. I walk all the time, and I walk to the end of Main Street where that existing cul-de-sac is. And obviously, that cul-de-sac was put in there, paved and everything, so houses could go all the way around. There's one house on the end of that cul-de-sac, and with their great view, they should have known that, hey, there's going to be other houses going to be coming in there. So anyway, I just wanted to say that not everybody in town is against the development. And anyway, Steve, last night, man, I saw your Facebook post, and I had watched the 6 o'clock news. I jumped up when they said about the Southern California gas, and I ran to my thermostat and I shut it off. Also, Steve, I still think you kicked that call, in basketball or back when. Thank you. Yeah.
And for our final speaker, E-Planet Thunderstriker.
Last when I spoke, I mentioned I wanted access to the clerk and to risk management. And since then, I found out that I was talking to risk management. I'm going to go over the fact that I had a document stolen from City Hall. My comments that I was reading from previously, where I'm trying to get to Iceland because of corruption in America. That document did not go through, and I filed a police report, although it's stamped, although incorrectly, and multiple people saw me submit it that day, and it was never. I have been in a difficult situation with the music industry for a while. I'm encountering difficulties during attempted resolution. Well, that's actually in the comments that I was trying to get to get out of this country because of corruption. Let's see. So I gave a synopsis of what was going on when the receptionist was hiding behind the door to John in risk management, and he apparently did not give that to his supervisor. At the time, I didn't have a big concern because I didn't know John and Greg were with risk management, and I thought, well, John did what would be appropriate and gave that paper to risk management instead of somebody who's just a low-level administration person. Now, I don't know if I mentioned before that that person who's hiding behind the door, there was no issues when I was here previous to the summer, and I gave 16 pages to Mr. Hart's aides. And so why she's hiding behind the door is just completely inappropriate. Greg said something like, well, he could maybe get me a interview with Ms. Hartman. Well, I just got back from Sylvain having multiple interactions with Ms. Hartman's aide, completely appropriate and no irrationality going on my part. So I was like, well, why would I want to do that? Now, Ms. Capps being part of Isla Vista would be appropriate because students have been victimized or intimidated related to this. And I just don't have a lot of time, but you guys better have a lot of good questions next week because this is BS.
Thank you.
I have a public comment.
Oh.
Actually, did you want to address that?
Yeah, if I could, Chair Williams.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Nelson.
just real quickly, even though I think they're all walking out, I wanted to thank the community of Los Alamos for coming to today's public comment and lending your voice and your advocacy for your community. It's an important part of the process. I have been listening and researching the issue on your behalf over the last month. And as far as what can be done, I will continue my work and trying to figure out what tools are available to make sure the project is as best as it can if it does in fact move forward. I do hear your concerns about water, flood control, public safety, traffic and design review, all things that I'm taking into consideration and working with county staff to hopefully address to meet your community's needs. Thank you.
Supervisor Labonte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as a proud member of Elks Lodge 1538, I was pleased to attend their annual appreciation dinner for our local firefighters. And I wanted to publicly congratulate one of our own, Alex Park. He was honored by the Elks as the Santa Barbara County Firefighter of the Year. He's a 13-year paramedic, came to us in 2013. His family and parents all attended, and he represented the county very well.
Thank you. And remember, those natural gas prices are going up dramatically. So conserve. So we're going to take a 5-minute bio break, and we're going to have set up by our great homeless outreach team in the meantime, and we will try to continue with alacrity. Read departmental item number 1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Community Action Plan to address homelessness update, including homeless encampment resolution strategy 1-year progress report.
Good afternoon. I think it is afternoon. Chair Williams, members of the board. Not quite. Okay. George Chapton, Director of Community Services. It's my pleasure to introduce you to our housing and community service staff responsible for the homeless issues. And I'm going to step aside and give this, turn this over to Dinah Lockhart. This could be Dinah's last major presentation to the board, and I'd like to give her all the credit in the world for her and her staff and how they've handled the homelessness issues. So I'm going to turn this over to Dinah and she'll introduce the item.
Thank you very much, George. Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. In our community, the current housing market is driving people into homelessness. The homeless response system is doing all it can, but every year we're seeing more and more people requesting services. The inflow of persons into homelessness is outpacing the number of people we can permanently house. We have to respond as a community. The board helped prevent homelessness for over 4,000 households by approving over $46 million in emergency rental assistance from federal and state sources. Since that program's application portal was closed in March of 2022, we've seen an uptick in households asking for help through the new prevention hotline, 10 to 20 calls per day. Many calls from requesting thousands of dollars in rental arrears assistance. People need help out of housing crises, and that includes even county staff who are being displaced because of rising rents. Today, we will be sharing a brief overview of the recent storm response, some current statistics, highlights from the 18 months progress report from the Community Action Plan to address homelessness, and highlights from the Year 1 progress report on the encampment resolution strategy. Here with me today are Kimberly Albers, Homeless Assistance Program Manager, and Lucille Boss, Encampment Response Coordinator. 15 days ago, we were reminded why unsheltered homelessness is always unsafe, unacceptable, and must be addressed with urgency as extreme weather becomes more frequent. Service providers connected with people, distributing flyers with shelter information, and transporting individuals to shelters. The county worked closely with Good Samaritan Shelter, the Freedom Warming Centers, and other partners to ensure safe, warm spaces would be open 24/7, and that meals, staffing, and supplies would be available. Throughout another stormy weekend, January 13th through the 17th, 4 regional warming shelters opened, and 100 to 150 people per day were served. That's 100 and 150 people who would have been outside in dangerous conditions, but instead were able to rest safely inside and make valuable connections with service providers and others. They came inside because they trusted the people who were communicating information to them, and because shelter was being provided continuously through the storm period. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that today is the start of the 24-hour period when the community attempts to count every person experiencing homelessness. We want to thank everyone who is participating in the point-in-time count, including members of the Board of Supervisors and members of your staff. And so today we are asking the board to receive and file a presentation on homelessness in Santa Barbara County, including the Community Action Plan to address homelessness and the Encampment Resolution Strategy Year 1 Progress Report, to authorize the Community Services Director or designee to submit an application for up to $6 million to the California Interagency Council on Homelessness for the second round of California Encampment Response Funding, SURF2, to authorize the Community Services Director or designee to execute all certifications, standard forms for the California Encampment Resolution Funding, and to provide other direction as appropriate. Kimberly?
In late 2021, through a new federal initiative called House America, counties and cities were asked to set ambitious goals to rehouse community members and develop new units. In response to this call for action, the elected leaders forum to address homelessness set local goals to rehouse 1,000 people and add 100 units to the development pipeline in 2022. We met our goals. 1,050 persons were rehoused in 2022, despite soaring rents and an extremely low rental vacancy rate. And this significant achievement was accomplished through the tireless efforts of service providers and coordination efforts of county staff in the continuum of care. We also continue to see permanent housing projects, new development added to the pipeline, and 109 units were added to the development pipeline in 2022, which for House America means groundbreaking or fully funded. The number of unhoused persons accessing services and shelter is increasing. Per our homeless management information system, the number of persons served in 2022 was 4,620, up from 3,094 in 2019. This represents a 49% increase. But we attribute the increase to 3 factors. Number one, the overall number of persons experiencing homelessness is increasing. The point in time count for the period between January 2019 and February 2022 shows a 9% increase. And of course, we'll have more current data in the next couple of weeks. Number two, there are more resources available to serve more people. And the third, more data is being captured in our data collection systems. The short bar chart shows the number of children served, minors and families, and it shows an increase of 87%. While 746 children experiencing homelessness is startling, the increase shown is largely because the Department of Social Services is now entering data into the homeless management information system for their housing support program. Their data provides us a more complete look at families experiencing homelessness. The inclusion of their housing support program represents an increase of 379 children between 2019 and 2022. This more complete data picture will allow us to make better informed decisions about resource allocation and service needs to better serve our families with minor children experiencing homelessness. Why does it feel like there's limited progress? The number of persons presenting for services, the inflow is represented by the blue line, is outpacing the number of persons that we can exit to permanent housing, the outflow represented by the orange line by 2-to-1 in 2022. Service providers report a steady stream of persons who are experiencing homelessness, desperately seeking services. We are seeing this increase in need despite this board's quick actions to prevent homelessness through tenant protections and emergency rental assistance. In mid-2021, as students returned to college campuses and rents soared, you can see a marked increase in the inflow and a decrease in the persons we were able to rehouse. And of course, there's some impact of the inflow because we have that increase in folks accessing services. We did take out a couple of slides to save some time today. So we're going to jump to that Community Action Plan 18-month progress report. We'll go to that next slide. The Community Action Plan is organized by 5 strategies, and we'll briefly review those over the next few slides. Strategy 1 is to increase the access to safe and affordable housing. And the 4 points under the title on the slide outline some of those key action steps. We track 3 different housing interventions: permanent, which are new units and long-term rental subsidies paired with supportive services; interim housing, which is inclusive of emergency shelter, low barrier navigation centers, transitional housing, and or bridge housing; and rapid rehousing, which is time-limited rental assistance with wraparound case management, which is also considered permanent housing. The first row is the gap identified in 2019 during the drafting of the Community Action Plan. The second row shows the progress since approval of the plan in 2021. The third row calculates the remaining need. The fourth row shows projects either in the development or pre-development phase. Projects in the pre-development phase may still need additional analysis, major site improvements, and/or significant funding. And we've mapped some of the progress by region over the next few slides. As Dinah mentioned, unsheltered homelessness is unsafe, unacceptable, and must be addressed with urgency. Interim housing to end unsheltered homelessness and encampments is critical, while additional permanent housing opportunities are developed. This board has reviewed a list of potential county-owned sites and provided direction to staff to move forward with locations for community engagement, site planning, establishment, and operation of interim housing projects. The use of county or use by right sites is necessary to expedite the development process. Thank you. The first 3 sites listed are in partnership with Dignity Moves. A community information session will take place tomorrow at 6 p.m. here at the Betaravia Government Center to discuss the Hope Village project. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Dignity Moves for their current and ongoing partnership. We are so grateful to them for bringing their innovative, affordable interim housing project model to Santa Barbara County. Dignity Moves is actively fundraising for these projects. This list of sites will meet the gap of interim housing beds identified in the Community Action Plan. Home Key, the state funding program, is a primary source, but previous rounds of Home Key have required 15-year site commitments. So now we'll go through some maps here. We have the new projects in North County dedicated to homelessness that have either were deep in the opening process as the plan was being finalized, or has opened since the plan was approved. And if you see that little hammer, that means it is in the development or pre-development phase. And so this first slide, you're looking at North County, where West Cox Cottages has opened. We have units in the development phase at Escalante Meadows and Guadalupe. And of course, the interim housing project I mentioned earlier, Hope Village here at the Betaravia Government Center. New units dedicated to homelessness in Mid-County include accessory dwelling units at Mark's House, the Home Key Studios project, and several permanent projects in Mid-County developing permanent housing. And as shown on the previous slides, further expansion at the Bridge House campus to meet the gap. We also are showing new units dedicated to homelessness in South County, a long list there of permanent housing projects, including several that are under development in that pre-development phase in both the permanent housing column and the interim housing column. And I just want to point out that where rooms are denoted, those may be occupied by more than one person or more than one bed. The second strategy in the Community Action Plan is to use best practices to deliver tailored supportive services to meet individual needs. Specific progress includes increased funding through fiscal recovery funds to expand the county multidisciplinary team for outreach. They're still in the process of recruiting for positions. The state has started to provide consistent funding to serve persons with disabilities, connecting them to benefits and housing. And this is a new program to our county that launched in August 2022 and will serve 150 households. Deploying a new model for housing retention services for emergency housing voucher recipients. The public housing authorities received 272 long-term rental assistance vouchers under emergency housing. The Good Samaritan Shelter Service Team assists with the transition into permanent housing and provides retention supports for 3 years. This includes mental health support, substance abuse counseling, and intensive case management. The voucher provides the long-term rental assistance. I'd like to share a brief story that demonstrates the emergency housing voucher model. One of the emergency housing voucher participants had been experiencing homelessness since 2010. During his time on the streets, this gentleman suffered from a severe substance abuse disorder, living on the streets and in a wheelchair. He would spend each day looking for his next high and a safe place to sleep. In August, he was referred for an emergency housing voucher and now has a place to call home. Since his move into senior housing, where he is utilizing the voucher, he has been linked to a myriad of supportive services. The team's substance abuse specialist began seeing him in his home and providing encouragement and options on how to battle his addiction. A few months ago, he made the choice to start medical assisted treatment while continuing to work with the substance abuse specialist. In addition, this client has one of the team's mental health practitioners providing in-home weekly therapy and has reunited with some of his estranged family members for additional support. The best part is the wheelchair that bound him for so long is no longer part of his life, as the need for it went away as his health improved. The emergency housing voucher model demonstrates what it takes to house people with complex needs. The rental assistance subsidy averages $18,000 per year and the services $7,000 per year for an overall cost of $25,000 annually to provide permanent supportive housing. The third strategy of the Community Action Plan was to build a collective action plan and improve data sharing. Progress includes, of course, approval of the plan by jurisdictions, the continuum of care, and the county, and further monitoring by the Elected Leaders Forum. The launch of an easily accessible local data dashboard of the Homeless Management Information System, quarterly data monitoring of all providers, and participation, as I mentioned earlier, in HMIS has really increased by agencies and county departments. We now have over 250 end users entering data in HMIS. In May of 2019, that number was 69. New participants include the University of California, Santa Barbara, and SenCal Health. The use of mapping software has also really improved the effectiveness of street outreach. Strategy 4 is to strengthen support systems available to help residents obtain and maintain housing. Progress includes increased coordination and participation in the coordinated entry system. It is now common to have over 50 frontline staff members joining in for bi-monthly case conferencing sessions. Case conferencing specific to veterans, unaccompanied youth, and families with minor children also occurs regularly to expedite placements for these populations with dedicated resources. Earlier, we mentioned the emergency rental assistance program to prevent evictions, and there is also now that dedicated prevention hotline attempting to resolve housing instability before loss of housing or shelter entry. The launching of the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal, CalAIM, is progress. Administered locally through SenCal Health, California is recognizing that housing is a key social determinant of health. This system changing program makes things like enhanced case management, sobering centers, security deposits, housing transition, navigation, and tenancy sustaining services all eligible for Medi-Cal reimbursement. Much more to come on this in the months ahead. Our fifth strategy, our system has built provider capacity to address the needs of specific populations. Progress includes the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program Award to have specific funding to plan to end youth homelessness that is ongoing. The Veterans Administration is providing surge funding to assist veterans and their families. We have a pending application with HUD, but for ongoing funding for domestic violence solutions, rapid rehousing program for survivors, which we're hoping to hear about soon. And in order to demonstrate the needs of a domestic violence survivor, I'd like to share a brief story from Domestic Violence Solutions. Julia, the name has been changed, is a DV survivor and mother of 2 children, both under 6 years old. Julia is monolingual Spanish speaking and has worked in local agriculture fields for the past 5 years. When her abuser was arrested for domestic violence, Julia left the relationship with her children. She began working with several of Domestic Violence Solutions programs, among them the Rapid Rehousing Program that was funded by coronavirus relief dollars. Julia was an active participant, and when a rental unit was secured, Domestic Violence Solution was able to assist her with a deposit and 6 months of rental assistance. During that period, Julia was able to utilize her income for medical needs, obtain her driver's license, her food handler certificate, and save some emergency funds. Julia is now taking courses at Allen Hancock College, and she hopes to become a licensed baker and be able to work at what she loves. She is very grateful for the financial assistance that Domestic Violence Solutions was able to provide her, and she states that her current safety, home, and security would not have been possible without the financial help and support. Now we'll shift to the encampment resolution strategy. I want to thank the board for leading the way by providing the funding and approving the framework to address encampments. There is a detailed year one progress report in your agenda packet, and one of the biggest successes has been having a single point of person to coordinate the county's response. Lucille Boss has had a very busy year, and I want to publicly recognize her efforts as the encampment response coordinator and coordinating the storm response for persons experiencing homelessness in the recent extreme weather. Lucille, thank you.
Thank you. On this slide, you'll see the steps taken in year one. The board adopted the encampment resolution strategy, including the encampment response protocol and team, and improved the encampment response coordinator role. At the same time, the board dedicated American Rescue Plan Act state and local recovery funds to strategy implementation, beds, and units. The team was deployed to encampments on county-owned and county-controlled sites, and following their assessments and resolution of encampments, we were able to remove debris thanks to approval of a sanitation services contract. We're now well into implementation of consistent countywide use of mapping software. We've seen an expansion of outreach teams and the opening of new interim housing beds. The encampment resolution strategy gave us the framework to resolve encampments, but the biggest challenge by far is the lack of shelter, which provides an effective path to housing solutions and permanent housing. This has limited the ability to resolve active encampments. Because of this limitation, county resources have primarily been dedicated to removing debris from already abandoned encampments. Many people who remain unsheltered have all of the documents needed to move into permanent housing, but there's a lack of affordable housing units for permanent placements. Due to overriding public safety concerns, many encampments are being cleared without appropriate shelter or storage. And this results in people moving from one area or encampment to another, disrupting engagement with outreach teams, and the displaced persons lose faith in systems of care. We'd also like to highlight successes. In addition to the American Rescue Plan Act state and local recovery funds, county staff worked with partner jurisdictions and agencies to apply for competitive California encampment resolution funding and were awarded funds dedicated to resolving encampments along the transit corridors throughout our county. In order to launch these efforts, the County of Santa Barbara participated in a 100-day challenge to address homelessness. Homeless service providers, jurisdictional staff, and key community partners engaged in planning and goal setting and attended weekly check-in meetings to discuss progress and coach fellow team members through barriers. Pending approval of today's recommended actions, the county intends to apply for funds dedicated to resolving encampments near waterways, including riverbeds, creeks, and beaches throughout our county. County staff continues to coordinate with key stakeholders in an effort to develop and formalize collaborative, organized approaches to address unsheltered homelessness at encampments, establishing effective, scalable, and replicable demonstration efforts. Following the board's approval of an agreement for interim housing beds, California encampment resolution funds are providing shelter for up to 12 persons at a time. Expanded data collection efforts have given us a clear picture of the extent of encampments throughout our county. The metrics initially approved have not been as accurate in capturing the actual work and movement of encampments as originally proposed. County-funded street outreach providers began using the Fulcrum mapping software in early 2021, and in year one, 961 sites were mapped by outreach providers. The list in the progress report in your agenda packet shows a complete picture of encampments throughout Santa Barbara County, as it captures all sites recorded in year one. Sites on private, city, and other public parcels, while recorded in the mapping software, may have been removed by Caltrans, cities, and other community groups. Working closely with street outreach teams and jurisdictions, the metrics listed in the progress report have been the most relevant to a complete picture of encampment response and resolution. Active encampments, those on a path to resolution, and other status categories. The mapping software allows teams to record individual sites, which were most often found in clusters. Of the 380 sites assessed, 148 sites in 14 clusters were assessed by the full encampment response team. An additional 232 sites reported as inactive or abandoned following movement to shelter, housing, or another unsheltered location were assessed by the encampment response coordinator and removed by the contracted sanitation services provider. As persons experiencing homelessness and outreach providers await shelter beds and affordable housing units to become available, it's also important to track document readiness, increases in income through employment or benefits, and connections to other services based on individuals' needs. In the first chart on this slide, you can see the percentage of persons who accepted shelter. Persons may decline initial offers of shelter for a number of reasons: lack of privacy in congregate settings, inability to access all of their personal belongings, and distance from their network, such as the workplace or healthcare providers, may present transportation or access challenges. Because of these challenges, persons who initially moved from encampments into shelter may return to unsheltered homelessness. The second chart on the slide shows an overall reduction of calls for service to county fire. The goals and performance measures set forth in the encampment resolution strategy were intended to ensure streets and open spaces are safe and clean, meet the housing, shelter, and service referral needs of individuals experiencing homelessness, improve the medical and behavioral health of individuals experiencing homelessness, and deliver coordinated services to effectively address and resolve encampments by developing efficient means to manage calls for service and prioritize resources, and effectively share information and coordinate resources countywide. Next steps include continued development of interim housing and permanent affordable housing units. The interim housing beds discussed earlier are critical to ending unsheltered homelessness. Developing a memorandum of understanding to formalize collaborative, organized approaches to address unsheltered homelessness at encampments, and continuing to seek funding to resolve encampments. As noted a few moments ago, this includes a recommended action before you today. A second round of California encampment resolution funding has been released, and the county intends to apply for funds dedicated to resolving encampments near waterways, such as riverbeds, creeks, and beaches throughout our county. The $6 million, if funded, will expand specialized outreach teams and interim sheltering that will provide pathways to permanent housing for persons currently living in or near waterways. As we take these steps in parallel with using best practices to deliver tailored supportive services to meet individual needs and strengthening support systems available to help clients obtain and maintain their housing, we're building capacity to address the complex needs of some of our most vulnerable community members. I'll turn now back to Dinah.
Supervisor Nelson has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Williams. Just a quick question on that waterway grant. One of the big issues in Santa Maria Valley is obviously the Santa Maria River, and that, is both San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County. How is that factored into that grant? Are we going to be able to have that cooperation with San Luis County as potentially co-applicants, or work through that to make sure that we are addressing those homeless who are homeless, but just happen to be going over the jurisdictional boundary into another jurisdiction in our waterways?
Supervisor Nelson, thank you for that question. We are coordinating not just with cities and potential environmental agencies, but also with San Luis Obispo County. We're meeting with all the jurisdictions, including their county, this Friday to discuss how we might coordinate on the application. We do also have regular outreach coordination with their county teams.
I just want to make sure that when we go forward with that grant, that somehow is not excluded from a location that we're addressing just because it happens to be outside of our jurisdictional boundary.
Understood.
Thank you.
So with that, staff does conclude its presentation. Again, the recommended actions are to accept this presentation, to authorize the Community Services Director on behalf of the county to apply for $6 million to the California Interagency Council on Homelessness for the second round of California Encampment Resolution Funding, and to authorize the director or designee to sign all certifications and application materials for this SURF grant funding, and to provide any other direction as appropriate.
Supervisor Lavanillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about, well, it's, you know, when you look at the performance measures, I think the one that stands out to me that you talked about, I mean, some of them are amazing successes, but the one that isn't is the most concerning, and that is the 15% or 13% that actually accept when we're there, that we say. Now, is that 15% we're telling them we actually have a place for you and they don't want to go, or we're saying you have to move, but there's nowhere to go?
Think I'll start. So that is when we're going out to post or previous to the posting, asking them if, you know, presenting the offer of shelter. But I will say that because of limited shelter beds, right, that's often, you know, it doesn't feel tangible to the person. And I think Lucille talked to some of the reasons, other reasons that they say, but we too, I think when we were, when what we had as the model for the 60% threshold was when we were offering hotel rooms, when there was a higher success rate. But when we were offering congregate shelter beds, maybe a place where they had already been and potentially had failed, then we did see that lower retention acceptance rate.
Okay. And then just kind of refresh for me and for the public, I guess, because, you know, a lot of what I hear is people want a lot. I guess I would characterize it as like a firmer hand on when it comes to resolution of encampments. If you could just kind of talk a little bit about what the state and federal laws are with regard to what we're allowed to do, what we aren't allowed to do, that would help. And I don't know if that's a Rachel question or who, but.
Yeah, we definitely like county council to address.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. So there are a number of restrictions, both in federal and state law. And one of those is what staff has been referring to on when we are offering relocation. Part of that is that we don't just break up an encampment, but we do provide another option for an individual to go. So that's the one of the primary things. And then also based on the sources of funding that we receive that we use for different purposes, there are also additional restrictions sometimes.
Okay. So you have to have a place to go, but that could be, I guess, then that becomes the question. If congregate care is offered and the person rejects it, we still can forcibly, well, we can shut down that encampment site, correct?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Lavanillo. Yes, that's correct. As long as we are offering, we need to offer a bed and shelter, but that can come in all different forms.
And that's what you see there in the slide, Supervisor Levin, you know, is where the 154 were occupants, right?
Right.
That we did post and still remove the encampment, even if someone denied shelter. But because of limited access to shelter beds, we oftentimes did work on abandoned encampments because we weren't able to address active encampments because we did not have shelter beds to offer.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. I have comments, but those are my only questions.
Supervisor Hartman.
As I was listening to you speak, I mean, we've had unprecedented amount of money and resources going into this effort. Of course, we've also seen unprecedented rise in housing costs in our county, but the amount of funding and resources that your small staff has managed to put to good use is really staggering. And I've heard people call you the dream team, and we're really going to miss you, Dinah, as head of the dream team. But as I listen to you speak, it strikes me we've learned that at least for the longer term homeless, they don't like congregate shelter and they won't stay for long. So we really need to provide a door that locks, and the tiny home model, now the Dignity Moves. I think that's a really promising one, but I think 3 years is sort of what we're thinking. So I'm very excited about the 3D home. Maybe that'll be a cheap. We must provide housing that's cheaper for people to get them stable, because again, as I'm listening to you talk, you can provide services, but if you don't within a certain period of time get the housing, I'm just wondering, are the services, the value deteriorates because the trust in the overall system goes down, and you can't keep people's lives together. Anyway, that I hadn't really thought about how the two need to be really correlated, and didn't know if you had any comments about that.
Chair and Supervisor Hartman, I think that's why you're seeing these interim housing sites being identified. I think there are 4 different sites throughout the county. The approach now, and I think we've seen some really successful models, not only through Dignity Moves, but also even through the Home Keep program, is that people do want their own individual unit. I think, as we heard, the stress level comes down for people. They can then begin to focus on other personal development goals. And plus they have a fixed place to stay, so that now services can find them and there be some continuity of care. So that is certainly the model that is being explored now. I think the other reality that we're facing, and we heard a little bit about that earlier in this meeting, that sometimes there's community opposition, right? So to the extent that these interim housing sites are on county controlled land, we have a little bit more ability to control and monitor the development process. That gets a little trickier even in our incorporated cities and private property. So, but I think we'll hear more about those interim sites in the future.
And Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I just wanted to add that we have over 600 congregate shelters that beds that stay full day in and day out. So while, definitely there's a move towards a non-congregate model, it would be remiss not to give credit to those congregate shelter providers that literally stay packed every day. I think I checked with Good Samaritan yesterday and they had 92 of their 90 beds full. 69 of their 70 beds full in Lompoc. I spoke with Transition House yesterday. They have a long wait list. So congregate shelter, is still definitely part of the solution, and just want to make sure that we're thinking of both.
And if I might respond, I'm thank you for that correction. I'm thinking more of the encampment resolution strategy and the longer term homeless, where I think what I've learned is a door that locks, that they're not used to being in a congregate setting as much.
Well, I guess, go ahead, Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Williams. I thank you for the presentation, and I want to thank Ms. Boss for giving me a personal tour of the encampments last spring. It was enlightening to see it up close, because you don't really see it from afar until you're actually out on the Goleta bike path. So thank you. I wanted to speak about the statistics related to children. I was quite alarmed to see that 87% increase. The statistic I had been told maybe 2 years ago was that in our public schools in Santa Barbara County, it's 13% of our children are houseless. And so I would extrapolate that has increased. And just curious what you're finding in terms of shelter. Do we have enough? It seems as though we need more shelters that accommodate children, but where are we sort of in that ratio versus adults? And to Supervisor Hartman's point, that's also another area where people want to close their door if they are caring for their young child in that shelter. So if you could speak to that, please.
So we are seeing an increase amongst families, and I think if we're still working on getting Transition Houses data in, and once it's complete, it'd be about 20% to 22% of our homeless population are children in families with, so it's staggering.
Yeah.
So the way Good Samaritan operates is they do somewhat prioritize families. So it's a fluctuating dedication of, so the family emergency shelter in Santa Maria is just for families, but then their regular Santa Maria emergency shelter, which is the dorm style, fluctuates to accommodate more families when they have need. And like I said, in South County, very limited to transition house, and they maintain a wait list always. So there is incredible need for shelter, safe shelter for all populations, but we definitely want to make sure that we're always thinking of families with minor children as well, especially preschool age. I think that's where we're seeing a little bit of a surge as well in this newly homeless are those families. The housing support program that Department of Social Services is operating now is the largest initiative to rehouse families. The state has really upticked that funding source, and so they're serving many more families. So we never know for sure, right? Is that because there's more resources, they're serving more families, or because there are more families? But we certainly hear anecdotally from providers that more families are desperately seeking services. So I don't think I completely answered, because there isn't a good answer. There are absolutely families that need shelter, and we do not have a bed for them.
And in terms of the list that you put on this, that was on the screen with the little hammer next to it, in terms of in production, are there some of those that are coming online? Will they service families?
So we don't have an interim housing project particularly online yet. There is talk of one, I think, in the Dignity Moves model.
Yes.
And Transition House is currently under construction with another project for families. And we had the Pedregosa Family Project was one of the ones listed. And some of those units that are under construction for permanent housing will include 2 and 3 bedroom units.
Excellent. Well, count me as a champion. I know Mr. Riley and I met with the superintendent of Santa Barbara Unified on my final days, but I just see it as just one factor. My experience on the school board is when there isn't a home for a child, so many challenges, obviously, but one is that just the lack of communication from the school. There's no way to really connect, and then they just fall further behind in terms of all the services. So just another element that you don't often think about. My only other question was related to, in your presentation, I was struck with all the funding, of course, but just all the administrative burden and from the state. Are we advocating, can we be advocating with our state legislators to reduce some of that?
Supervisor Capps through the chair. So we have been banging the gong with the departments, Cal ICH and State HCD, really trying to say that it truly has become so burdensome that it's affecting service delivery. We can put in a reimbursement for payment with the state, and they're already asking for client files before they'll issue a check in an active grant. The HMIS burden state legislature continues to pass numerous bills to increase accountability of homeless providers, which means more and more data collection, more and more backup, more and more verification of eligibility. So we definitely have been sharing that with the departments, who do seem frustrated themselves with the amount of bills going through the legislature that are increasing that administrative burden. But we need advocates to, we want accountability. We absolutely want the money to be used wisely. But when we're going to a provider that doesn't even receive administrative funds after their first request for reimbursement, saying we need, 17 client files and all of your backup to send to the state before they're issued a check, I've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen anything like it in my career.
I imagine you have it in a mental list, but do you have actually like a list of if you could change things? If you were in Sacramento, these are the 5 things that we would reduce in terms of the administrative burden?
I probably could come up with that list pretty easily.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Williams.
So I think from that exchange, it's safe to say we have a massive need for family-oriented shelter space in South County that's still outstanding, and will not be fulfilled though it will be helped, but not fulfilled by this new project. And so I think that's a really important thing for us to be thinking about as we move forward. There are people who don't accept placements in the congregate one, but we haven't run out of enough people who do accept the placements yet. So we haven't yet, and it's possible we'll get there someday, but we aren't there yet. And I just want us to be thinking about that from a perspective of fiscal sustainability, right? I think we made the right call in trying to allocate these funds over 3 years. And by the way, I hope anybody, if there's still anybody watching, they will also look at this item in the context of the first 5 or 6 administrative items too. The commitment of the county between your department and behavioral wellness to addressing this from both a recidivism perspective, a permanent supportive housing perspective, and mental health perspective, and a basic shelter perspective. Just today, is in the tens of millions of dollars. And so we're prepared to step up, but I do think in the era of state deficits, we have to be thinking about the long-term fiscal sustainability of the effort and how we achieve that. Part of that is we have operations that can be have economies of scale, even when whether they're congregate or non-congregate. And then additionally, of course, the partnerships. That's why we appreciate Matt Riley being here with Dignity Moves, and the partnership with Dignity Moves has been crucial. And I think this is progress made. And then I wouldn't want to reach any conclusion today without indicating that we could do the best job in the world and put this amount of money every year into this, and we still will be drowning if we don't address the larger issue of housing affordability for everyone. It is not an accident that areas with higher rents and higher home prices also have greater levels of homelessness. And I think too often we do not connect those issues. But if people who are fairly middle class are trying to get into the cheapest apartments in the city or county, then that is going to obviously displace people who are even more at the margins. And so, I think I want a printed out version of that influx outflux slide. And I want it, maybe this size on plastic, and I'm just going to pin it to myself, because we need to explain this to everyone, what's going on and why it's going to take sustained effort to quote solve homelessness, unquote.
Supervisor Williams, I was just going to really quick comment that, it really shows that exact correlation, right? As rents rose, that's when we saw the steep, the rise in people accessing services. So you just see the direct correlation on the slide as we were literally watching rents rise.
Supervisor Lavin.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the funding of it. I'm hoping, because it's the most frustrating part of it is you spent $89 million and the problem actually got significantly worse. It wasn't because of anything we did. It's the fact that it's the facts. The numbers show us that there's more people homeless right now than there were, and we've spent a record amount of money on it. What my hope is that the change of this model, which I've been hoping for a long time, where instead of trying to go out into an encampment and try to make a connection with somebody, which I know we're still going to do, but trying to offer services to somebody while they're in encampment, to me just seemed like, I mean, I saw it. I saw people trying to do it. And while it's worthy and it's with the best of intentions, I just don't think it was very effective. I think this move now to sheltering somebody and then providing services is going to be way, excuse me, not only more effective, but it's going to be way cheaper to do in the long run, because having to go to somebody, as we've been told, 20, 25, 30 times before they say, okay, I'm ready to go, as opposed to you bring somebody into one of our, tiny homes and then provide services. I think that model is going to be cheaper for us in the long run and much more effective. So I'm hoping on the money front of it, that's where the savings is going to be in the long run.
We have public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have one request to speak. Matt Riley.
You have a longer microphone? Right. Chairman Williams, members of the board. My name is Matt Riley. I'm the Regional Executive Director of Dignity Moves. Really, I just wanted to come up here and introduce the organization a little bit, public, and also be here for questions if anybody has them of our organization. But first, I want to say thank you to the Community Development Department and the CEO's office and staff. Just been a tremendous partner in this, in kind of trying to address a very complicated issue. So I just want to say thank you. It's an honor to speak with you guys today about this. Dignity Moves is a 501c3 nonprofit. We basically what we do is we provide the infrastructure, the rooms for a lot of other good organizations to do some very difficult work. And what we like to think that we do is we provide these rooms in a fairly rapid way to accelerate some of the goals that you've outlined in the community action plan. So that's our role in this, is to try to help all of you and all of us achieve some of those objectives by putting some doors in place and a safe place for people to go. And what happens after we put those doors in is that organizations like Good Samaritan, Fighting Back, Santa Maria Valley, CityNet, others can go in and do great work as services organizations on the day-to-day activities that they perform there. We also implement a public-private partnership in terms of funding. It's been referenced and hinted at a little bit tonight, working with foundations and individuals, counties, with cities, other nonprofits to fund the capital costs for these interim housing solutions. And I think that's pretty innovative, actually. I want to make a couple of comments related to things that have been mentioned already. With interim housing, what we typically see, and I'm by no means the best expert for this, folks at Good Samaritan or other organizations maybe, but what we do see is that not everyone that goes through this interim housing system actually ends up in permanent supportive housing within that jurisdiction. Oftentimes what happens is that they'll reconnect with family members that they've lost touch with, and that might be a housing solution that they have, or they receive employment because for the first time they have an address, and now they can do laundry, take showers, and that helps with employment opportunities. And they may decide that Santa Barbara County may not be the place that they want to live because of the cost of living. And so they move outside of the area. This isn't just Santa Barbara County. This is other places that we've done projects. We see this sort of different trajectories of folks that have positive outcomes out of interim housing. So when we talk about the need for affordable housing, I totally agree. But it's not the only way that people exit successfully out of these institutions and out of these projects. And ultimately, the goal is that if we're successful, if the county is successful in implementing some of these and having more doors available, we hope that we can catch people sooner. And I think that is where Supervisor Lavagnino was mentioning, could this ultimately become more cost effective? When you get to that point where if somebody's enters into unsheltered homelessness and we can bring them into a place that has a door that's safe where they can easily get back up on their feet, I think that's where we really start to achieve some pretty significant change. That might be out in the future a bit, but this is the objective that Dignity Moves aspires to achieve. And lastly, I'll just finish with wanted to just share our appreciation for this Board of Supervisors for showing leadership. This is a very complicated issue. I think that you are showing leadership in a way that many jurisdictions struggle with. So I'd like to appreciate that. And again, I'm here for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a few comments. You know, when I got on the Board of Supervisors, this is an issue I really wanted to get my arms around and work on. When I was chair, I actually called a special meeting to discuss this. And I've got to spend a lot of time with encampments and those that are without homes, and realizing that if we are going to be a humane society, we need to make sure that we're taking care of those people. It's not safe for anyone to be living outside. It's not safe for the general public, and it's definitely not safe for those individuals. And it's even worse if it's a woman or children. And so I've always made that one of the things that I just believe in my heart, and that I am going to be work tirelessly to address. And so what I've wanted to focus on is making sure that we, as a community in Santa Barbara County, that we raise the floor on what we're willing for people to potentially fall. You know, we in government provide a social safety net, but unfortunately, we've let that safety net hit the ground and keep going for many people in our community. And I really believe that with us getting after encampments the way we have in this county, with some of these bridge shelter programs that we're going to invest in, we're really going to be able to make a dent on that. That we're really going to be able to show people that are out there that there is an option for them, that maybe be a transition that, as Matt and others have talked about, can get their life on track, and then it can really make a positive difference in their life. It also gives a tool for us as a county. Many of you may or may not know that we can't just exit people from public property if we don't have the appropriate amount of shelter beds available. It's legally prohibited by at least a Ninth Circuit decision, Boise. And so this is an important ingredient. It doesn't solve all the problems, but at least gets us moving in a direction where we can actually make a difference. We can work with our cities, our rangers, our sheriffs and police departments who are necessary, our outreach workers, all together, not to necessarily harass people, but to try to encourage them to get the services that they need to change their lives and improve our community as a whole. So I'm really excited about this. I'm really excited about the opportunity to work with Dignity Moves. I want to just shout out to Matt and Terry for all their hard work on working on this project that we're going to be talking to the community about tomorrow night here in this room, about what we potentially can offer here just right across the street, directly across from Steve's desk. He'll be looking out there. And I think that shows the commitment that Steve and myself and the board has had, that, we know it's a problem, and we're just not going to put it in somebody else's backyard. We're going to put it in our front yard. And we're going to go ahead and make sure that we have a project here, if it gets through this public process, that we can keep our eyes on, that we can get immediate feedback, and that we can make sure that we can be stewards of that for the community as a whole. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I could debate with Supervisor Williams on whether it's home prices or it's weather or whatever the other issues are. That's really not important at the end of the day. What's important right now is for us to address these immediate needs that we have in our community. And I'm looking forward to continue to do that as a board and with these investments. So thank you.
Supervisor Lavnia.
Yeah, I do just want to touch on tomorrow's meeting and making sure we invite everybody in the community that's interested. We've done I think a pretty stellar outreach program. I've made personal calls to homeowners and business owners in the area. For me, and I know Bob feels the same way, is this is a Santa Maria solution for a Santa Maria problem. We have the commitment of our staff and others that we're not bringing people in from Santa Barbara to house them up in this project. I have so many pictures of just looking outside my window right here of how many homeless are already in this area. And I understand, I totally understand people's hesitancy. Nobody wants to, very few people will say, I want a temporary homeless shelter in my backyard. I get that. I do want to emphasize it's also temporary. It's not going to be there forever. And this is a public-private partnership. The private investment allows us to be more creative also to make the place look better than it would if this was just a federally funded program. The fact that we have, and I think this is what brought the city of Santa Maria on board, the fact that we were able to, staff was able to take the mayor and some council members down and actually show them this is actually already happening in Santa Barbara. Because a lot of times what we hear in Santa Maria is, well, yeah, you want it in Santa Maria, but you sure wouldn't do this in Santa Barbara, but it is in Santa Barbara already and it's working. So, and I think it really comes down to who we're working with. I trust Sylvia. I trust Edward Weaver. I trust Dignity Moves. I think we've got a really good team together. And at the end of the day, it might not work. You're right. But status quo, as Bob said, is totally unacceptable. And I haven't really heard any other proposals that make a lot of sense. I do get a lot of ideas. Most of them are illegal. So we're going to try this. And if it doesn't work, I'll be the first one to say it didn't work and let's try something else. And so, again, 6 p.m. here in this room tomorrow. Have all your questions answered or as best that we can. And hopefully we get a full house.
Supervisor Hartman.
2 points. I mean, we have the Isla Vista experience and it worked. And so I'm putting a lot of eggs in this basket. The other thing is I just wanted to mention Supervisor Nelson and I are participate in the Elected Leaders Forum, and that includes all 8 cities as well as the county. And that is, I think, very significant because if you don't have all jurisdictions working together, and our department has brought in Caltrans and, you know, others, we need to bring in the base, for example, and San Luis County. But having the different jurisdictions working together means we aren't just in a game of musical chairs, because that's where we've been until now. And now we're really looking at this regionally and trying to understand we all have a role. And I've heard as much as others in North County that, you know, they're housing South County people up here. And so I appreciate Supervisor Lavanino mentioning that, you know, there are homeless up here and they come from these communities and there are neighbors and friends and acquaintances. And so we do have a responsibility, all of us working together. And again, I think that's new and that gives me a lot of hope for the future.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Yeah. I'll make a motion to receive and file and the other staff recommended actions.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much for your work and good luck tomorrow morning. That's going to be huge.
And thank you, Dinah.
Thank you, Dinah. So we'll take D2 and then be doing the break after D2.
Yeah. Steve's.
Well, you have to eat lunch. You and I are on the same lunch schedule. I haven't eaten here.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Social Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding home delivery of meals to seniors disabled in Santa Barbara County.
Could I have the Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and supervisors. I'm Daniel Nielsen, your Director of the Department of Social Services and only the Department of Social Services. Thank you very much. One of my managers, Mark Contois, our manager over the senior programs, is going to be joining me momentarily. On August 23rd of 2022, I provided your report to your board regarding the array of home delivered meal services provided to seniors and the disabled in the county. Following the presentation, your board asked the department to follow up with the providers to ask additional qualitative questions regarding their projected short and long-term needs, and primarily what assistance providers might be seeking from the community partners as well as from the county, with a focus on non-monetary items. Just as a brief reminder before I go into the results of our additional survey, I want to remind you of the funding currently going to senior nutrition programs from various county entities. You will recall 4 programs are receiving general fund grants of varying amounts through the Human Services Commission and the June 14th budget hearings. This slide reflects both the amount requested and awarded. The current grants through the Human Services Commission extend for a 3-year cycle ending in fiscal year 24-25. This slide reflects the amount requested and awarded through community development block grant funds in the current fiscal year. And this slide reflects the general fund contribution by the Department of Social Services to the Area Agency on Aging for the local match for their Older American Act funding. In total, the county funds contributed, as reflected on this and the prior 2 slides, is approximately $167,000. In response to the board's request on August 23rd, the department conducted a second survey as well as multiple interviews with all current providers. The need consistently expressed by providers was for stable ongoing funding for their programs in order to remain viable. Several programs related that their organizational model relies heavily on ongoing fundraising efforts and expressed the need for greater county support to ensure greater predictability of their operations year to year. And to be clear on this point, some of the providers expressed the need to have ongoing funding because they struggle from every year to year to raise the money that they need. And others said if they had ongoing additional county funding, it would allow them to have greater fiscal stability and be able to focus on other services that they provide without having to spend so much time fundraising. One provider also voiced the need to access local funds for match when there are opportunities to pursue additional state, federal, or other funding sources. Providers did not identify the need for additional infrastructure or any additional collaborative efforts from other community-based organizations or the county. And to be clear on this point, several of the providers expressed that they would be willing to collaborate if some opportunity for collaboration was presented to them or some method by which that could happen. But they didn't have anything specifically in mind or looking for specific opportunities in that regard that they had envisioned. In addition to speaking with the providers, Mr. Contoy spoke with the food bank, which currently provides support and collaboration to several programs. 2 of the programs surveyed reported that the food bank currently contributes over $38,000 in food to their programs. The food bank is also working on a project that's going to hopefully start in April related to food reclamation. And it's going to be a pilot starting in April where they're hoping to serve 100 people 4 times a week in Carpinteria and North County. And they eventually hope to expand this to 600 people 4 times a week. And so this is going to amount to getting food from various places, including restaurants, and repackaging it and having it be able to be delivered to provide meals to people. As I described in my August presentation, program models vary widely for both the structure and respective populations served across all of these programs. As you will recall, your board previously set aside $600,000 in ARPA money for senior nutrition assessment and GAPS funding. These funds must be encumbered by December 31st, 2024 and spent by December 31st, 2026. Based upon all of the information we've gathered across 2 surveys and multiple additional phone follow-ups with all of the providers, we are recommending to your board that you consider allotting this $600,000 in 2 parts by the creation of a fund, which would be available for a year through March of 2024 in the amount of $75,000 to allow all providers in the community to apply for local matching funds should they find state or federal or foundation grant opportunities that require a local match. And I think this would be a really good opportunity for us to see, are those sorts of resources out there that could bolster our services in our community long-term? This is not a model that we've ever partook in. It would be good to see, can these programs get funding from the outside with the use of local matching funds? By doing it only for a year, if that money isn't used, we would still have time to reallocate it to the existing senior service nutrition providers. The second pot would be the creation of a fund in the amount of $525,000 for existing nonprofit providers to apply for assistance with the increased costs they're experiencing associated with the COVID pandemic. And these would be funds that would be given to them for the next 2 fiscal years through fiscal year 24-25. These funds would allow existing programs to identify their increased annual costs as a result of the COVID pandemic, such as serving an increased number of people, increased food costs, having to pay for labor to replace volunteers that were no longer able to work because of the pandemic, and other such items. And to apply for assistance in the amount of up to $30,000 each. The amount awarded per program would be paid out at the beginning of the 23-24 fiscal year, and again at the beginning of the next fiscal year, for a total maximum award of $60,000 per organization. The specifics regarding the administration of these funds is still being determined in conversations with the CEO's office, and various options are being considered. That ends my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, thank you, Director Nielsen. I appreciate this. I just want to be clear. So these grants are awarded based on, when you said, because I wasn't here for the, obviously for the initial distribution of funds, but identifying gaps. Are you able to elaborate on what gaps you've been able to find and identify and hopefully fill?
In terms of the overarching, the funding, yes.
Yeah.
So from my perspective, what my department has done since last spring through the course of these 2 surveys is to try to identify gaps, to try to identify the needs of the programs. And where we've landed after a second round of surveys and interviews is that all of the programs, like the models that they use to run their programs, they kind of have things working in terms of their network of volunteers, or how they acquire their food, which happens in a multitude of different ways. And they really don't perceive themselves as having gaps other than the ongoing struggle to fundraise from year to year to raise the money necessary to serve their population. The thing that's been really good over the past 6 months in our surveys is that there are not existing waiting lists in these programs, or if there are, they only exist for like a week, and then they get to them and they serve them. Back in the beginning of the pandemic, when the board awarded $200,000, which my department took charge of administering, getting out to the providers that qualified based on the criteria established by the board, there were significant waiting lists at that point. So it's good to see that the array of 8 or 9 providers throughout the county are able to meet the need. But there is constant requests by these programs to supervisors for assistance from year to year for a portion of their budget.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that there aren't currently wait lists. That's encouraging. I know that not only do these nonprofits provide meals, hopefully they're nutritious and hopefully they're culturally appropriate, but also this is often the lifeline for seniors and sometimes the only interaction that they have during the day. So I know that that's like an important aspect.
Supervisor Capps, to the chair, because of the COVID pandemic, a lot of modifications to programs have occurred. First of all the congregate meal sites went away, obviously,
sure,
and everything switched to home delivery. But one of the programs right now has the meals, 10 meals being delivered to the client every other week by mail. And so, and other programs are still, achieving the daily, here's your meal sort of model. So there's a wide variety because of the COVID impact in terms of how things have evolved. And it's really unfortunate because that person-to-person contact 5 days a week in what you typically think of as a Meals on Wheels model
Sure.
really is ideal, because in my opinion, on these programs, that's more than 50% of the benefit of the program. You know, I
Sure.
mean, the food's important, but
Absolutely.
yeah,
And the nutrition.
the wellness check and the interaction is huge.
Well, I'm glad to hear this update, and I'm just personally grateful to these service providers for doing this important work and providing this kind of nutrition, and to hear that the food bank is moving in the direction of reclaimed food. It's so important with all the food waste that we have, not just in Santa Barbara County, but the national statistic is 40%. So I'm grateful to hear about this, and I'm happy to support.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I think I have three questions. The first is, are social meals, congregate meals back now post-COVID?
Supervisor Hartman, the answer to that is no, with the exception of one program that's a for-profit program. The AAA, I understand from Mr. Contois, is he's been engaged with them over time. The AAA is required, once the federal public health emergency gets lifted, they have a certain number of months, and I can't remember if it's 3 or 6, but at that point they have to reestablish congregate sites. When I spoke to their director about 6 or 8 weeks ago, his intention was to reestablish them at exactly the same places they had previously been, which would be great if that's able to be achieved, because people are used to going to those sites, but not yet.
And then my next question has to do with the match. And can you elaborate a little bit more on what we know about state and federal and foundation match programs out there?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, the only thing that we know that we learned just by our engagement with the AAA was that their director said that they had seen opportunities along the way in the recent past for additional federal funds that would be available if they had a local match. And that's the extent to what we know. But we thought that that would be wonderful if a few dollars on our part could bring in many more. And we thought, well, we should have that be available to all the programs for this trial 1-year period to see what they come up with.
And I think that's terrific. And if there is a lot of demand, then my sense would be to up the 75. And I wonder if there is flexibility if we did see a lot of demand.
That's a challenge with trying to figure out how to allocate the $600,000 in a meaningful way, in terms of having a meaningful amount to the programs for their current ongoing operation costs over the next couple of years. We could certainly, I mean, we can do whatever, we could have the allocation to the programs for their increased COVID costs be just for a year, $30,000 max each. That would give us a large amount of money to additionally pump into the grant match. If that came to fruition, we have a little bit of time to play with in terms of how, how soon this money has to be allocated and spent. But we would definitely not want, by a year from now, we would definitely want to know all the pots that we were having the money go into.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'd be interested in hearing more about that, and maybe, maybe 100, 500, or maybe we keep flexibility. Again, if matches are a real option out there, then I think it's a great opportunity to bring more money to the county.
So Supervisor Hartman, an idea would be that we could do the award by program for the next fiscal year up to $30,000 per program for increased COVID costs, and then hold the rest of the money in reserve for the match. And then a year from now, if that money wasn't being utilized, then really allocate what was left for the next fiscal year for those programs. That would certainly be doable as well.
Thank you for thinking on your feet. I have one more, and that is, how many county agencies? I mean, we've got the Human Resources Commission that has a grant program. What other sources of county funding do we have for senior meals programs?
So Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that goes back to our so we have the CDBG funds. These are, so the first one was the Human Service Commission. This chart is the CDBG funds, which was a total award of $15,947 in the current year. and then the 50,000 county general fund that flows through my department to the AAA, which is a match that the AAA must collect related to drawing down their federal money in general. And they collect an amount from San Luis Obispo County as well for that match for that county.
So my question has to do with, anything we can do to reduce the administrative burden on the meal providers, I think would be much appreciated. They've got to spend a lot of time writing grants and applying for funding, and if we could, they're a very limited number. We know them, they are of high quality. So I just wonder if there's any way to routinize and make easier the allocation of funding so that it's not this constant, at least with the county applying for grants. Any way to consolidate the funds and allocate them without all the overhead?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, that would be our intention. Because it's ARPA funding. I've already had a few conversations with Assistant CEO Nancy Anderson, and Terry and Nisich and I have had multiple conversations. And it's certainly our intention, if your board decides to allocate these funds in whatever way you decide, that the method for accessing them and then for the subsequent documentation for how those were used would be as minimal as possible, but within what's needed to survive audits related to the ARPA funding.
That's the ARPA money, but I'm talking about other county money and whether going forward, we could use this opportunity to think about going forward and making it easier for the organizations to access those funds.
So I will say to you, for the $50,000 that goes to the AAA, there's no process. I mean, we have a conversation with them every 2 or 3 years about what that amount needs to be for their match. And we request it in our budget, and it happens. I can't speak to the specifics for the CDBG or the Human Service Commission in terms of if there's opportunities there to alter those application processes.
That is a question I'd like further information about going forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lavania.
Thank you. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, so if we did this and we say, yeah, we're going to use these 600,000 of ARPA, would then your department make that allocation, or is it still something that comes to the budget and we hear from 7 different providers?
No. So the intention, so your board's already set aside this money, and we're still working on figuring out which exact mechanism would be used to distribute it.
Right.
But if you were to say we want $300,000 to go for funding for the next fiscal year with a maximum grant of $30,000 each, and then whichever entity within the county government that we decide is actually going to administer this would figure out the form that the program fills out, and it would be an award.
Okay. The only thing I'm worried about, and I like this idea, I think this makes sense, is these 8 or 9 agencies out there can have to realize this is a 2-year program, because ARPA money is going to go away. And I don't want folks to ramp up and do a lot of things that are going to be unsustainable, because we're not going to be able to allocate $300,000 a year for this. This is kind of a one shot in the arm infusion. I think it's a great idea, and I like the idea of matching funds and those types of things. But just a little warning to folks that might be applying for this money that this is not going to be an ongoing.
And
can't be.
Right. And Supervisor Levin, through the chair, we've had multiple conversations about options for this money, and where we landed was specifically for that purpose. It is ARPA money. It's one time. And by having them apply for it to cover their increased costs related to COVID, it's very situation specific as well as time specific.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I really like the idea of the matching funds being set aside. My only curiosity is we saw that there's a wide range of cost per meals per program. And how are we addressing that? Because I'm sure the cost went up for those that are charged to have a higher expense. So it seems like there's kind of some disincentive there for those groups that have been lean and mean and have kept their costs down, that they may not be as eligible for these funds. And so that's my concern going into this, is that somehow we will I'm not saying that anybody's doing the wrong thing, but that we won't be rewarding everybody equally, in part because of the way that they've built up their cost structure.
Right.
Of meal delivery.
Right. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, you're absolutely right. I think the current range of cost per meal ranges from like $13.50 a meal to $14.50 a meal. So it's huge. Depending upon whether they're making.
Can you say that? Can you say again?
I'm sorry, I meant $3.50.
Okay.
I had the three in my head. $3.50 a meal to $14.50 a meal. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Sure.
And that's an issue that we've looked at the entire time we've been looking at senior meal programs. Is they have all these different models, they have different costs. When we were looking at the option of using this money to like pay each program a certain amount per meal for a period of time, that was a concern that came up. And so there's just no way of solving for that. I think this plan of having them apply related to their increased costs kind of tends to keep it to a little more of a ratio of what it was before and what it is now. But it still doesn't fully address the issue of the model they're choosing to use. But I must say, in some situations, in some of the programs, it's the model that they have to use based upon the limitations they have with staffing levels or volunteer levels or things like that. So, but yeah, I've always felt like there was a great opportunity if somebody wanted to look at all the programs and cause suggestions to happen for programmatic changes. That there shouldn't be that wide of a range on the cost per meal, but it is.
I could continue on that. That's where I thought this money was going towards is infrastructure, so that we can do more with some of these programs, as well as, and then also identifying what is the true need, because some of these programs do income verification, some don't. There's a lack of incentive there. And so that's what I was hoping, not only just physical infrastructure that we would put in place through this process, some planning infrastructure, so that we could have some thresholds that we know, hey, what are the programs that we should be investing in that will actually meet the safety net level that we need to accomplish in our county, versus some of those that are just receiving meals that probably have means or probably could be personally subsidizing some of those meals themselves.
Right.
But they like the convenience. And I know we want to, and I know there's other benefits besides just nutrition here. There's a social component that's really important as well. And I know we're still trying to get our arms around it. So I'm going to be fine with where the board goes on this direction on this item, but I still think that we should be investing a little bit more into kind of cracking that nut.
Supervisor Nelson, to the chair, I feel like through our two surveys, we've tried to crack the nut of gaps, tried to crack the nut of opportunities. I've had a conversation with several people the past few weeks that, if this dollar amount was larger, or if we were intending on having a larger investment long-term, then we're positioning ourselves to be able to, cause change or to influence change in a meaningful way on some things that we think would make the overall structure better countywide. But there's over $3 million a year going into these programs from different foundations and cities and counties. And so our $167,000 that's currently being invested isn't really very, very good in terms of leverage. And I don't perceive the 600,000 we have in the ARPA money to be significant enough to do that sort of because it would have to be coming up with a model change now, but then having the incentives for the programs to adopt the model change, which is only going to happen with longer term, more significant financial presence.
Because the resistance is a lot of them don't want to do the surveys within their own clientele. Is that the?
No. So the AAA is required by federal law of who they serve and how they serve, and which is why after the federal health emergency is lifted, they're going to have to go back to offering congregate meals, because they're not going to be able to do the home delivered meals unless people meet criteria. But you're right, the other programs have varying rules that they operate by in terms of the criteria for home delivered meal. Some, basically, ask for a certain dollar amount. Others have suggested donation. All of them provide meals if the person can't pay. But they all operate with different rules. And when we did the $200,000 back at the beginning of the pandemic, we required that they be 60 or older in a home with nobody else that could assist them with their food, and that they be low income. And we had but we only had 4 programs out of all the programs at that time that used our money, because the rest of the programs did not collect that data to be able to attest to the fact that these were who they were serving were low income. Right. So
it wasn't an incentive enough to access those funds to.
Well, they didn't have the historic information at that moment in time to be able to say, we're serving these low income people. And it was at that point, it was $200,000 that we gave to them over the course of 2 months.
So I think the message is, I know we're looking to move forward with these ARPA funds towards these uses. But there are these senior meal programs that will continue to come to the county and say, hey, we want you guys to do more. Right. So I hope the message could be from this board is like, if you hope in the future to access those funds from us, if those funds have become available, that it be something where we tracked, those numbers, and that we can make sure that those numbers are available so that we can make good decisions up here on allocating those precious few resources. Thank you.
One suggestion maybe to meet the intent in a way that doesn't create more sort of, hurdles is, I mean, we could always award it on a per meal basis, right? I mean, whatever funding, instead of looking at asking everybody, how much money do you need? And then giving them some percentage of what money they need. We could say, hey, we'll allocate this money X number of dollars per meal till it runs out.
Chair Williams, that was a theory I ran across at one point in thinking of options, but that would assume that every program had detailed records related to the meals they served, how many clients they served, as well as how many meals to each of those clients. And that's not an assumption I would be willing to make at this point.
Got it. Okay.
So based upon the conversation we've had, I would amend our recommendation to dividing it into 2 pots, $300,000 for grants to the programs for the coming fiscal year, which would be we would figure out the application method, and it would simply be grants related to increased COVID costs, and then the other 300,000 for matching funds that we will revisit a year from now, and I'll bring back to your board, or somebody will bring back to your board the amount that's still left in that pot, if there is money left for reallocation.
I think that's good. I mean, I definitely think the match at least puts an incentive for some efficiency. Public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
And then can I get a motion?
I will move Director Nielsen's recommendation, but I also, again, would like at this opportunity to look at the county money in not ARPA money, but how we, what's that amount total from those 3 sources? The AAA money is already allocated. Okay, Mr. Chapchin, help.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. The CDBG money and the Human Services Commission money, of course, it's a policy issue. It's a finite amount of money that's divided in the community. So if the board does say, set aside this amount, we can certainly do that for senior meal programs.
And we typically do already, right?
We
A certain amount goes, and then there's a lot of uncertainty in various
15% of the CDBG money is for public service. The rest is for capital projects. So it's public service money is a lot less than the capital projects.
Could you look historically and give us for CDBG and also for the human resources, what historically we have allocated to senior meals?
Absolutely.
And then perhaps we could decide that percentage would be something we would do in the future. And again, it's a lot of effort to write the grant applications. It's a lot of anxiety about whether we'll get it or not. And anything we can do if we don't have a lot of money, the money we have, if we can get it efficiently to those organizations we know are serving the clientele that we're responsible for in part.
It is, but it's also federal money, except for the Human Services Commission money. That's general fund money. But we did something like that with in District 2 with the community clinic. You know, we set aside money. The board did ask us to set aside money in the next budget year for that. So there's a precedent. So we have done that, but we'll see what we can do under federal law. But the Human Services Commission, we can take that back to the commission as well and discuss.
Mr. Chapman, excuse me, when do you when do you come back to the board for the Human Service Commission recommendations for funding?
Well, that's usually a 3-year process, and we just came to you, I think, within the past 6 months or 9 months, I think. So, but we can always open up a process. You know, the staff is willing to do that, just as long as it's not too onerous. But for that money's already committed for 3 years.
Okay, so my motion is Director Nielsen's recommendation for the ARPA money and then direction to explore this other and come back to us at the appropriate time.
Sure.
I'll second.
Comments on the motion? With that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you
Motion
all very
passes.
much.
We will adjourn for closed session. County Council, why don't you give us a preview of what's in closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board is scheduled to meet in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation. Suzanne Duca versus County of Santa Barbara. That's a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case. And the second is Christopher Anderson versus County of Santa Barbara, and that's also a Santa Barbara Superior Court case. I had originally estimated an hour. But depending, and I think we might be able to do it and come back by 2:15.
Let's try to do that. We are reconvening the meeting from closed session. Will County Council please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation, Duca versus County of Santa Barbara and Anderson versus County of Santa Barbara. They're both Santa Barbara Superior Court cases, and the board took no reportable action.
Then let's go to departmental item number 3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County Broadband Strategic Plan.
So, good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. Jasmine McGinty with the County Executive Office. Today we are here to present to you the final broadband strategic plan that the county participated in coordination with the Broadband Consortium of the Pacific Coast and SBCAG. So today we're asking your board to receive and file a presentation on the Santa Barbara County Broadband Strategic Plan. So I'm just going to briefly introduce the project and turn it over to Maria Kelly with the Broadband Consortium to talk about the findings that we found over the past year in convening the analysis. So today, first of all, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for your contribution toward the development of the strategic plan back in October 2021. Your board allocated $200,000 of ARPA funding that went towards the development of the strategic planning process. Prior to that, in September 2021, staff brought forth the proposal for the county to participate in a long-term strategic planning process. This proposal was developed in coordination with the Broadband Consortium of the Central Coast, REACH, Econ Alliance, as well as local jurisdictions. So work commenced on the plan after the $200,000 was allocated. Work commenced from January through November of 2022, and the final plan was approved by the SBCAG board in December 2022. SBCAG is also here to help present, and they're going to talk about next steps in terms of the project, including a local assistance technical a local agency technical assistance grant that the county will be applying for. So I would like to thank, before we get into the details of the plan, I would like to thank Maria Kelly and Bill Simmons with the Broadband Consortium for all their work on the plan, as well as Mike Becker from SBCAG, who is very involved in the project. So with that, I will turn it over to Maria Kelly, who is going to go over the highlights of the plan as well as findings that we found. So Maria.
Hello, board, and thank you for having us here again today. For many of you, this is the 3rd time hearing about this plan. And again, thank you to many of you for participating in the very robust process and community engagement. Next slide, please. So some of this, again, you've seen, this is a recap. Some of this is recap. There's a little bit of new information, but we want to make sure that we're sharing with you everything that we've shared with every community within Santa Barbara County. We have been to every city council and SBCAG, and you are our final presentation and wrap. So here's some of the items that we'll touch on. Next slide, please. So again, we aligned with state and federal efforts. Those efforts are still ongoing with some of the federal funding continuing to be pushed and identified until later now this summer. But again, we're still on track as far as, what information needed. The open access GIS tool development is one of our recommendations that the county and SBCAG continue to utilize that tool that was developed. We understand what's happening in each of the communities throughout the county. And at the end of the day, the data did tell us that ultimately the community members want reliable broadband. Affordability comes in as a high piece of that, but reliability is significant to business owners, schools, and households. And then Santa Barbara County really is broadband ready with these baseline metrics and have a lot of great work to build off of. Next slide, please. So this is the countywide speed testing map. When we presented to the cities, each one was really broken down. And some of these dots are kind of large. We've overlaid the speed testing to the old CPUC map. There is a new CPUC map, and we are working on updating that, and we'll be sharing that in the coming month or so. CPUC did just release their updated map on priority areas 2 weeks ago. Regardless, we can still see that most of these areas where we've identified there are opportunities to improve broadband access. And that's mostly what this tells us. But what we were able to look at was really targeting the future. So the past minimum speed counting as served was 25 down and 3 up. That was the previous, and moving forward, the state and the feds are looking at a minimum of 100 download and 20 upload. So moving forward, the data collected will be presented in that fashion. What's most important about this is that we're going to be in an ongoing data collection process. This is important even as recently as the FCC maps challenges. We could use some of this data to challenge some of the current FCC mapping. So this is an ongoing process that the BCPC will be continuing. Next slide, please. So recommended actions for Santa Barbara County. Again, you have seen some of this, but this is very specific to what actions for the county, specifically county staff engagement, and asking for some, I think importantly under the organizing is maintaining that asset inventory. Again, that goes back to the GIS policy or the GIS planning tool, looking at some policy specifically around dig once, and then looking at conduit feasibility. Dig once is a policy that's driven by the decision makers, and we've made that recommendation for each of the communities that does not have a dig once policy yet. And then jumping down to participating in the countywide JPA, Fred will be touching on that a little bit. It is really important to continue the regional planning, so encourage the county to take that on as consider that as a priority, and have SBCAG continue to coordinate for the region. You can read these on your own, and I'm happy to answer any questions as they may come up, but I'll go down to the redundancy and resiliency planning. And that final one is prioritize infrastructure planning and policies to reduce that barrier to deployment, to find those partners within the telecommunications and within the other communities to make sure that the middle mile and actually more importantly, in my opinion, that last mile, and really reaching the underserved and unserved based on some of those new speed testing. And as we get more data and understand the needs of some of our community members, whether it's affordability and adoption issues or access. Next slide, please. So recommended regional actions. This is not a new slide. You have seen this. You've seen this slide several times. It hasn't changed. But again, completing the strategy, moving forward, making sure that, under what we're really looking at right now is that in column 1 under organizing, working on that LATA funding, which Fred will touch on, and then develop that JPA programmatic EIR, the JPA and the programmatic EIR, and ensure that there's policy alignment at a regional level. That's what's going to get us to deployment the fastest. Again, keeping in mind that we're looking at 5-10 years. This project is a baseline for a long-term work efforts. This infrastructure takes a long time to plan for and deploy. And next slide, please. So for Q1 for 2023, I know this is just a receive and file, but consider in the future having this board go ahead and adopt some of the recommendations once you've identified the priorities and approach, and ask that you support the regional model of the broadband JPA. That really does align with RCRC work and some of the middle mile Golden State Connect Authority work, and that would be a huge asset regionally to follow along that work effort. And we already know that you have great county staff participation, so continuing to allow that and support that. In Q2, looking at some feasibility around policy recommendations. Again, this is still going to be some exploratory staff, and then look at the last mile selection priority areas that relates to CPUC. And again, some of that new updated CPUC mapping will help identify where some of those last mile priorities are. And really important is continuing that engagement with the telecommunications, having staff engage, SBCAG engage with what the telecommunications we've identified, who's the primary service provider and who is doing work where. It's going to be important that those conversations continue. Again, through the end of the year, I want to highlight one that's unique is that determine the feasibility of working with the CSDs. The community services districts, there's several, there's many in the unincorporated areas, obviously, in the underserved areas, and looking at the opportunities where there might be able to co-locate facilities as broadband is expanded. It hasn't been, the CSDs have not necessarily been identified as high priority partners, but in the case of reaching some of these underserved areas, they're a natural fit. They understand who's out there. They understand what the connections are typically with sewer and water connections. So it's going to be important to continue those conversations. And those are my next steps, and I'm happy to answer any questions after Fred presents on this final slide.
All right. Giving me some strange looks. Yes, I found myself here presenting on broadband. I'm not lost, Supervisor Lavanino.
Complicated project.
So thank you, Chair Williams and board members. So yeah, it's great to be here to present kind of as we transition from the broadband planning to implementation and at SBCAG and what role we would play going forward. But first of all, you know, as it was echoed before, I want to thank the entire team, particularly Mike Becker on SBCAG staff as we transition over. I'm going to be the point person at SBCAG for implementation and look forward to it. So now the effort in the region looks for how we transition to that implementation. And one of the really the first markers is where, you know, getting the funding for that. And I understand that the board this morning did approve the resubmittal of a LATA grant to the California Public Utilities Commission. And so that's an important first step in order to plan out what Maria just indicated were some of the key things we need to work on over the next few years. The application, I understand, would be submitted. Jasmine was telling within a short time frame, and then the idea would be that maybe within a month or so, the Public Utilities Commission would be hearing that for approval, and then that'll set the stage for being able to move forward with some of those early implementation efforts, like Maria outlined, which include you know, developing the scope, looking at those priority areas, the environmental document, the programmatic EIR, and that being said, and then working on the Joint Powers Authority for the region to maintain that kind of regional perspective for implementation. So just wanted to introduce myself in this capacity, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And but Maria's the expert, so she probably has most of the answers. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hurt.
I think this question may be more for the county. I understand the regional approach, but how will the county be working to develop its policies? Do we have a dig once? What's our plan for doing our internal work that is in alignment with this work?
So that's a great question. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. And we are going to be working moving forward with our Chief Information Officer, Chris Cherwin, on all the technical sides of things. So we will definitely get with him and his team to see what our approach is and next steps moving forward for policy development.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I just had a question about the time sequence. Is this is now starting, is that correct, in this past year? Because the nature of my question is all that we learned during pandemic and shutdown and the impacts of lack of access and poverty and kids, et cetera. So I'm just curious, what lessons are we incorporating that into this project, or did this start prior, or where are we with that?
Yeah, my apologies. So the timeline of this project, we did start the data collection in the process in January of 2022.
Okay.
And then the project really wrapped up. The data collection wrapped up in July, August of this past year. So yes, part of the driving, this project was driven by the fact that the state was investing funding, SB 156, and it really was a response to COVID. So yes, this is a lot of those considerations have been made through the process.
Thanks for that context. Thanks.
So I just add to that there are elements of the county that was involved even before.
Yes.
Supervisor Hartman brought up this idea, and I participate in the Latino Caucus of California Counties, and we were lobbying for the state funding on the original, so that lobbying that took place even before it was approved came out of some of those lessons learned from the pandemic. I just do have a question for why MPOs were specifically exempted from funding. And does anybody know what the CPUC's logic on that? Like, we have to form another layer of government. We can't use an existing one.
It was a really interesting because council of governments were allowed and MPOs were not. So some council of governments are not MPOs, and there was this nuanced language. And when we originally approached the CPUC about the application, we said, well, we're an MPO and a COG, and staff was under the impression, let's go ahead and give it a shot. There will be work efforts moving forward because the CPUC, as well as the decision makers, have been shared that this is a very nuanced that's created a barrier. Because regional planning, and especially broadband, should be regional planning, and therefore excluding MPOs that are COGs and COGs that are MPOs really doesn't make sense. So if they're able to make that change in the coming year or two, that would be great. But we have seen a couple, this is not the only county that ran into this. And so COGs have been awarded LATA funding and MPOs have not. And so anybody that was both was removed from original applications. So they're aware that it's an issue. It took a long time for attorneys to review it, and the ultimate decision was no. But we didn't find that out until November. Yeah.
Yeah. On that. Thank you, Maria. So great question. That was part of some of my remarks. I understand there was earlier action by the Board of Supervisors on the grant itself today. So SBK has investigated this with our lobbyist in Sacramento. And so it looks like we're going to try to introduce some legislative changes, perhaps, or at least seek that probably early next year and get through this grant cycle. And that's something we can look at. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have 2 requests to speak on this item. We'll begin with Eleanor Gartner here in Santa Maria.
We've got Hermione Granger raising her hand really high up there and back.
Excited to be with you all. Hi, everyone. I'm Eleanor Gartner with Cox Communications, and we're very excited about this plan and commend the county's focus on broadband. As you probably know, Cox serves South Santa Barbara County from Carpinteria to Goleta, and one of our primary focuses is on adoption and digital literacy. Everyone in our footprint has access to up to 1 gig speeds for residential services and up to 10 gigs and beyond for business services. We're committed to continuous investment in our network to meet our customers' current and future technology needs. We've invested more than $60 million in our local fiber-based network over the past 3 years, and we're accelerating that investment with another $60 million over the next 3 years to deploy technology on our road to 10 gig residential services. One note in the study, the maps are sourced from the CPUC and don't always paint an accurate picture or an outdated picture of coverage. We'd be happy to review specific areas with you if there are questions. And if you have constituents who for some reason can't get access to our services, please reach out to us so that we can resolve. We'd love to partner with the county and cities in our footprint on the proposals in the broadband plan. Cox has a long history of being a leader in broadband adoption and affordability programs. Our national Connect to Compete program for families with school-aged kids started right here in Santa Barbara County with our collaboration with the County Education Office in 1999. Today, households who qualify for low-income programs can get free internet by combining Cox's affordability programs, Connect to Compete and Connect Assist, with the federal government's Affordable Connectivity Program monthly subsidy. Customers need to sign up for the ACP separately, and the process can be a little confusing and cumbersome. We've hosted numerous sign-up and educational events with school districts and nonprofit partners like Partners in Education, the Boys and Girls Club, Girls Inc., public libraries, to help guide people through this process. And we're sharing tips with households to get the most out of their home networks, as well as provide resources to our free digital literacy trainings. But there's more that we can all do here to help get these resources out to community members who need them. We'd love the county's collaboration on this, and we're excited to work together on ways to ensure that every household who qualifies for a low-income program can do so. Thank you to those of you who have already gotten the word out about our own programs and the ACP subsidy. There are also opportunities to partner together on community Wi-Fi to provide services to underserved populations, as well as smart city solutions, which can be revenue generators for local cities. We're eager to collaborate to make Santa Barbara County more connected and bridge the digital divide together. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, that is our final request to speak on this item.
Can I get a motion? There is just receive and file. Motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. D4.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission's designation of Rocky Nook Park as a county historic landmark. This item is located within the 1st District.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Mr. Chair. Today we have an item before you. It is a recommended designation of Rocky Nook Park, which is a park in the 1st District. And the Historic Landmarks Advisory Committee or Commission made a recommendation to for this historic landmark designation. And that happened on November 14th of this year. And it is Planning and Development's responsibility to forward those recommendations to the board. Today we have Joe Dargle, supervising planner, and Kevin De Los Santos, who is the planner that is going to make the presentation today. And also Mr. Travis Seawards, our deputy director, are all here to answer questions if need be. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. De Los Santos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and supervisors. My name is Kevin De Los Santos. I'm the assigned planner for the designation of Rocky Nook Park as a county historic landmark. Rocky Nook Park is located at 610 Mission Canyon Road in the Mission Canyon neighborhood, located just north of the city of Santa Barbara. Displayed on the screen is the property boundaries of the park. Rocky Nook Park was initially nominated for historic landmark status by Francesca Galt, a member of the public, in 2016. At the time, the Historic Landmarks Advisory did not take formal action on the nomination. In 2022, the chair of HLAC initiated a nomination of Rocky Nook Park for designation of a landmark. HLAC finds that Rocky Nook Park is historically significant because it exemplifies and reflects special elements of the county's cultural, social, aesthetic, and natural history. It is identified with persons and events significant in local, state, or national history. The site's settlement by the Olivers in 1881 reflects a wave of affluent Easterners who came to Santa Barbara County in the late 1800s. It is a geographically definable area possessing a concentration of historic, prehistoric, archaeological, and scenic properties. On November 14th, 2022, HLAC considered the documentation provided by Ms. Galt regarding the property's historical significance and adopted the resolution. Section 18A-5 of the County Code grants the Board of Supervisors discretion to approve, modify, or disapprove the designation. The Community Services District Department, Parks Division, and Public Works Department, Transportation Division both do not support the designation as currently drafted. Parks Division believes the designation would constrain their ability to provide maintenance to public hiking trails, restrooms, popular group picnic areas, and several small barbecue areas. Similarly, Public Works does not support the designation as proposed. However, they would support the designation if elements adjacent to or along Mission Canyon Road corridor that are impacted by maintenance, capital improvement, or safety projects are exempt from the conditions of the resolution. The Board of Supervisors can take the following potential actions on the items before them today. Approve the designation and adopt a resolution, modify the designation and subsequently adopt the modified resolution, or disapprove the designation. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions from the board? I will go to
I got a
public question. Sure, Supervisor Lavnia.
I want to hear from Public Works more about what exactly the hesitancy is and how it impacts them and how
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisor Levanino, Kristen, County Public Works. So what we find in these kind of situations is that these types of designations impact our ability to perform exactly the functions you see there. And over the years, our stance has just been a hard no, but in this instance, we worked with the subcommittee to try and come up with a compromise where we could include language that would protect our ability to perform the county mandate and function. And that's the language that originally went to the HLAC that we were comfortable with.
And Supervisor Lavnino, the language that originally went to the HLAC that was put in a motion at the HLAC that failed on a 4-4 vote included this language. Elements adjacent to or that elements adjacent to or along Mission Canyon Road corridor that are impacted by maintenance, capital improvement, or safety projects would be exempted from the designation.
So help me understand better, because I went
And that language is in the board level letter on page 4.
So I went to take a look at it, and it seems like the concern might be the actual road in front of what's the name of that? You know that area very well, Mission Canyon Road. Okay, so do we have any desire? I mean, is that what this is all about? I'm trying to figure out what the battle is about. Because I haven't got into the, I'm watching it from 30,000 feet, and I'm like, all right, yes, the park looks like it's historical, and we would like to do this. But there's got to be an underlying battle that I'm unaware of that. I'm getting a lot of blank stares, so maybe there's not, or nobody wants to talk about it, and I'll listen to public comment, and then we can go from there.
I think some of it will be revealed a little bit more through public comment, but I suppose, the first thing is that I could just do I'll lead ex parte communications disclosure by saying that I've met with both a number of advocates that are supportive of it, including both the HLAC members and the activists that originally proposed the designation. And I met with a local neighborhood group that it was opposed to the designation. So what I could at least tell you is that I asked the question of the advocates, is this about trying to defeat the road project that never happened? And they said, absolutely not. We want a historical designation because we love Rocky Nook Park. And if so, the outstanding question in my mind is why not then approve the previous resolution that failed on a 4-4 vote at HLAC. So I guess that's one of the real, to me, that's the meat of the question for the day. Supervisor Hartman.
I think Supervisor Labanino, did you have a follow-up?
No, I was just going to give my ex parte. So.
Oh. I would like to know more about what an HLAC designation requires. It doesn't stop projects. It just requires a little more consultation with HLAC. Is that not correct? And how is routine maintenance generally regarded when there is a historic designation?
Mr. Chair and Supervisors, when a location has a designation, it does require review by the HLAC. And so that designation has different conditions. And so in this resolution, it includes the draft conditions. And so it would have to go through and have review for any new development on the property.
Right. What about routine maintenance?
It does describe routine maintenance, and so there are provisions within that. I'd have to look closely at each one. There's a site plan and different areas of the site that are designated as exempt from those conditions.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, we have Mr. Jeff Lindgren on Zoom, and he might be able to answer that question.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, I did want to just point out, so as a general rule, normal maintenance and repair is accepted from what needs to go back to the HLAC. And then the way that it works, similar to has been described. There's certain items that are done that need express consent of the HLAC. There's certain items that are exempt, certain items that may need approval. That approval could be appealable to your board. So part of the
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted.
and part of the decision is for your board, you have discretion. You can approve the designation, not approve. You can modify. So part of what is before you is, are you liking these conditions? If you want to approve it, or do you want to modify them further?
Yeah, I still want everyone to do X party.
Mr. Lindgren is on
Yeah.
Zoom and could respond
Mr.
sir,
Lindgren,
at some
why don't you
point.
respond first.
He's not.
We're having problems getting a hold of him, so if you could.
So maybe I
it
could,
first.
I could elucidate just that I asked both Parks and Public Works for language that would essentially protect their ability to do what are existing uses. And so I mean, I do have language to that effect. The Public Works one is really straightforward. It's the same language that it's always been. The Parks language is that the exemptions would be existing elements of the park used by the public for passive recreation, which are those non-motorized leisure activities or non-team sports that are dependent on the natural landscape in which the activity occurs, that are impacted by maintenance, capital improvement, or safety projects for passive recreation. The administration building and parking areas for the administration building, and the internal roadway and parking areas for public access. So essentially what the designation would require an extra hurdle for would be some new kind of use in the park. And if we adopted the parks language and the Public Works thing.
And Chair, although you articulated that, Mr. Lundberg just did get on if you want him. to.
Okay, Jeff, I was filling in for you, buddy. But if you want to elaborate.
Thank you so much, Chair Williams, board members. Yes, kind of at the heart of this matter is that Rocky Nook Park is a well-loved and heavily used public park for passive recreation. So I think that a path forward could possibly be to exempt activities that support passive recreation in the park as we all know it today. So that would be maintenance and operational uses, and what we would consider minor capital improvements. Those things that support the passive uses in the park today. And by passive, we mean hiking, walking, bicycling, picnicking, horseshoes, those sorts of things that don't involve a structured recreational environment with referees or uniforms or keeping score or really anything along those lines. So I think that's one way that we could structure an exemption that would look similar to what Public Works had proposed for ongoing maintenance and operations of the parks.
Okay, now are we ready for ex parte communications? Who wants to go second?
I'm happy
Supervisor
to. I'm
Capps.
happy to.
You know
I know a little
nothing
bit.
about this park.
I know a little bit.
You live right across the street, right?
Used to, yep. So I had ex parte meetings with Keith Kaufman Gray, with Darian Bleacher, with Fran Galt, and with Mr. Lanny Abenstein, all in favor of the designation.
Mr. Lavanio?
I had a Zoom with Lenny Ebenstein and Fran Galt and visited the park while they were talking to me about the park.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I had the same meeting with Lanny Ebenstein and Brendan Galt, as well as I talked to my HLAC commissioner, Rob Knight, about the vote.
And I talked to my HLAC Commissioner Lansing Duncan at length and exchanged some emails with him, as well as meeting with Lenny Ebenstein and team on Zoom.
And I should be more precise with my ones. My was a little too general. Yesterday, I met with Carl Hutter and Mission Canyon Heritage Trail Association members. And I also met with Keith Kaufman Gray and my delegate Sheila Snow about the designation. And the previous week, I met with, let's see if I have a complete list of it. I do not, but with the activists in support of the designation. Okay, go to public comment now.
We'll begin with Keith Kaufman Gray to be followed by Ronald Nye.
Chair Williams, supervisors, it's been a long goal to get here where we are today. My name is Keith Kaufman Gray, and I'm chair of the County of Santa Barbara Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission. I'm very pleased with the details of the board supervisor's letter that you received. I think it gave a nice background of what has been happening. As stated in the letter, Francesca Galt brought the nomination of Rocky Nook Park for historic landmark status to HLAC in early 2016. HLAC formed a subcommittee at that time to work with County Parks Department, County Public Works, and also Planning Development. The subcommittee met with the departments for multiple positive meetings and listened to their concerns, and we incorporated these concerns into a proposed resolution. HLAC conducted and agendized meetings between 2016 and 2019. We had 6 meetings in that period. And we also incorporated the public's concerns and ideas into the resolution. After our February 2019 meeting, after it was clear that there was not support at the supervisor level at the time, it was decided to suspend further work on the nomination. In early 22, after requests from fellow commissioners and the public, I as chair brought back the Rocky Nook Park nomination as a historic landmark at our April 2022 meeting. At the April meeting, HLAC decided to bring the nomination back at the resolution level instead of starting from beginning, but where we kind of left off in 2019. And we formed a new subcommittee to go over changes to the original resolution and again reach out to County Public Works, County Planning Development, and County Parks Department. On June 17th, the subcommittee had a very positive Zoom meeting with county departments to address their concerns and try to work out a solution for their support. On July 15th, we got a letter from Chris Snedden, sent wording, that's from Public Works, sent wording that if put in the resolution, the wording that you heard today, put in the resolution, County Public Works would support the nomination. As mentioned at our November 14th meeting, Public Works wording was voted on by the full HLAC, and it was defeated on a 4-4 tie. A follow-up vote on the resolution presented today without the wording was passed unanimously by all of HLAC commissions. County Parks Department never submitted to HLAC any wording that they would support. And I was very surprised to look at today's county letter that you saw, and it said that there is wording in there that they would support if incorporated into the nomination. And I was very surprised that they did not come to us before we approved it with this new language that they wanted. In this language, there's a word capital improvements. Now, capital improvements wording by County Public Works is for only along the Mission Canyon Road. It's not the whole park, it's just along the road. And it states that in there, what they would like in the nomination. Capital improvements wording that's in there, that's by County Parks Department, is for the entire Rocky Nook Park. If that was inserted, that would allow them to do anything. I mean, if they want to put a basketball court, they would be able to put a basketball court without coming to us. And all we ask in both departments is we just give recommendations. We want it to come through us. We have experts on the nomination and let us hear it. And then we give it back to them. And as was stated earlier, if it's something that we say no to and they object, they can always go to the Board of Supervisors and have us overruled. But the idea is just, it's one step, but we have a lot of experts on our commission that could go over it to make sure that the county historic landmark stays.
Keith, you're over
Oh,
time.
I'm
Can you
sorry.
just wrap up?
Okay. And the one question that County Parks gave us is why Rocky Nook Park? Why not our parks? All of our parks are historic. Well, it's true. We have a lot of historic parks. And the very good question, Rocky Nook Park meets the level of historic landmark and meeting the criteria of section 18-A3, eligibility for a historic landmark. Rocky Nook Park is unique in that it's in a natural state within an urban environment next to the city of Santa Barbara, with new housing being developed for Santa Barbara. The more open space is going to be more necessary, and Rocky Nook Park is right next to a city that makes it easy. So now is the time to make Rocky Nook Park historic landmark, number 54. HLAC and county citizens have been working on this nomination since 2016. Listen to the public and make Rocky Nook Park a historic landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. I'm going to have to just make sure that further public speakers, we do have 16 public comment speakers, and that by our rules, we have public comment at 2 minutes. So just how nice I was to Keith, it will not be continued. I am going to cut you off after 2 minutes. We are an hour behind. So next public commenter.
Ronald Nye, to be followed by Fred Sweeney.
Thank you, Chair Williams and Supervisors. I'm Ronald Nye, I'm a historian, and I currently serve as Vice Chair of the Historic Landmarks Commission. Casting about for what to say in my 3 minutes or less. I thought about some questions that or comments that I'm asked very often, and one of about this process and about landmarks and in the county, and one of them, it comes as a statement saying, of course, a landmark cannot be changed or altered. The owner of a landmark is forever doomed to live helplessly in or under his or her unrenovated historic relic. That, of course, is not true. HLAC and other design review bodies simply request that changes or alterations to a landmark be compatible with the original resource. That gets into a terminology as to what is compatibility, and those there are specific guidelines that HLAC uses and what architectural historians use to determine that. And I will point out in the actual resolution itself, there are numerous places language that allows explicitly what's the word I want? Implementation of normal maintenance and repair. That's a quote. Further on page 3, after discussing various features, the resolution reads, that alterations to the park shall preserve such features to the extent feasible. And it goes on and reflect historic character. It goes on along the same lines.
Mr. Nye, I'm going to
Yes.
have to have you
Okay.
wrap up.
Thank you very much. And we got through one question anyway.
Great. Good.
Thank you. And we urge you to support this nomination.
Mr. Chair and Supervisors, thank you. My name is Fred Sweeney. I'm going to read, keep under my 3 minutes, my comments, but if I have time at the end, I'd like to answer Mr. Lagavino's, Supervisor Lagavino's question about why are we here? So I'm president of the board of directors of the Mission Trail Heritage Association, known as Safe Passage. We have submitted our letter and supporting information for your consideration concerning the request of the designation. I'd like to take a moment, though, to cover 2 additional points. It was interesting when I delivered my packet of information to you all, which I hope you received, at the clerk's office last Friday at County Administration Building. I noticed on the elevator doors, you had some goals laid out, one of which was to make decisions by metric data. And we, for the last 12 years that have been pursuing a safe passage in this corridor, have been providing that data, including a $10,000 traffic and bicycle count for that corridor done by Associated Transportation Engineers, a formidable firm in Santa Barbara. That money was raised by our organization to assist. That information is in the hands of your Public Works Department as well as the city of Santa Barbara. And we've continued to do that for the last 12 years on various stages. I am an architect by practice. I have been brought out of retirement to design the next phase of the Santa Barbara Airport terminal that I designed 12 years ago. So I know a little bit about sites and roads and so forth, but I'm also a lifelong resident of this area. I spent many years of my childhood and many hours in Waller Park, next to where my aunt and my first 4 cousins lived in the old Army barracks that were there. And over the years, I've attended a lot of family events, reunions, Easter Sunday at Waller Park. And my family goes way deep into the soil of this valley. They're pioneers that go back years of occupying here. So that fostered a deep love of preservation and history. And I've always loved that as an architect. So this whole process kind of put in question in my mind, looking at where the time is
That's how much you're over.
Okay. Do we designate other parks, Halama Beach, Goleta Beach, Nahui Falls, Waller Park, et cetera? Where does this end? So those are my comments. I'd love to answer Mr. Lagavino's.
Well, we are allowed to ask a question, so I will ask you, can you answer Mr. Lavigno's question?
If you looked at the information that I sent over, there's a little section here. That is based, a drawing I did based on the survey work that was authorized by the previous district supervisor, who is now our congressman, by county surveyors. And as you may know, the properties overlap the road right away in the county, which is different than the cities. And so in this case, that's what it does. What this is all about, it's not about the park. It's about the historic curb where the road was prior to 1930 when the county widened Mission Creek Bridge and they moved the road over toward the Stegosaurus Wall. All we've been doing over these 12 years is hoping that they would move the road back away back to that location of the historic wall. 3 years into this process, an individual who has now met with all of you in your ex parte declared to us that he would fight to the death any improvement for Mission Canyon, irregardless of safety, handicap accessibility, et cetera. And that's the result of this designation effort. It has nothing to do with the park, and that's wonderful. You want to designate it? That's great. It all is about that curb and the road right away. Thank you.
Fran Gall to be followed by Ernestine Ignacio de Soto.
Good afternoon, supervisors. The people who met with Supervisor Williams were Susan Chamberlain, Joel Michelson, Kevin Snow, Paulina Kahn, and myself. Rocky Nook Park in Santa Barbara County has a deep and thorough history. But what is even more remarkable is the deep attachment people have for this park, and we've heard from so many of them. This one site has a very unusual and complete history, and the setting itself looks and feels much as it has for centuries. Ancient boulders and landforms tell the story of the earliest existence. The natural stream with its native plants and trees gave sustenance to the first people. It's been a gathering place for the Chumash and all that followed continuously through all the generations. The founding of the Presidio was possible because of the fresh water brought by channels from this site. The establishment of the mission was possible because of building materials here and in Mission Canyon. The plentiful supply of sandstone here became a main feature in distinctive Santa Barbara architecture. In the 1880s, the Olivers, the first settlers, knew this remarkable site was a historic resource. They shared it with everyone in the outdoors with picnics and afternoon teas. After the Olivers died, their good friends and neighbors raised $27,000 to purchase the main portion of Rocky Nook, and it became a park for the public almost 100 years ago in 1928. It's even more urgent now to protect these native trees and plants as much as possible, to keep the natural stream healthy and honor this complete—
Fran, you're going to have to wrap
I'm
up.
finishing up. And honor this complete, unique, historic landscape for all generations of the future. We owe it to all of those who came before. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran.
Ernestine Ignacio de Soto, to be followed by Aluki Para.
Haku, Haku. Kakti Ernestine Ignacio de Soto. And Kakinash for listening to me. I have to use the Hollywood thing, and no, I wasn't swearing at you. Kakinash, thank you. I come here in peace for a change. And I'm listening to all of you, and I'm not polished or educated, I'm just a savage fighting for her land. You can always settle everything by just giving it back, but that's not possible yet. But I have to say this landmark is important. In 1928, I don't know if that's when it was established or given some form of acknowledgement. That's the year my sister was born. And it's been in the generations throughout everyone here. She spent her childhood here. I spent my childhood there. My children spent their childhood there. So that alone makes it important. But aside from my being here for whatever, I've got you guys. We've been here 13,000 years. And designating all parks, why not? They belong to us and we're willing to share. Also, down the beach, absolutely. Ambassador Park isn't the only place we stood. We occupied that entire area. So we're willing to take that back since I was on the waterfront committee and I never did get that carousel. I still want it back. It's perfect. I don't want to tear it down. It's the perfect form for an op, a Chumash house. But I'm here also because I'm concerned about the safe passage over there. I don't care, Indian or whatever your race. It's important to protect our people. And that means everyone. And utilizing anything for their special personal agenda, that's wrong. I understand there's a tree that's endangered. Well, it's not going to be the last sycamore. And I'm a tree hugger, I can say that. And moving the bridge would be a consideration. It hasn't been here 13,000 years. But by moving that over into the creek, over the creek, just a few feet, you have to boy step that whole area anyhow, so why not? And if I were in charge, which I'm not, and I'm talking about my own people, I'm not, it has to be monitored. And I would do it for nothing, just to provide the safety. You could give me a tax break. I've done that for the mission. So it's important. We're all one, no matter how we think or feel. And so we have to think about the rest of the planet. And this alone is a part of it. So you can always transplant that tree. And as for the plants out there, they are not indigenous. But we do have a way of restoring them. If you talk to, what is it, the Marine Sanctuary or Channel, whatever it is, the girls out here know. It's important, and I agree. And as a tribe, we would like to be able to utilize out there ourselves.
Ernestine,
we have a
you're gonna
lot
have
to
to
teach.
wrap up there.
Okay, cut us off like you do. You wouldn't do that in council and tribal area.
I've given you a minute longer than every other person because you are an elder.
Yes. I've heard that before. So anyway, think about that. And the real name, according to the girls, is Hanayan. Remember that.
Thank you. So, folks, I know we have some more public commenters. I really got to tell you, we have almost been perfect in our record of not being able to make it under the time limit. So please, that when it's a red flashing light, it means you're over the time limit.
Mr. Chair, and members of the board.
Oh, yes. And I wanted to make sure that the language that Parks provided to protect exempt existing uses from the designation, but where they would agree to the designation, wanted to make sure that was up on the screen so members of the public could see it.
And Mr. Chair and members of the board, just for the record, it's the same language that Chair Williams read out before we went on break. We just wanted to make sure that it was displayed for the public, so it'd be easier to reference. And Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's also available online.
Great. Could we deputize someone to, okay, great. So we can get to the next public commenter.
Alokoi Para, to be followed by Robin Redwater.
Haku Haku, Kakti Alakoi Para. I'm a Chumash woman with lineage spanning from San Ynez, Santa Barbara, Ventura, and the Channel Islands. I urge you to designate Rocky Nook as a historical landmark. Rocky Nook is a village site, Hanayak, that my ancestors have lived in for thousands of years prior to pre-colonizations. The ancient ones built the aqueducts that Mexican and Spanish government would later benefit from. The boulders located in Rocky Nook Park are the largest remaining site of debris flow. I also believe the Board of Supervisors must consider land back. Our relationship with our ancestral land is sacred, and it's very telling that to this day, Santa Barbara has not given any land back to the original people of this land that have documented lineage. Being that protecting Rocky Nook as a historical landmark is consistent with the Mission Canyon Community Plan, I hope you feel the need to make the right choice. After all, Rocky Nook is a historical, environmental, and sacred space that must be preserved for the future generations. And as Ernestine Ignacio de Soto stated in 2018 about this issue, Hutash is watching. Beware. Kakinash. Thank you. I yield my time.
Robin Redwater to be followed by Mariana Parr.
Haku haku kianti kakti Robin Redwater. As a Chumash woman, I strongly urge for Rocky Nook to be declared a historical landmark. There is plenty of evidence that the aqueduct was built by Chumash. Spanish colonizers would not have known the land and connecting water sources to create such a thing, or to sustain it. In order to provide true solidarity with the Chumash, it is on the county to help preserve and recognize places such as Rocky Nook and recognize the original people of this land in a meaningful way, such as declaring Rocky Nook a historical landmark. Without action behind the county's words of wanting to recognize and uplift Chumash, there is no solidarity and only further erasure of our people. We took care of this land and kept it beautiful, and it is now the land that you know and so claim to love. It's unacceptable that it has not already been declared a landmark, as the county is very quick to recognize and to declare landmarks with the mission or places with ties to your European American ancestors. I hope that Rocky Nook is recognized as a historical landmark and we can use this space to educate and uplift the community. Thank you.
Marian Para to be followed by Polina Khan.
Haku Kiantik Marianne. I'm feeling really inspired today. Everybody here that has come to support Rocky Nook Park. Before it was Rocky Nook, as they mentioned, is Hanayan, which means rocky. So the name has stood the test of time from ancestral days through the Spanish mission era, settler colonialism, and today in modern time, and I'm sure this will be the name as the future goes on. Rocky Nook Park actually does have native plants that are there. They've got toyon, they've got the oak tree. These plants, despite mudslides, torrential rainfall, they've lasted like our people. No matter how we've tried to get rid of them, they still grow, they still break through that ground. You can't separate us from the land. We've lived on these lands for time immemorial. We've caretaken these lands. This is why the reason people want to live here, they come to visit, they see the beauty, they feel the spirit of the territory. You can't not come here and not feel it. That's why people continually come here. We want preservation over profit. We don't want our sites, this was a village site, we don't want our sites desecrated anymore or destroyed. These territories were not made to withstand all the buildings, the homes, and the roadways. Ancestrally, you either had to walk, hike over, or go through a tumul. They were not properly made. We knew there was landslides. We'll continue to have landslides. No matter what we do as we move forward in the future, using geonetting, everything, we're putting up concrete walls, the ocean is still taking it all back. Why not make it a historical landmark? Because it has been this entire time. There's boulders there that can prove the geological age of 35 million years. This says something. Please, I implore you to do what's right and make Rocky Nook a historic landmark. Thank you.
Paulina Khan to be followed by Carl Huttener.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and Board of Supervisors. My name is Paulina Khan. I have lived in Mission Canyon for 50 years. I spend glorious hours walking to, from, and in Rocky Nook Park. Please designate the park a county historic landmark per the resolution unanimously passed by your very large Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission. The heritage of a place is what sets it apart from all other places. Preserving these places remembers and saves the culture of the people who came before. Preserving historical sites benefits us and the future. Landmark designation does not prohibit change nor demolition outright. It ensures a more thorough review before change, including demolition proposals. Landmark designation does not inhibit routine maintenance and repair in any way. Why does Parks and Transportation even mention this? Rocky Nook Park is more than worthy. Here is a complete, authentic display of Santa Barbara's natural and human history, both backwards and forwards in time from 1782, without the oak woodland and riparian creek ecology having been destroyed. After 241 years of foreign occupation, so to speak, this is amazing. The natural landscape, the land of the free Chumash, is still here. Artifacts of Chumash labor after 1782 still exist here too. The spirit of the past can be felt. Because of its location and complete history, Rocky Nook Park is an essential extension of Mission Historical Park, a city historic landmark for decades. Rocky Nook Park is directly associated with the Chumash place names of Achtayuchash and Chanayan, places of the wild cherries and Rocky Place, both still very visible and accessible here. The giant boulder field is a place of awe and geologic study. Artifacts of Spanish, Mexican pioneer, and the park's era are all found without any of the native oak woodland and riparian ecology having been destroyed. Incredible. Please designate Rocky Nook Park as a county historic landmark as your HLAC unanimously designated. Thank you so very much.
Carl, to be followed by Sheila Snow.
Honorable Supervisors, my name is Carl Hutterer. I live at 790 Mission Canyon Road as an immediate neighbor of Rocky Nook Park and have lived in that neighborhood for the past 23 years. I'm an archaeologist by training and have a lifelong commitment to both historic and environmental conservation. While I love Rocky Nook Park and have enjoyed using it in many ways over the years and believe that its character should be protected, I also believe that landmarking a park or living landscape is an unnecessary and silly exercise. Rocky Nook is managed by the County Parks Division, which is committed to protecting the integrity and historical character of the property. And if any plans for changes were ever contemplated, they would necessarily have to go through a historical review. That seems to be proper and sufficient protection. However, I have no objections in principle to imposing a historic landmarks designation on the park, if that suits some overly anxious historicists, but only on the condition that this does not do any harm in the long term by hindering or preventing improvements to public safety that are both acceptable from a conservation point of view and in the public interest. For this reason, I strongly object to a designation that could ultimately hinder or prevent necessary maintenance and safety improvements to the county's right-of-way adjacent to the park. There's a long history of abusing legislation and policies designed for environmental and historic preservation to further other agendas. This needs to stop. Thank you.
Sheila Snow, to be followed by Lonnie Ebenstein.
Hi, I'm Sheila Snow, and I am Das Williams's appointee to HLAC. I've been on it for approximately 7 years, and I've been on 2 of the subcommittees that have been appointed to look at the landmarking of Rocky Nook Park. Federal, state, and county law mandates the protection of historical and archaeological assets. HLAC, the Historic Landmarks Commission, our purview is to identify and designate historic assets in order to try to protect and preserve them. We are not a political entity. We are not taking sides on the future road plan. We are here to, we have determined that there are significant historical assets in Rocky Nook Park that deserve landmarking. Landmark will add a little layer of protection for those. But, and I think the part of the issue is there seems to be some drive that, as Supervisor Williams said earlier, that is about a road that isn't even happening yet. The landmarks are here. The road may or may not happen. We are not taking a side on that issue. We are not making money from the design of it or anything. We are here, and I do believe that compromise is possible. It's the supervisors, they have to approve, disapprove, or modify. But we do really want a resolution today because our 90 days will be up in February. Thank you.
Lonnie Ebenstein, to be followed by Kevin Snow.
Chair Williams, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to Santa Barbara County. I'm going to make relatively brief comments. This is obviously an issue you've heard a great deal about. And seems to me that the primary issue is this. First of all, I think the case has been very well made that Rocky Nook is an appropriate county landmark. The county ordinance with respect to landmarks makes reference as to, quote, distinctive examples of park planning, and Rocky Nook certainly is that and qualifies, I think, as a historic landmark on many bases. The question is, what sort of direction do you then in the future want to have as to how major capital decision-making occurs with respect to Rocky Nook Park? I think that it needs to be emphasized again, since there's been a little question brought up as to routine maintenance and repairs, minor items. Those don't require any HLAC review. The question is on major items, should there be HLAC review? And that seems to me to be entirely appropriate, as I've indicated to you in a letter that I wrote to you over the weekend. As the owner, family owner of a historic landmark, it's a great advantage to go to HLAC. They have a lot of good ideas. Mr. Kaufman-Gray's comments were absolutely correct. They're there to work with people in terms of, they're not there to prevent people from doing what they want. And the question is when there are major changes to Rocky Nook that are proposed, wherever they're proposed, should HLAC go to that, be involved in that process from the start? Or should it start at the Board of Supervisors level, essentially, and everybody come here when that first item is in a budget for an agenda item? I don't think that's the best course. I think it's better for HLAC to have that review function. That's why I would encourage you to support the resolution that HLAC unanimously endorsed. Oh, and one final point, too. I think that some of the reason why there was an earlier vote that there was some different voting was that people for political reasons were voting that. They thought that it would be a stronger political resolution rather than what they really, I think the intrinsic support has been in favor of the Rocky Nook review by HLAC. Thank you for your time.
And for our final speaker, Kevin Snow.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to take a slightly different tack, and that is, as a resident of Santa Barbara and Mission Canyon for a very long time. I was appointed back in 2009, I think, to be on the Mission Canyon Area Planning Committee that came up with the Mission Canyon Area Plan. It was adopted in 2014. That was after 5 years of constant public hearing and talk about the important issues in the canyon, one of which, or several of which, were incorporated in the Mission Canyon Area Plan. Now, the issue is that I've lived long enough to see that department heads and staff come and go. Things change. And yet, the purpose of the Mission Canyon Plan and the general plan is to establish a guideline so that staff doesn't just come up with a new plan, a new idea, a new recreational outlet or whatever, that doesn't comport with the meaning of the general plan and in Mission Canyon, the community plan. And so I want you to respect the fact that a great deal of time by your volunteers and citizens that have gone into creating the Mission Canyon Community Plan be honored, and the request that Rocky Nook be landmark, I think, is a very good one, completely consistent with the plan, and I strongly urge you to adopt it. Thank you very much.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak.
Is there any further questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman?
This would be to Mr. Lindgren if he's available still. I'm having trouble with the capital improvements for that capital improvements language for parks. I'm not sure why for new capital improvements you wouldn't go to HLAC, and so I'd like a clarification, justification for that.
Supervisor Hartman, members of the board, thank you. I would characterize a capital improvement as something along the lines of replacement of the restroom facility at Rocky Nook Park, where we don't currently have the mixed gender types of restrooms that are now being required. So there could be some major renovations to the restroom building in the future that will be necessary. Replacement of the playground area as another example of capital improvement. That playground is reaching the end of its useful life and will require replacement in the near future. So, items along those lines would be what we're talking about as far as capital improvements. Those aren't capital improvements. What we are not talking about is installing pickleball courts or basketball courts or anything along those lines that changes the fundamental character of the way Rocky Nook Park is currently used by the public.
If I may have a follow-up.
I'll just insert myself in that. It was honestly Park's preference to exempt the capital improvement for projects. I said, well, wouldn't it be good enough to exempt the capital improvement projects that are about the existing uses, which are passive uses, bathrooms, and because what the angst in the community that was at least expressed to me was about new uses. So new uses would have to jump through the additional hurdle, but existing uses would not.
Well, and I guess my question is, how big is that hurdle? It seems to me if you were putting in new bathrooms or a new playground, it might be of value to hear from HLAC about how to make that as compatible with the surrounding historic landmark designation. So I don't see it as a huge hurdle, and I guess I'm not persuaded that we should have capital improvements as part of the language.
I'll just say for my part that first of all, Mission Canyon is an incredible neighborhood, and it's filled with a number of my favorite people in my district, and they were and have been prepared for a civil war in the neighborhood over this over the road project. I just simply believe that we should not be taking sides in the road project today. That is why I prepared this language. I think it is unfortunate that HLAC didn't approve that form originally. I think, however, the chair followed the right way a chair should do, is he put both options out there and he did a vote on one and then a vote on another. So I think the procedures were followed correctly, but I think it's our job to balance these. And, I think there are good arguments and passionate, good people on both sides of the debate about the road. but I would hope that we would make it today about the historic designation of the park. And I personally don't believe, I haven't received one request to stop parks from the existing uses in the park. All the angst has been about pickleball or about, some other use that doesn't currently exist in the park. Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Capps.
Chair Williams, yeah, thank you. And I wanted to thank the speakers, and it's clear in my mind, there's no question that this should be historically designated. I really appreciate the Chumash women who spoke. I think they rounded out what was in the presentation, which caught me off guard a little bit by saying that the park exemplifies the lifestyle and legacy of a well-educated, affluent Easterners. So I think that's kind of a narrow prism by which to determine what is historical and not. So I think we have a better context now with the voices of the Chumash, but certainly I think right before us is a compromise. We want to preserve this beautiful historic park, and we need our county folks to be able to do the safety job components that they need to do. And to me, it doesn't have to be an either or. You can have preservation and safety, and I commend the compromises of staff and of Supervisor Williams of coming up with that language. So that's where I land, is a modification.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps. Any other comment? Mr. Labnio.
Well, this was a rough one because I came into this meeting with an open mind, as we do all the hearings. I support many of the arguments to support the historic designation. I kind of took something different out of the public comment. First off, I don't know how long your HLAC meetings go, but you guys cannot stay within 3 minutes. Those HLAC meetings must be hours. But yeah, I felt like, I thought we were trying to do something good. I came here today and I almost feel like we're being chastised for reviewing it. And I'm like, I'm lost somewhere in this thing. So I don't know if it's just misplaced frustration. But yeah, I'm with Supervisor Capps. I mean, the two main reasons for me is to support is I want to validate, like the last speaker said, I want to validate and support our volunteers on HLAC. They put a lot of time and energy into this. And the second thing is I truly believe it meets the criteria. However, I think we need additional language in. And so I'm not sure if that's exactly where you were going, but yeah, I would support that.
Supervisor Hart.
I'm with my colleagues, except for I think public works language, and that works for me. That means, I guess, according to Chair Williams, that we're agnostic on the road issue. But I'm having trouble with the parks capital improvement. I believe that is something that could and should go to HLAC. If you're changing the appearance and to some extent the function of things, it would benefit from HLAC, which we've already said is really very knowledgeable, very dedicated people who have said this has historic value. And so any capital improvements, I think, would be improved by their consultation with them.
And I'm not going to try to, I'll just say that I went through 3 different versions of this language with Parks, and I understand Parks' position that if they change the nature of a bathroom from, a traditional style bathroom to a unisex bathroom, that they don't want to have to go through historic landmarks. And I agree with that position. Essentially, if the question is what would this cover, is the designation would require us to go to HLAC in the case of a new use in the park and a new capital improvement But if it was just to repair an old one, or to change the nature of the bathroom, then it would not. Can I get a motion? Unless there is further debate. Then I'll make the motion. I'll move that we approve the historic landmarks designation with the proposed resolution language that was up on the screen, that we exempt the elements, the public works language as one, the number two, the parks language, number three, the admin building and parking areas for the administration building, and number four, the internal roadway and parking areas for public access. Is there a second? No, without a second?
Oh, was there a second? Okay, Mr. Chair, I was just gonna say that to also include the CEQA language.
Yes. So I'm making that motion. If there is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second.
Further discussion?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Supervisor Nelson.
I just wanted to apologize to the public and my colleagues. I had to step out briefly for a family emergency, but I think I caught most of it and I've been briefed on it. So I still think I am valid to be a part of the discussion. Getting back to that, Supervisor Hartman's concern about capital improvement. If it goes back to HLAC, that means a couple months more in the process, because we still have the ability as a board to override that if necessary. That power, we don't give that up if it's something that reaches that threshold of capital improvement. I know one of the things that I would have been worried about if I was Parks is that sometimes these committees can process these items for months, right? And just really gummy it up, as you know, we can kind of see that people like to talk. But you know, for this park, knowing that Parks has that additional step that they could bypass HLAC if HLAC doesn't provide constructive input into the process and go right back to us. Does that give us any more comfort on that? Or are we really concerned about that time delay in the process?
I won't answer for Parks. If you wish to answer, Mr. Lindgren.
Chair Williams, Supervisor Nelson, thank you for the question. Yes, it's a time and resources issue. What does it look like to take a bathroom remodel to HLAC? Are there architectural drawings that are required that may need to be revised before we go forward with the project? And if we disagree with HLAC, we would need to, write a board letter and come back to your board in another reasonably contentious meeting where we were in disagreement with another county body. So there is a time and resource question there.
Okay, I think I can appreciate that tension. That's helpful. I'm not sure if it flips me over on that, but it helps. It's helpful.
Yeah, I'll just say for my part that one of the best advice I ever got in public policy was one of my staffers when I went to the legislature. She said, this was my chief of staff. She said, you're going to get all sorts of people with all sorts of great ideas coming in for new laws. I want you to ask every single one of them, what's the problem you're trying to solve with this? And I asked that of the advocates. They gave me examples. This language would address the examples that they gave me. So if that's the problems that we're attempting to solve, we would solve that. If there is the fear that was expressed to me was of active recreation or non-recreation uses that are new, and that this would still solve that.
Chair Williams, I just would like to add too, I think that, this tension over this piece of it is sort of missing the whole point. I mean, I think there's a wide agreement here that we want the designation, which really excites me as a child, who spent time in this park in the 70s, that this will look the same in 100 years from now. and 200 years from now. And that's, I mean, I just want to lift it up a bit and recognize the consensus, and the consensus really amongst the speakers as well. And we're now just getting kind of down to the nitty gritty, but that's the art of compromise. And I'm confident that we can get there.
Yeah.
I know, exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I will not be supporting the motion. I do agree for the historic designation. I think that case has been overwhelmingly made. But I find that capital improvement really undercuts that designation significantly. And you can think, well, adding a bathroom internally, that doesn't really matter. But a playground, you could imagine that would look you could design something that would be very out of character. Some of the, adding storage buildings and things. I understand agencies want to protect their own discretion, but I have a lot of confidence in HLAC. And once you have your designs, you can, you can go through two processes at once, be moving your project along and also go to HLAC. So I'm unpersuaded in this case by Parks.
I understand, but I would just say that both of the examples that you used, a new building and a playground, would both not be exempted by this language. And so, I think that I'm just, hopeful that that in this community, which has been divided for many, many years on this, would, be able to for a moment have maybe a white flag of peace and celebrate the park and move on. And I just, I think putting Parks through the ringer isn't going to help us financially and isn't going to help them do their job. So I would request that we vote on the motion as is. Why don't we do a roll call? Maybe that's easier.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
No.
Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. And thank you for all those that brought this forward. Fran Galt, for the HLAC. I know this took 7 years, and definitely Ernestine DeSoto for coming as a Chumash elder. We really appreciate your attendance. Okay. Good thing it's the same department doing the next item. Yeah, well, that's important. We should respect labor laws even when they're inconvenient. Our interpreters need to take a short break. So we'll reconvene at 4 o'clock. We are back from the break for the translators. And we'll hear departmental item number 5.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Planning Commission's recommended ordinance amendment to the Santa Barbara County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, to amend Chapter 35, Article 35.3 of the LUDC to provide a streamlined ministerial review process to implement state housing laws and to provide objective design standards for multi-unit and mixed-use development for housing projects.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. So today we have, as the clerk indicated, 2 items that are part of one ordinance package. One is to create a streamlined permit process for SB 35 projects. That's something we've been needing to do for some time, and we were able to do it as part of this package. And then we have the objective design standards for multi-unit and mixed-use development. This is coming to you in a very rapid process. It's not our usual process. And the reason for that is, as we know, that we are going to be missing our deadline for adoption of the housing element, which is February 15th. And as part of the result of that, there was the potential for projects to be subject to lower standards than we would normally like to see. So what we did very quickly over the winter break was develop a set of objective design standards, which can then be applied to ministerial permits that might come through the process while we are out of compliance. I really think I need to publicly thank Travis Sewards and Jeff Wilson here and Brian Pettit, who is not with us today, who worked furiously over the holiday break to produce this document. And we were able to go to the Planning Commission on the 11th of January with that package. I think I need to buy them both a cruise in Alaska or something like that so they can have some time off. But anyway, they did a really fine job. We were able to take a lot of information from what other jurisdictions have adopted and then tailor it to the county. And I think, when I reviewed it, I originally thought we were going to have something much smaller because of the shortened process. But when I reviewed it, I thought these are actually quite good. And it's something that the county has needed, I think, for quite some time to make it more clear what it is we're looking for in terms of design and these types of projects. This is focused on the inland area at this time. And I did want to say that I did reach out to the chairs of each BAR that is impacted by this and spoke with them about it and explained the circumstances under which we're bringing it forward. They were very grateful for those conversations, and they did attend the Planning Commission, but they did not make any comments. So this is a work in progress, and I don't want to steal my staff's thunder here. They do have a presentation, but it's a work in progress, and we can amend in the future, and we'll be extending it to the coastal zoning area and Montecito Land Use Development Code. With that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Wilson to begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I may repeat some of the things Director Plowman stated previously. However, we have a brief slide to just provide an overview of the ordinance amendments before you today. The project scope that's before you as far as the ordinance amendments that were developed is satisfying 2 components. One is to provide for that streamlined application review under Senate Bill 35, as well as develop those objective design standards that Director Plowman indicated a few minutes ago. As a quick background, as you're aware, SB 35 was adopted and passed by the state, which provides for an expedited and construction of housing, and qualifying projects must receive a ministerial review. So part of the ordinance amendment package today creates that objective zoning standards that that state law says can be applied. And those objective zoning standards require that no personal or subjective judgment is used in the review of those. that it's uniform and there's some certainty in the process, both by the government and the applicant as they are processing that, and that those objective standards are adopted and published by the local agency. So as Director Plowman indicated, there's 2 chapters we're proposing to add to the Land Use and Development Code. The first chapter is the one that implements the expedited or the streamlined review process of SB 35 projects. And we are proposing that they would be reviewed and approved under zoning clearance, which would be a ministerial approval. And then these projects would be reviewed and approved by the director. The next chapter is the one that is providing for the objective design standards. There's 5 sections there, and just really briefly, the 2 that are have the most impact would probably be the building design and site design, which which applies to how the building is going to look and where it's sited on the property, which is very helpful to staff as we get proposals in. It allows us to provide some type of objective criteria as we're working with applicants and developers on these. The next area is, and that we want to talk about on those objective design standards, has to do that, as Director Plowman indicated, that is just for the Land Use and Development Code. There are plans to update the Montecito Development Code as well as the coastal zone. To be able to get something in place for the larger portion of the county, we focus on the Land Use and Development Code. And these objective design standards would apply to those state laws that have recently been passed or over the last few years, especially the housing development projects under the Housing Accountability Act, SB 35, supportive housing under AB 2162, as well as any other multiple unit or mixed use development where the county may require objective standards. One thing to note as well is that part of that streamlined process and using these objective design standards, for those applicants that use these objective design standards, there is a provision that exempts these projects to go through a formal design review process. So it allows for more certainty for the applicants, as well as to meet those deadlines by state law to get these approved under the time periods that's articulated by state law. Focusing on the new chapter, which is chapter 35.33, those components have to deal with the building design. Just highlight a couple of those is the massing articulation, as well as like materials and colors, provides certainty to the applicants that, the presentation, that'd be a great, that'd be a great massing articulation. It looks better on the TV, so. So under this, you would only have roofs and no walls, but this is a new design. We do things different in this county. Yeah. Okay, back to the presentation. So just to highlight, it would be the buildings, basing the massing and articulation, which is just to break it up so there's variation in the elevation and style and the building facade. The next one is site design, and that's how the buildings are placed and just how the site is developed, and to provide some guidance direction to the developers and how they would put the components in place. Mainly like vehicle parking, building placement, the open space areas, and the building orientation and access areas. The other component of this chapter is mixed use standards that allow for the ground floor height, transparency of the development, as well as street facing setbacks. And these components focus on, again, for mixed use development, specific site, building, and ground entry floor level requirements, bicycle parking, and those walls and fences. This section, which is very easy to say, utilitarian elements, or basically those accessory or incidental components of a development, which include like the bicycle parking, the trash and recycling, green waste. The one thing to note about this section of the ordinance has to do with, there's already objective standards in our ordinance, and what we're trying to accomplish here is to consolidate those. So there's a single area or section of the ordinance where developers can go to find these. So we try to tie everything back into one section for ease of the use or implementation of this ordinance. The next part of this process is that we did go to the Planning Commission on January 11th. There's a 5-0 vote to recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors today. And in that hearing, the Planning Commission did recommend that the following language or this language be added to the ordinance. Those revisions were made in the ordinance package that was forwarded to the board for review, basically allowing for conditions to be placed on these projects if allowed by state law or if they meet the objective design standards as well. One thing in conclusion, or before I wrap up, is that we did receive a public comment or an inquiry after the Planning Commission, and we noticed a typo and then some clarification language. This slide was provided to the clerk of the board and it's posted online, and I think it was distributed before the hearing. And that is basically to change the reference there from a B to an A, which has to do with building siding locations. And then there was some clarification on item number 2. We added the word exterior. And the reason for that is to provide some clarification that these requirements here would apply to any development with exterior facing entrances and not to preclude development with interior entrances. So that was the clarification that we wanted to recommend the board incorporate in the ordinance today. Staff's recommending that these ordinance amendment be exempt from environmental review under section 15061B3. And then our recommendations today is to make the required findings, including CEQA findings, find it exempt from CEQA. And then finally, a change in the motion would be to adopt an ordinance and to amend the Land Use Development Code as revised today of the Santa Barbara Code. So that is staff's presentation, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Questions to staff? Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Well, I'll just say for my part, I really appreciate the hard work of getting this done quickly. And we know with the actual housing element, in addition to this, that's adding a lot of work onto a lot of work. So we really appreciate it. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, this was a Herculean task. I went through the HCD handbook and I hadn't any idea really what we were asking of you until I started going through these objective standards, which are, highly detailed and extremely complex. And you have to be able to visualize what the numeric requirements are asking of you. And so it was only then that I realized what we were asking of you. And it's really an extraordinary accomplishment that you've been able to do this. And I am so grateful because I think this acts as an insurance policy for us. And it was very desperately needed. And you gave your vacation time, the three of you, to do this. And I think we all are so appreciative. And then it sailed through the Planning Commission in almost record time. And I suspect it's going to sail through the board. So it's just amazing. And thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. You know, in Santa Barbara County, we have so many subjective standards, and that's the way we've been built in this county for many, many years because we want to do things the Santa Barbara County way. And so we have a code that for a long time is just really focused on those. And now we're in a new world of housing in the state. And I think that's left us vulnerable. And you can see, just look down the street in Santa Maria, where we have a 6-story portable coming up or being put up in a minute of our community that doesn't quite fit. And these are types of things that can happen without some basic objective standards in place so that we can have something, you know, we all want to see additional housing, but it needs to be done correctly, you know. And I think that, you know, we have a board And we definitely have a state that's aggressive in those measures. And so we're having to play catch up. And again, I want to thank Travis and Jeff and the whole entire team that worked on this, and Lisa for your leadership, to making sure this would happen, because I think it leaves us as a county vulnerable to not have the proper input that we would hope to go into even some basic housing projects. So this is a step in the right direction, and I'm going to love to make the motion when time's ready.
Well, I think the time is ready.
Okay. I would like to move staff's recommendations 1, 2, and 3 as revised.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Sailed through.
My apologies, if there is anybody watching out there, there probably is not, but if there is, I did not adjourn, and I will adjourn this to February 7th.